The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government.
It's the government.
Government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government.
It's the government.
Government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government.
It's the government.
Government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government.
It's the government.
Government.
I know the original conversation was about FBA. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about my issues with FBA. Like we were talking. Hold on, we were talking about my issues with FBA. I started out by letting you know my first issue is the fact that it is an online registered store by Tariq Nasheed. He owns the right to the official website. He owns the rights to the flag. All right. He coined the name. He trademarked the name. This is a Tariq Nasheed ran business. All right. So that's my first issue with FBA. The fact that it is a trademarked entity business by Tariq Nasheed. He came up with the shit, decided that he was going to re-identify people that were already identified in history as African Americans. He decided one day, woke up one day and decided he wanted to re-identify people that were already identified. So he can make money off it, because that's really what it is at the end of the day. So that's my first issue with it. My second issue with it is that the leader of FBA, and if you want to debate me whether or not Tariq is the leader, we could do that too, because at the end of the day, who else but the leader would own the rights to the official website, the name, and the flag but the leader? No one but the leader would have that kind of power in most cases. Okay, so my thing is the fact that the leader, Tariq Nasheed, or the proprietor, or whatever kind of word you want to use to dress it up nicely, goes on a daily smear campaign against other Black people that are in the diaspora. This is literally what he does every day. Every other video is about what a tether did. A tether did this. A Somalia guy did that. This person did this, and that person did that. And it has very little to do with what the original idea of the movement was supposed to be about, which is reparations. When's the last time this dude ever talked about reparations? He rarely talks about reparations. Why? Because the majority of his argument is about Black immigrants. And I'll say that again, Black immigrants, because when it comes to white immigrants, there's never no issue. There aren't any videos talking about white immigrants and the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who came over from Ukraine over to the United States. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about Trump saying that it was okay for the white South Africans to come on over to the United States, get their 40 acres and a mule. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about how Trump, along with his entire cabinet, are all actual immigrants. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about the general, this dude CQ Brown, who just got fired. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about anything that has any substance other than. There's no videos about anything of substance. There's no videos of anything other than Black immigrants. But go ahead.
Okay, so chat. Everything he said. Tariq has a video for everything he just said. So this is somebody who does not watch Tariq's work, which is, I ain't saying he has to.
Show me the videos.
Wait,
where they at?
Wait, brother, you just ranted for like 2 minutes straight and I was quiet. So let me respond.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader.
Yep, let's talk
of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me a leader of some There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No,
Right?
you can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up, you own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks of the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't?
All right. So one last thing, unbiased. I'm gonna let you jump back in, but one last thing, guys.
Yeah.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask a question before I read this. I want to ask unbiased a question. Unbiased, you there?
Yeah.
All right. Can you reconcile these two statements? Foundational Black Americans is strictly a lineage. It's not an organization. It's not a group, et cetera, et cetera. It is strictly a lineage, right? So that's statement number one. And then statement number two is, I own the trademark to foundational Black Americans. Are those two statements reconcilable?
No.
Yes. Yes,
No,
they
it's
are.
not.
Why would you wait, Brad?
No, it's not.
What?
It's not reconcilable.
Stick up in unbiased. Let me just read this real quick.
Yeah,
and then
it's common sense.
And then you could go. I'm sourcing up. I just want to source up real quick to show the FBAs that it is not just a lineage, right? So it says here,
Foundational Black Americans, trademark details, status 630, new application, serial number has it right there, word mark, Foundational Black Americans, status date, March 16th, 2022, filing date, March 13th, 2022. So it's probably been approved by now. I don't know, right? Yeah. It says here, statements, disclaimer with predetermined text, Foundational Black Americans, goods and services, advertising and marketing. Stream audio-visual and audio-visual material via a global computer network, streaming of video material on internet, video streaming services via the internet, featuring independent films and movies, international class, advertising, business management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Class codes, blah, 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 has all the relevant details. We're going to keep going down. Current trademark owners. What does it say right there?
That's smart. Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, that's smart.
so it's not just a lineage. That is
okay.
a
No.
lie.
Okay, wait. Okay,
That's a lie.
Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. People always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creatives and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you know, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. You know, we've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because, you know, we do stuff and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about, that Tariq had trademarked Foundation of Black Americans, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make $1 gazillion. Hell, that goes. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, black folks, particularly foundational Black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always, always, always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very important.
Tariq Nasheed talking points, and they make no sense. They don't hold up when it comes to regular logic at the end of the day. So, again, I don't even know how we got this far with this particular conversation, but but yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, see how I was totally quiet while you went in?
Go ahead, bro.
Confident. Okay, so violence and enforcement. Mississippi and Alabama were especially notorious for brutal enforcement, including state-supported racial violence and lynchings. Georgia, Louisiana, and South Carolina had deeply entrenched segregation and violent suppression of Black voting rights. Tennessee was the birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan 1865, which played a major role in racial terrorism. Arkansas and Texas also had racially motivated massacres and legal discrimination that persisted for decades. So that's why I like to add in the nuance, violent South, because Jim Crow was pretty much everywhere, but it wasn't the same. There's a difference in a Jim Crow in New York than Mississippi. See, but we know that because we got relatives, we got grandparents who experienced Jim Crow in the South. But guess where W. Du Bois was? He was in New York. A. Philip Randolph and Booker T. Washington. These guys are up north. This is why they were able to do what they was to do. In the South, they wouldn't got as far as that. They would have been met with severe opposition, violent opposition immediately, had they tried to build some Tuskegee institution in Arkansas, or Alabama, or Tennessee. That thing would have been burnt down, or attempts to burn it down would have been often. So that's why we say there's a big difference between the violent South, the slave states, and other parts of the country. But when the Great Migration happened, which you probably don't know too much about, we went to Florida, bro. So that means that we had harder times other places. We went to Florida. When we went to New York, that means we went there for better opportunities. So why are we going to Florida if it's just as bad as where we just left? Nah, we're going to places that has jobs, less racism, or less Jim Crow mandates. That's where we were going. Okay, so anyway, we can move from there. Okay, so
hold on. Let me respond to what you said. I mean, essentially, what it seems to me like you're trying to. I don't know if this is the oppression Olympics. You're trying to say that one part of the country had worse treatment than other parts of the country. Yeah. Like, hey, we can make that debate all day. No, we don't. But at the end of the day, the original argument was whether or not Black people were in Florida, Black American people, and they were. I never said so. So I don't know what, but you're making it seem like the culture is somehow different from Florida to Georgia. Is it different? I mean, is it? I mean, for anybody chat, is it different? I mean, because
because why you're not in Mississippi? Why you're not in Alabama? Why you're not in these southern, historically violent slave states? Why are most black immigrants, and you could just Google this, most of y'all are in Florida and New York.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with this particular argument.
Why do y'all go there? Why don't y'all go to the South? Why do y'all go to the safe, protected federal states, the liberal states? Why don't you go to a red state like that's known for discrimination, known for blatant racism, like
so? Go ahead. You don't think there's Black people that, I mean, Black immigrants that live in Georgia or South Carolina or?
No, yeah. I'm in South Carolina. Y'all ain't here, bro.
It might not be a lot of people that's there, but there's people that's there. They're immigrants, Black immigrants.
Sure. I mean, like this.
There's not a lot of people in, I mean, South Carolina is, I mean, shoot, ain't a lot of people moving there in general. A lot of people are moving away from South Carolina.
Hey, brother.
So, like, I mean,
I beg that difference. Okay, so you got North Carolina, you got South Carolina. I lived in Mississippi. I lived in North Carolina. I lived in Texas.
mm-hmm.
I ain't seen y'all. I seen Hispanics.
So,
Yeah.
so you don't think there's any black immigrants in Texas or Mississippi? Is that what you're trying to say?
Hey, bro, I'm too smart for that. Don't use the word any. I'm saying that majority of y'all, there's only like 5 million of Caribbeans total in America, bro. And the majority of the 5, this is a fact. The majority of the 5 million is split between New York and Miami. I mean, I'm sorry, New York and Florida. The majority of the black immigrants, the 5 million that's in this country, ain't a lot of y'all. But you guys are in New York. I'm from Jersey. You're in New York and Florida. The majority.
Bro, you can make that same argument all across the board, bro. Most people are in major cities, period.
So let me ask you, well, no, because majority
yes.
of still in South.
Yes, you know about red states and blue states? Yes, bro. Go ahead.
Answer this. How many jackets you got?
I got a whole lot of jackets, bro. Whole lot.
Why?
Depending on how I'm feeling that day.
Okay. Brother,
Well,
let me ask you this. Jamaica got its independence in 1962, right? August, I think, 2nd, 1962. Somewhere around
right.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but before then, are you aware of the Wind Rush ship?
Wind rush?
Yes.
What is that? Explain that. What is that?
Okay, so my Jamaican history. Okay, so during World War II, the UK was badly, hit, right? So now that's I think 1952, somewhere around there. So they invited a lot of West Indians and mainly Jamaicans to the UK to help build it back up. And they were in war, so it's like to help build it back up, join the employment field, like keep Britain afloat as they go to war. So
okay.
So the ships, there's a big ship that was popular for that is called the Wind Rush. I think 1952. Okay. So that happened. Y'all went over there and y'all helped keep British the empire afloat. Then 1962, Jamaica had an idea that they wanted to be independent. So when y'all fought for y'all independence and won, UK said, "Oh, really?" So UK said, "All right." So they passed the immigration law that literally discriminated against just West Indians. They said, "Y'all want your independence? Well, y'all no longer allowed in this country unless y'all like a doctor or scientist, but no more laymen, laywomen is coming to the UK." So that was a restriction law passed, I think, same year, 62. Okay, so 3 years later, 1965, America passed the Immigration Act, right? Where they opened the floodgates to all immigrants. Again, I just told you about the 1917, 1924 Restriction Act that was limiting immigration, all immigration, whites too. 1965, America, which is really piggybacking off the 1964 Civil Rights Movement. So that's why when black folks say, "You guys want to be here without us," it's not like we really was caping for y'all, like pushing for y'all. It's the fact that the immigrationists at that time had clamped on our movement like they do now. Like we have the wave and everybody just hop on it and try to get shit done with the wave. So the immigrationists had attached to the Civil Rights Movement. So they passed the 1965 Immigration Act. Okay, so once they did that, a lot of Jamaicans had looked at America as a place to go, and also Canada, as opposed to UK, who just locked them out. So my thing was this: you just got your independence in 62. Why y'all in a rush to leave and go to the United States and Canada? Why not embrace your independence and build your land up? So anyway, They left and they came to Canada and the United States. So, but that's okay because immigration is part of the United States. Like they allow legal immigration, right? That's nothing wrong with that. But here's the problem: your brightest minds and most skilled people left Jamaica, and they left behind the less educated people. And the less educated people, when they're left behind by themselves, and they get into politics and government, they're going to create corrupt government, corrupt police officers, right? So that's what's going on. So now that's called a brain drain. So when a country lose all of their best minds and best skilled workers, that's a brain drain for the country. But the country like USA, who's receiving those people, is called a brain gain for us. Okay. But what happens is y'all come over here, not you, but y'all come over here as a collective, and y'all don't really get, with your education, you really don't get employed the same way you would be in Jamaica, like what you're qualified for. So instead of being a doctor or a nurse, you end up working in a factory. That's called brain waste. That means that you have the education to do much more, but America don't have that opportunity for you. So you're probably doing some regular work. That's called a brain waste. Stop. So now here's the issue with Jamaica. This is why Jamaica isn't getting any better. Because those who leave the country never return. The smart ones, the more skilled, they don't return. They stay abroad, America, Canada, wherever they went. And they don't go back to like rebuild it. Okay. So that's a problem with Jamaica, and India and Nigeria is having the same issue. They're most smartest people coming over here and they're not going back to rebuild the country. So now Tariq never used those terms before. So never compare us like that. He knows some stuff. I know some stuff. He never said brain game, brain waste, brain. Okay. So no, I don't regurgitate nobody's stuff. I do my own independent study, and I'm him. But I'm definitely him. Okay. So the reason why that night, Jamaica was murder capital of the world, by the way. So when people talk about Chicago, that's a city in America. Jamaica is the murder capital of the world. It's the Chicago of countries in the world. And Jamaica got the biggest parental scam in the world, where they charge a Jamaican man for being a father. That's called a jacket. And I asked you, Jack, I was talking about that. So they charge a man with being a father on purpose. Like, it's not like she's confused. She don't know. No, she's purposely saying the wrong man is the father of her child, maybe for income or something different. And he believes that he ended up fathering a child. So when a man fathers a child unknowingly, that's called a jacket. He's a jacket father. He has a jacket child. So Jamaica's number one in the world. Nigeria's number two, and nobody's close. So what I'm saying is, so Tariq never talks about that, ever. All right. So we don't have the same talking points like that. Stop. I do my own research. So
bro,
now
go ahead.
So last thing. So here's the problem. So when Tariq hints to that and say, hey man, you fled your country, why don't you go back and build it up? So now, like I said, he's saying in a more comedic, joking way, but I'm giving you the more serious repercussions for that. What Jamaica actually complains about, the government complain about. So as a result, when you leave, now you're immigrating yourself. You're immigrating the Chinese and the Indians over there, the East Indians, to fill these labor markets. So that's why they're over there, by the way. They're over there because you're not over there. So they're immigrating the Indians and the Chinese over there to upstain Jamaica to some degree, like uphold it and keep it flourishing. But you guys were supposed to come over here for education and opportunity, and then go use that and go back and build up Jamaica. So when he says you're not, but he never elaborates on that too much, because he clown whatever. But that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to go back and literally help share your education over here, your skills over here, and the money, and go back and make your country better. Yeah. So now Jamaica, 89% of your tertiary graduates. That means people, that's the most, like, so tertiary graduates mean, or tertiary skill level means people who got hired in a high school diploma. Those 89% of your most educated people never go back to the country. You're number two. Guyana's number one in the world. So this is why Jamaica is corrupt, because y'all literally got the worst of the worst run the country. The best of the best is over here.
All right, bro. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So
Any response to
and
that?
this yeah, I got a whole lot of responses to that. So this is the thing about Tariq Nasheed, dudes that, and I know you say you don't regurgitate his talking points, but you clearly share his very, very same philosophy and ideals when it comes to all these things, even though it don't be based on nothing really. It just be based on really half truths, because you tell one part of the story, but you don't tell the other part. But the other part of the story is really the main part of the story. So why did people leave Jamaica? Is it just because the United States was a great place and they were just like, hey, yeah, let's go over there? No, they left Jamaica because there were no opportunities in Jamaica for them to prosper and succeed. But why were there no opportunities? Are you familiar with economic sanctions? Do you know the impact or the implications of economic sanctions have on a particular country, especially from one as powerful as the United States and the United Kingdom? When they sanction a country, they cut off all your trade, exports, imports. Do you know what that does to a country? Do you know what that does to its jobs? Do you know what that does to career? Do you know what that does to economy growth?
So after you flee, why don't you build these opportunities over here? Why don't you go?
Hold on, bro. Let me keep going because you went on for about 10 minutes. I wasn't counting. It was a while though.
Because that going back part,
it was a while.
Nothing stopped you from going back.
I mean the same reason why the people that left the South in America didn't come back. They stayed up north.
No.
Yeah, when you go somewhere and you settle there, typically you stay there.
I'm in the South now. I'm from Jersey.
You're from Jersey? Y'all went back? So you don't think you're really the exception to the rule. When people go and they settle somewhere, they stay there.
No. See, brother.
So what you're saying is no Jamaican has come to the United States and gone back to Jamaica. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, but I can answer. Brother, if I leave South Carolina and go to, let's say, New Hampshire, I'm still in America. I'm still in my country. I'm paying my taxes, still being withheld by the same government. I'm still filing income tax. I'm still spending, building up income. I'm answering.
Go ahead.
Still helping build my country up. Nothing changed.
So if you're familiar with the United States, then you know that technically each state is its own really country. So when you leave a state, typically you're no longer contributing to that state where you're from, although it's the same country. That's one point.
Brother.
Another point that I want to make to you is at some point during the Confederacy, that was another country. So that means that people left the Confederate states, went north, so they fled the country. Okay, so we're going to use these ass backwards ass analogies at the end of the day because it's all ass backwards. If there's no
who is the president of Mississippi?
Who's the president of Mississippi? There's a governor of Mississippi. Yeah.
Hold on. Wait, stop. I'm not saying no to that. If it's a country, it has a president, not a governor. Okay? So if it's a country, it has a president.
Every country has a president? Is that what you're saying?
In our hemisphere.
Okay, yeah, clean it up. Because that's not how it works.
I'm using
Go ahead.
Technology. You're calling states, which is goofy. You're calling states governments. I'm sorry, countries. You're calling states countries. They're just
every state.
No.
Do you know another name for a state? Do you know another name for a country? Do you know what the other name for it is called?
It's called the United States.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know another name for country? What's another name for country?
Brother, what is our country called over here?
What's another name for country?
What is our country called?
It's called the United States. And then let's look up the definition.
Wait, no.
Let's look up. It's called the United States.
of
The
13
United
original
States
of America.
So a bunch
right?
of so a bunch of states. So hold on. Let's use this for an example. If all the countries in Africa, if they all form one government,
he just said all the countries of Africa. Exactly, their countries.
but you're proving my point by saying that if they all came together and became a country, they would be the United States of Africa because they're united and they're each individual states. Let's look up the definition of a state. Let's look up the definition of a state. A state is a political entity that governs a population and territory. A state.
Yeah, right. Where's the country?
A state is a self-governing political unit with supreme power. A state is made up of laws and their enforcement. A state is made up between different individuals on how to settle disputes. States are individual countries. There's one federal government that unites the state, but at the end of the day, each state is its own country. Okay, so that's
you saying that. That's you, but you didn't.
Let me ask you a question. Can the federal government dictate child support laws in different states?
Okay, so now can I answer?
Go ahead, answer.
You don't know more about America than me, and you damn sure don't know more about.
Answer the question. Stop filibustering. Answer the question. Can the federal government dictate laws? Dictate state-specific laws in the state? Can they dictate child support?
Hey, hold on. You gotta relax for a second. Okay, I'm gonna toot my horn before I answer. It's my show. I can do that. Okay, brother.
I like filibustering, but go ahead.
It doesn't. It's me to my own horn. I know about federalism. Okay, you don't. I know about the Articles of Faith. I know all that type of stuff. So now,
I know about the separation between state and.
Okay, relax.
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so federalism. Wait, so what is federalism? Do you know?
Explain it. This is on you now. This is on you. Explain it.
You're asking questions that you don't know what you're asking. So federalism literally explains what the federal government is involved with as opposed to state government. State government is more regulating the affairs of the people. So child support and things like that will be state regulated because the state governments are more in tune with that's why they leave abortion, they leave like things like that up to the states, because the states, and matter of fact, arrest. The federal agency is not going to arrest you, right? Just because you ran a red light. That's state. So state governments and local governments are more involved in your day-to-day affairs. So no, they're not going to do that. They're going to, because states have the rights to pass their own laws as long as it doesn't contradict federal law. That's called federalism. You don't know more about America than I do,
bro. You're not refuting my point. You're what you said does not go against what I'm saying. You pretty much proved my point by saying that they can't interfere as long as it doesn't go against the Constitution.
It's already
as long constitutional law is the law of the land, but states have their own laws that also the federal government can impose on their own individual state.
No. Bro, you don't even understand your question that you asked me.
It's not a question. You don't even get that I'm not asking a question.
You just said that was a question, bro.
Well, you left that question in the dust a long time ago. You answered. You said no. So that's the only question. No, because it's their own state. They control the laws when it comes as it pertains to those things. When it comes to the state, the individual state.
That's not why. The Constitution, okay, is the law of the land. So states, and state legislators, they can vote on certain things they want to do in the state. So federalism, the federal government allows states to come up with reasonable laws. They can't be stupid like Jim Crow. Okay, they can't violate the civil rights, the constitutional rights, but they can come up with laws amongst themselves. Every state. So some states you can be 17 to drive, some states 18, some states 15. That's states are allowed to do that. Government allows them to do that as long as it don't violate your civil or constitutional rights. It's okay. That does not contradict anything. But now, if a state try to pass something that's like discriminatory or race-based, the federal government will step in and say, "No, sir."
Let's get to the point here. Do states have their own economy?
Again, all right. Here's a better question.
Do they? You're not gonna answer the question?
Well, it's just goofy questions, man.
How's it a goofy question? Do they have their own economy?
Of course, you idiot.
Okay, well, if they have their own economy, all right. If they have their own economy, why would you leave one state's economy to go to another state and not contribute to the economy that you're originally from?
Okay, because some states are behind other states as far as industrialism. Like, for example, you don't know.
You just proving my point, but go ahead.
You don't have a point. You're just saying random stuff.
You asked why Jamaicans left Jamaica, so I'm using the same logic. I'm using the same logic, but go ahead.
No,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're gonna say the same things that I said. Economic opportunity.
I gotta mute you because if I start talking over you, it's gonna sound sloppy. Okay, stop it. I can leave if one state is slow. I can leave this state and go to another state. Okay, because none of these states are successful without us being here, being the labor force. So you're like straight skipping past that. You're skipping past why are other states even more profitable than other states? That has all to do with our free labor. Okay, you don't know that. You don't know our history, and this is where we got delineate for you guys. You don't even know why these states are even popping. It has everything to do with us being over here. Everything. That's why they're popping. The Great Migration, the industrialization, all that type of stuff. That's because our labor, our free labor over here. You know nothing. As a matter of fact, unmute yourself. All right. Because he's asking just random questions. I already said federalism allows states to draw their own rules and laws and ordinances, city ordinances, as long as it doesn't contradict your civil rights or your constitutional rights. Okay, I already established that. But now he's talking about states, we're going this state over that state. Bro, our labor is the reason why that state popping. So yeah, we're going to take advantage of whatever our labor help get popping. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with convict leasing?
What's convict leasing, bro?
Okay. Are you familiar with peonage, the peonage system?
What is the peonage system? Go ahead, bro.
Okay. So these are other ways outside of slavery. So when slavery was abolished, the South, they enacted, even the North, they enacted black codes and Jim Crow. And because the 13th Amendment left a little loophole that said slavery is abolished unless you are convicted of a crime. So what they started to do is they started to convict us of crimes that really we didn't commit, like vagrancy, truancy, just trumped up charges. And this is like documented, like historically. Like this, white folks don't even run from this. They started to lock us up and charge us with bogus crimes, therefore leading to a peonage system of slavery and a convict leasing of slavery. Now, Miss Alabama, during convict leasing, 73% of Alabama's economy was based off convict leasing FBAs. Chat, listen to what I'm saying. 73% of Alabama's economy, he said economy, was based off convict leasing.
Bro, I mean, I'm really trying to figure out where you're going.
I'm mute you because right now I'm educated. I'm educated. Okay, so when we talk about reparations, right? We talk about land. They literally owe us states. When you look at how many states' economy was solely based off convict leasing, the peonage system, when you look at how much they depended on our labor, they owe us probably 4 states. We talking about land here, 40 acres a mule. They probably owe us 4 states. No. Plus the bag. We're talking about land. They probably owe us states, plural. 73% of Alabama's economy was convict leasing, an illegal, unconstitutional practice. He doesn't know this stuff. That's why he just can talk freely and just say what he want to say. And when I make sense, it doesn't make sense to him, but it makes sense to you because you always lived here. He didn't. He most likely came here after 1965. Oh, my fault. I muted you. I meant to mute.
So yeah, I just want to make a few points. You know, he kind of spoke about economic sanctions, like it's not a big deal. You know, like it's nothing. You know, economic sanctions. Well, we all know that economic sanctions they cripple economies. You know, they take away all the jobs, they take away all the careers, all that good stuff. But in addition to those things, another thing that a lot of these dudes they always conveniently leave out of the argument. They always leave out of the argument the exploitative measures that the country that they're so involved in at this particular point, the United States. They always leave out the fact that this country is known for going to these other countries, exploiting the resources, destabilizing the economy, and then bringing all those riches back to the United States economy. Like, that's what these dudes do. That's what the United States government and other European powers, that's what they do. They go into these other countries, they destabilize the economy, because he was talking a little bit earlier about, how Black people were exploited within the country. And we acknowledge that. We all know about slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, all these things. But Black people across the diaspora were suffering from the very same things in their respective countries as a result of the same people that he's talking about. The same people that did it to him and his ancestors did it to us and our ancestors. We all got the same ancestors. I don't know why dudes like him and Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell, these dudes want to duck and dodge around that. Like, DNA don't lie, but we ain't got to go into the DNA. It is what it is. And then he mentions fleeing, right? Now, let me see if he still keeps the same energy. Is he familiar with the 20,000 Americans during the 1800s who left the country to go to Liberia and Sierra Leone in order to repopulate those areas? Did they flee? Did the African Americans who went to Haiti when Haiti was offering refuge over in Haiti, giving African Americans free land and money, did they flee when they went to Haiti in order to escape the crimes and the degradation and everything that was going on within the country? Did they flee? Like, this flee word is very disrespectful, but I only hear it. But not only is it disrespectful, it's very subjectively and selectively used. If we're gonna say people was fleeing, then we just got to be consistent all the way across the board. Everybody be fleeing if that's the case, right? But at the end of the day, we know that when economic hardship is a real thing, war is a real thing, people went through hardships, and you can't victim blame people for doing what they thought they had to do in order to get out of the situation that they were in. And then he mentioned something along the lines of people going back. Like, when you go and you settle into an area, it's very rare you go back to where you came from, especially if you have kids, you met a husband, you got 2 generations, 3 generations in. You're not gonna necessarily go back, especially when the place that you're going back to is still going through the same things you originally went through, or the same things that when you're originally thinking about were going through at that particular time. So, there's just a whole lot of contradictions. Like, these dudes, they always tell half truths, only a part of the story. They don't talk about the economic sanctions. They don't talk about the exploitative things the government does to these other countries, the reasons why they have immigrants in the first place, the quote unquote aid that these governments give so they can make deals with these corrupt governments, politicians that they put in place so that they can exploit the resources from them. Meanwhile, destroying the economy, destroying the people. They don't talk about these things. Why don't they talk about these things? Because it's way more convenient to talk about Black people. It's easy to talk about Black people. and what black people don't do, and what black people could be doing, and what black people did. It's easy to talk about black people because we the weakest. I hate to say it, but right now we the weakest. We working on that shit. We got stuff going on right now in Africa, Burkina Faso, the Sahel, all that, which these dudes don't talk about that. Of course not, because it doesn't suit their agenda, because they want everybody to believe that everybody who's foreign is fleeing their country, and they're in the shithole countries, or whatever kind of agenda that they're painting. And I'm not specifically talking about the brother here on the line, but Tariq Nasheed is really who I'm directing all this energy at. I don't really listen to Yvette Carnell like that, but that's the agenda that's being perpetrated out here. When in the reality is we all got everything that went on here in the United States, everything that you named that black people had to go through here in the United States. Everybody, all black people across the world had to go through the same thing, and it's the same people doing the same things to everybody across the world, and nor him or anyone else can disprove that. You want to hide behind governments, but these governments, a government ain't nothing but a corporation that some dude put together, right? But it's all the same people. If you trace the founders of this country, the same founders of this country are the same people who are the founders of the UK, who are the same people who are the founders of France, who are the same people who are these people are all the same people, but we fighting amongst ourselves about government borders and things like that, nonsensical things that don't make sense in the larger scope of things. So I land my plane right there, bro. You can say what you're gonna say.
Okay, so now FBA, but you got a problem with us, who you would call Black Americans. You got a problem with us coming up with a term. It could be FBA, it could be ADOS, it could be anything, right? It could be CCCCC. Do you have a problem with us coming up with our own self-identifying term?
No.
Okay. So are you aware of what delineating means? Like, let me ask you this. What does it mean to you? That's a better question. What does it mean to you when we say we want to delineate?
Means nothing to me.
Now, I mean, like, it's an actual word. I mean, the action, because to delineate is an act. That's a verb. So when we say we wanted to delineate, or let's say when we agree with Tariq Nasheed and say we want to delineate, or when we agree with Yvette and say we want to disaggregate, like when you hear that, what do you think we're trying to communicate to the world?
We're not like those black people over there.
Well, we're not like, what we're saying is like, we're not like nobody outside of us. Like, just like a Jamaican is like nobody outside of Jamaicans, Nigerians. When you talk about Italians, like they got Italian pride. They're saying we're different Europeans than other Europeans from Europe. The Germans are saying, yo, we're different than you guys. And like the Lithuanians ain't saying, no, you're divisive because you want to be called, Scottish. That's or Irish. No, they're like, no, we're actually different. Like this ain't no game. We're actually different. So for us, what we're saying is it was fair game. Not okay. This got nothing to do with you. This is beyond the Caribbean. What we're saying is that we were fair game. Everybody had a delineating term, and delineate just means to draw the line. That's all it means. To draw. It's separating you from the others. It's like drawing a border. It's like, hey, this is my territory, and for us. Everything else, you guys got to claim your own territory. And the territory in this term is your identity. It's your ethnic identifier. Jamaican, Croatian, Ukrainian, like those are your ethnic identifiers. So we never really had one. Or better yet, we never came up with one ourselves. Something that we agreed to. We never agreed to color. We never agreed to Negroes, right? So when we got a chance to call ourselves something, it was Black, okay? But then, like later on, it was co-opted, and because you got Black Hispanics, you got Black Indians, right? So now it's like, okay, we got to specify now what type of Black we are. See, we don't want to do that. We don't want to keep specifying. We want to be like you. When you say Jamaican, that's clear, all right? Who is Jamaican, who isn't? Okay, so now in around like 2016-ish, 17-ish, we say, you know what? Well, there was already a term for us back in the 1800s, which was free people. So there was already a term out there that Abraham Lincoln said, the free people, the emancipated persons. But we came up, but he said that. So, but we said, you know what? we want to name ourselves. So finally we said, hey man, we're ADOS, we're American descendant slaves. And then, Tariq later on made some alteration. He said, you know what? We're FBA, we're Foundation of Black Americans. And what I kind of did with FBA, I like to combine that with free people. So if you got a problem with Foundation of Black Americans, I would say, okay, well, we're free Black Americans or free people of America. It's different ways you could remix it, but it's still pointing to the same people, right? So like you said earlier, the boats drop people off, Caribbean, Brazil. But this boat, when we say ADOS, we're talking about the boat that dropped Africans off, right, over here in America. And as a result, they went through an ethnogenesis. Now, you said those Liberians. Let me get to that. So those folks that went to Liberia, you can say fled. For those who went to Haiti, you can say fled, no problem with that. I just think like hell that my ancestors didn't flee. They say, no, we're staying here. And everybody in that chat, and everybody listen to this in the future, you should be proud, even more proud, that your ancestor ain't fall for that fleeing bait. They said, nah, I'm good. I'm going to fight. Okay. So those who went to Haiti, they're Haitian now. Those who went to Liberia, they're Liberian now. They went through their own ethnogenesis. Hundreds of years somewhere else, adopting that culture, that language, that food, you dig? That's who you are. So we appreciate allies, right? So if there's a Hispanic, Chinese that want to ally with us and they have a history of being cool with us, you know what I mean? We appreciate that. There's some black Jamaicans, Guyanese, or whoever that has a good rapport with us, and they on code. We're not gonna run them all. We appreciate that. What we don't appreciate is the ones who admit that their mother taught them to hate us. I got so many testimonials of black immigrants, Nigerian, Jamaican, just name it. All of them, Sudanese, Rwanda, all Rwandan, all these people are admitting that their parents taught them when they come to America, stay away from Black Americans. And they got like funny names for us, I'm not going to say, but they made that known. Stay away from them.
Okay. What she said, yeah. Wow, that's really a lot of hate, I feel like. But like my mom would agree with that comment. She would agree with that post. She would say like, lazy, like loud, rude, all the negative connotations.
That's interesting. So let's explore that.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah, but I also will say that like my parents definitely came over here with stereotypes about African Americans.
Ignorance from our parents as well. Our parents say things to us in which, at least I can't speak for African Americans, but I know Africans, our parents say things to try to get us to stick with other Africans instead of branching out, and for that festered. So now it just lives on as we get older.
So I agree with her in that aspect, but also another thing I feel like isn't talked about enough is the way our parents will talk about Black Americans. Because if we're being honest with ourselves, our parents are not respectful. They will say things to try to instill within us to divide away from them, but like being lazy or not as clean or stuff like that. And I feel like that also helps perpetuate the divide, which also needs to be acknowledged.
And then some blame movies, right? We watch movies about you guys. That's why we didn't like y'all. I say, okay, whatever. But you can't come to us with that mentality. So if they said that, and it's true, that means that they delineated first. They were divisive first. They came over here with those vibes. Stay away from Black Americans.
When Africans are immigrating to the United States, their idea of African Americans, like, take away modern times where we have like the internet and everything, it's coming from TV, right? Where they're just seeing these rappers and these music videos, and you're seeing these movies and TV shows with people shooting guns and like cussing.
So when we try to, hey, what's going on? Hey, and we try to build with you and talk to you, get to know you, you're being standoffish. So being standoffish might get you called a name. Because after a while, we be like, yo, why you acting like that? And now we're going to become who we are. Okay, we got jokes. Okay, well, this is you now. You dig? And we're gonna mock you, but the standoffish is what's gonna provoke that. And that's what a lot of Black immigrants openly admit to. I can just play a plethora of videos, which I always do in my openings, of how many different Black immigrants say their parents taught them to hate us. Our parents never, there's no foundation Americans you're going to find, foundation Black Americans you're going to find say their parents taught us to hate Black immigrants or anybody. The best you're going to get is probably the Nation of Islam hating white folks. That's the best you're going to get. Or the Hebrew Israelites. But outside of them, and that's white folks. But you ain't going to find no Black family, no Black household, no Black community that taught their children to stay away from Black people from different countries. That's not going to happen, bro. There's no such thing as that in this country amongst us. So that is the difference between us. Like, you guys bring that divisive spirit over here because you were told by whoever, movie, your mother, the white man, whoever told you some negative things about us. You get over here and you don't experience those negative things, but you still hold those negative biases. That's just irrefutable. Like, dude, you're talking about Tariq, but you have a double standard, and you're hypocritical. Because when I talk about Marcus Garvey and show that he's actually a scammer, you wanted to talk about Biden pardoning him. Yo, people get pardoned. That doesn't mean you're innocent. When you Biden also pardoned his son. Was his son innocent? Like, yes, y'all getting this pardon thing mixed up. Pardon is literally a get out of jail free card. When somebody get pardoned, it doesn't matter if they're guilty or innocent. It's a get out of jail free card. So Biden pardoned Marcus Garvey. That doesn't mean he's innocent. He was clearly guilty. He admitted himself he was guilty, but he tried to say he had pure intentions. But he does not deny him scamming, selling stocks to ships he did not own. That's his history. There's no way to get around that.
Let me say a few things real quick, bro, and then I'm gonna ask you a question. Then I'm gonna jump off because I'm gonna go get something to eat. But let me just address a few things that you said, man. You were talking about how Black FBAs wanted their own identity, and I don't even like saying the word FBA, but I'll say Black Americans want their own identity. And then you made a comparison to Jamaicans and things like that. And I always hear people make this argument.
Why don't you want to call us what we want to be called?
Well, you're speaking for 40 million people, and it's just you. You want to be called FBA, and that's fine.
Yeah, but you're talking to me, and
you're
talking to me, and you're talking to FBAs.
Well, I'll call you by your name. I mean, if you want to be called FBA, cool.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You're on the FBA channel.
But you're not the spokesperson for 40 million.
I am a spokesperson. I am a spokesperson.
No, you don't speak for 40 million people. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Hold on.
I don't speak for all Jamaicans. You don't speak for all Black people in America.
This is what you
Come
just
on, man.
Gotcha.
No. But listen.
Wait, hold on. You're not as witty as you think. I just said,
bro. I'm being very straightforward. But go ahead.
I said, why don't you call us what we want to be said? You said all FBAs. You said all Black Americans. I said, cool. I said, but you're talking to me. I would like to be called FBA. So I'm speaking for me now. In the chat would like, because you're talking to us. You even said earlier, I'm talking to the chat. Okay, well, bro, we would like to be called FBAs.
That was earlier. I'm no longer. I'm just making a general statement.
Yeah, but you're still speaking to us. But you don't have to. But I'm just pointing out to the chat. This is the more reason why we can't rock with them. They can't respect our right.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that you and Tariq do. You act like you speak for 40 million people when you don't. You speak. Wait. You speak.
I'm not.
No, but you're mixing the two though.
No,
you're mixing the two.
Of course, but I'm saying tonight. Okay, watch this. It's no confusion. I'm saying tonight. You're speaking to me. I'm speaking for myself. And I'm speaking for the chat. I'm not speaking for all of Black Americans tonight for this phone call only. I'm speaking for me, myself, and the chat. That's it. Because we're the only people listening right now. So I'm saying we would like to be called. You don't have to. You got the right to say whatever you want to say. I'm saying we would like to be called FBAs, but I'm making a bigger point. I'm saying that these guys that get mad at us want to be away from them and want them back in Jamaica, where they from, out of here. They can't respect our wish. The Hebrew Israelites, right? I don't agree with all that. But if I'm talking to one, I'm going to call them an Israelite because that's what he want to be called. If I'm talking to a Moor, to Harker Bay, I don't believe in that. But if he says, "Hey, I'm gonna call him a Moor," because that I don't even believe in that stuff. I don't accept the LGBT. But if they want to be called that, I'm gonna call them that because that's what they want to be called. But that's just how we do. But go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, you're confusing a ideological group or a religious group with an ethnicity. Those are two different things.
Okay.
There's already a name for the ethnicity. It's called African American.
Okay.
That's the actual name. FBA is something else. You know, it's really Tariq Nasheed's online store / fan club. All right, that's really what it is. But let me get to the point I wanted to make. And the point I wanted to really make is that I hear this comparison between, you know, how Black people in America want to self-identify themselves. And first of all, I don't have no issue, but the comparison is always weird because they always, you said this earlier, you said something about how Jamaicans are called Jamaicans and Haitians are called Haitians and are called Black Haitians or whatever the case. But Jamaica is a country. There are white Jamaicans, there are Black Jamaicans, there are Chinese Jamaicans, and guess what? When they go anywhere else, they call themselves Jamaicans or Haitians or whatever country that they were born in. By the logic that you're using, everybody should want to call themselves Americans because you're born in America or the United States, people born in the United States called Americans. So there's really no need for another name outside of Americans if that's the logic that you're using to make these arguments. So that's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing I want to say is you mentioned something about how people who are immigrants, they bring a divisive spirit. I mean, this is stuff that comes directly out of Tariq Nasheed's mouth, directly out of his mouth. You know, you say you don't regurgitate his talking points, but I'm hearing a lot of his talking points coming out of your mouth. Bro, first of all, tribalism is already, that's already in our history, tribalism. We've been doing that. You do that here in the United States. We do it in Jamaica. We do it in Africa. Yeah, you do. Crips and the Bloods, ever heard of them?
Yeah. Well,
Vice Lords.
Wait, hold on. The Crips and let me educate you. Are there Jamaicans in the Crips and Bloods?
Possibly, maybe.
Okay. Keep going. Done. Cooked you there, but go ahead.
You didn't though, because all you did was further prove my point. That is tribalism. Essentially, you're aligning yourself with a particular tribe and you're going against another tribe. Tribalism. That's what it is. It doesn't matter. It's not based on ethnicity. It's based on what you bang, but that's tribalism.
No, because first of all, can somebody be a former Crip?
What do you mean? Can you be a former Crip? I mean, these are irrelevant talking points. At the end of the day,
it's just yes or no. Can you be a former Crip?
No, actually, some people say when you're a Crip for life.
Okay, all right, go ahead, brother.
A lot of these gangs, they don't let you leave. You a Crip for life.
My man.
You might not bang anymore, but you still gonna be considered a Crip or a Blood.
No, you're not. Well, once somebody drop that flag, that's it. But anyway, go ahead.
You're still okay, and then them Bloods see you and they know that you be with them Crip people. Guess what? You still a Crip.
But that's fantasy because Bloods and Crips hang together. I don't know if that's fantasy you talking right now.
Okay, all right. So everybody been making up everything about Bloods and Crips. Okay, it's okay. So Bloods and Crips really don't have nothing going on. GDs, the Vice Lords, there's none of that going on. You're right. Okay, I just made it up just now. All right, but cool.
That's TV.
All right. Okay. You mentioned some other stuff about bad stereotypes from parents and people coming into the country and them having like a certain ideology about Black people when they come to the United States. And it's just like, bro, if you watch somebody on TV and they're portrayed in a certain light, then that's how you're gonna view them when you see them in person.
So you talked earlier. So you guys never watched Mo Better Blues? You guys never watched Denzel Washington The Man on Fire. So you guys only watch degenerate movies.
Is that on BT all day, 24/7? What do you see on TV?
Yes.
What do you see? You see back to back repeat of Baby Boy. You see Baby Boy 17,000 times.
Yeah, but okay, hold on.
America, go ahead.
Okay, but hold on. See, but here's the difference though. You're watching movies about us, but you guys are now. Watch this. Now here's the thing that you got to sit down and think about. You guys watch movies about us being violent, and then you guys say, "Hey, they must be violent," as though you're better. You guys lead the world in violence. So it's so like let's.
Come on, bro. You sound like a white supremacist right now, bro. Come on.
No, I'm making a picture.
Go ahead.
My point is, if you guys were against violence and you watch us be violent in movies, I can kind of get the logic a little bit, right? But if you guys are the most violent people in the world and you're watching us become violent, then it's no big deal. It's supposed to be like that's something you're accustomed to, you're used to. So you guys are the most violent. So whatever violence we do in the movie, you're still more violent than that. So why do you look at us? Oh, they're violent, they're bad. But you're violent too, and you're the most violent. So aren't you bad too? But anyway, go ahead, brother. You got it.
I mean, it's crazy. You just generalize like millions of people. you just generalize. You put all millions of people in one box. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's a fact though. Jamaica led the world for like 10, 13 years straight to being the most violent country in the world. That's not propaganda. That's a fact.
Okay, the most violent country in the world.
Yeah.
Okay,
you are the world, Chicago.
I mean, it's crazy. You said the world Chicago, so Chicago's a real place. But anyway,
but Jamaica's a real place.
Okay, but Chicago is too. So what are you saying? And this is the thing that you guys do. This is the thing that you guys do. You try to make one distinction. You try to say, "Oh,
that's not what we're doing.
We're not that violent over here. You guys are most violent on this side." And but they put the same label on all black people.
Brother, I'm not doing that. I'm saying Chicago is compared to other cities in America, not to other cities worldwide, because there's other cities that's still those Spanish cities make Chicago look like Beverly Hills. So what I'm saying is Chicago is seen dangerous when you compare it to American cities. But when you compare Chicago to world cities, Chicago's not number one. But if you compare Jamaica to other countries, you're number one.
Bro, they put the same title on any place that's populated full of black people. Name one place that has a bunch of black people in it or people of color, and it's not the most violent place on earth. Name one. Name one.
So you can finish, you can ask the question, because you had a question for me. So go ahead and finish what you got to say. I'm going to go on mute, and you can ask the question.
Yeah, bro. I just want to, cook on some of these talking points, man. At the end of the day, when you're shown a certain image of somebody and you pull up on them, that's the image that you're going to get when you come to the country. It's just regular human behavior. You watch videos about the boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? If you see something that look like it could be the boogeyman, you're going to be scared. You watch videos about E.T. and not E.T., but the alien versus predator or alien. You see something that looks like that, you're gonna be scared because it's the programming that we get when we watch TV, when we watch social media. But this is the thing, regular human behavior. But this is the thing with these conversations, we never talk about who's putting out this information, who's portraying these people these certain types of way. We talk about the result, but we never talk about the cause, right? These conversations are always like that. And, very disingenuous conversations, But I want to ask a question, bro. I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to wait for the answer. I ain't going to cook as long as you did. I'm going to ask a question, wait for the answer. I'm going to listen to the answer, and then I'm going to drop off. My question to you, bro, is, and I'm going to listen to understand. I'm not even going to listen to respond. I'm going to listen to understand. How is FBA delineation tangibly beneficial? Period. And I'm going to leave you with that question. Answer that as best as you can.
Good question. So it's tangibly beneficial because for the first time, a lot of us are putting down our religious differences. We're putting down most differences that we would normally have with each other. Yeah, I was against Sarasu and Seti's, Pan-Africanist position, right? But the fact that he embraces FBA, I excuse that. Like, I don't care. He could be Pan-Africans all day. I don't give a damn. The fact that he embraces FBA, I'm back in tune with him. I'm back watching. So that's a tangible difference. It made us lock arms in a way, like nothing, like probably similar to like the civil rights movement. It made us lock arms regardless of our personal indifferences. And that's some things I'm trying to like let the chat know. Like, stop arguing over simple stuff amongst yourselves, and because this is what they want. They want us to divide on small things. The fact that it don't matter if this person is Native American or he's not. He's still FBA because he most likely got a lineage going back to slavery. So if he want to be Native American, so what? He's still FBA. If he want to be Christian, Muslim, atheist, he's still FBA. So that's what it did for us, what it did for me. It made me stop arguing with my own people. So that was my resolution this year, is to argue least as possible the FBAs. And that's a tangible difference, because before I got on code, I was arguing with my folks on the smallest things. So that is something that did for me. And it got all of us that acknowledge ourselves as FBA and ADOS, it got all of us with one common idea. And so let me correct you a little bit. So ADOS is more centered on reparations, not FBA. FBA, so we say, hey, they don't do reparations. Well, that was never our main thing. FBA, that's ADOS. So when Tariq was saying ADOS, he was saying reparations. And then he would use FBA and ADOS interchangeably. But once he starts saying FBA, he was saying reparations, he was saying tangibles, and tangibles ain't reparations. Tangibles is set aside anything from your state, local government outside of reparations, right? So that just, because he's also asking for black or FBA hate crimes. That's not reparations. So he started to expand it past reparations when ADOS was more centered on reparations. So Tariq Nasheed started to expand FBA beyond reparations. And then it got to a point, hey, we this is our lineage. This is our ethnic identifier. I don't know if ADOS goes that far to say that ADOS is their ethnic identifier. But Tariq Nasheed is now saying, hey, this is a better identifier for us than the things that we were called before, because those things are not all exclusive. They are inclusive. Elon Musk come over here, he's African American. So that's why we can't do African American, brother, because Elon Musk is African American if he gets citizenship. And those South Americans, so those South Africans you're talking about, so are they when they come over here. They're African Americans. That's why we can't do that. So we're that smart to know to beat it ahead of time. No, we're not African American, because all of those white folks that come over here, those South Africans, once they get citizenship, they are now African American. We're good. But one thing they can't say is that they're ADOS. You can't either. And you can't say you're foundational Black American, and you can't say you're emancipated persons or a free person. You can't say that. So those are the terminology we stick with. But tangibly, that's what it did for us. It made us lock arms and embrace each other and love each other, kind of similar to the civil rights movement.
I would just argue that none of what you were mentioning was tangible. You know, they were more symbolic.
No,
maybe spiritual. Maybe, you know, there was nothing there that you could extrapolate that was anything tangible.
Well, everything. Well, hold on, hey, bro. Everything starts with an idea. So all tangibles, every last one of them, started with an idea. A universal idea. You had to believe America, right? For the British subjects to come over here, they all had the same idea. They were all against the British oppression, the taxation representation, and all these different things, how they've been treated as British subjects, right? They didn't like that. But they all had the idea, and the idea turned into something tangible. So for us, we're not going to skip that process. It starts off with an idea, and we're all becoming aware of the idea, and more and more Black people, Black Americans, are adopting either ADOS, free people, or FBAs. More and more. I just briefly ran it past my aunt, who knows nothing about Tariq or nobody. Like, she's straight Democrat, straight liberal to the core, right? Kamala Harris all day. I just briefly ran it past her. I didn't know how she respond. And when she said, "Tell me more about it," I told her. She said, "Yeah, well, we're FBA, because we can trace our lineage back beyond 1870 census." But that's how easy it is for a Black American just to say, "That's what it is." Oh yeah, okay, I'm cool. So the reason why 43 million ain't on cool, because 43 million don't know. Like they're still doing what they want to do, and they're not in these spaces. But as long as we keep talking about it and talking to them, bro, they're hopping on. Yeah, I told my boy that's back in Jersey. Again, he don't care about this stuff. But I just briefly ran it past him. He's like, "Yo, tell me more." And like, he not all the way on board right now. But he's listening. Like, "Yo, let me hear more." But like, that's how easy it's for us to like get on code. But again, it's the idea first. So we're not going to skip past the idea and go to tangibles. No, it's important to have the same idea. Get on. That's what on code is. Get on code. Get on code. You hear them? You hear us. Get on code. Adolf's got their own mantra, right? But it's to get on code, and then the tangibles come afterwards. But right now, it's a beautiful symbolic feeling right now. It feels good to be loved and to love your people unconditionally.
Right. Now, I'm gonna say something that's gonna throw you into a frenzy right now, bro.
No,
it's gonna be very simple too.
No.
It will. Do you realize that what you're describing are the principles of Pan-Africanism?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, bro. Getting on the same page, the same ideas. This is Pan-Africanism, bro. That's what that is. Collaborating with black people, other black people, uniting, locking arms. This is Pan-Africanism, bro.
Can I respond?
That's what it is. Sure.
Okay, but that's not how Marcus Garvey defined his. Again, you guys don't know more Marcus Garvey than me. Marcus Garvey did not define his Pan-Africanism that way. Marcus Garvey defined his Pan-Africanism as to overthrow white colonial power in Africa and have a government ran by him where he'll be the president. That was his blatant definition of Pan-Africanism. Now you guys remixed it later, but your leader, your king, he said Pan-Africanism was to go into Africa and dethrone the white man. So you could try.
You know that Marcus Garvey didn't create Pan-Africanism, right? It was around before he got there.
Oh, but I'm gonna use that word. He was a spokesman for it.
Okay, he was one of the spokesmen for it, but he wasn't the only spokesman for it. And he's not the founder. He's not the creator of Pan-Africanism.
So who was the spokesman of Pan-Africanism?
Who was one of the spokesmen of Pan-Africanism?
That was largest because so Garvey had, they say, up to like hundreds of thousands to 1 million followers. Okay, so what influence? Because again, you said tangible. These are your words. You said, so what tangibles came out of this? So I want to know so name your guy and tell me what tangibles follow that person.
I mean, we could name a lot of. First of all, we could argue that the civil rights. I'm saying I could argue that the civil rights movement was a Pan-African movement.
No, it wasn't. So now let me educate you again. The civil rights movement. The civil rights movement spun from it was A. Philip Randolph. He's literally called the father of the civil rights movement. This came from his labor union thing, and also the trains. They had a big movement on the trains. There was a lot of job opportunities on the train, and they were getting paid under white folks, but then they started to be discriminated against. So A. Philip Randolph had joined that protest later, and then he founded his labor union. He had the first Black labor union in America. Okay, so now the civil rights spun off that because he was fighting for equal rights and equal pay for those people riding the trains and in the labor unions. Okay, so this predates the civil rights movement. So no, you're wrong. The civil rights movement was literally founded by A. Philip Randolph. He's called the father of it. Try again. You don't know more Black history than me, bro. You could keep trying, but you don't.
A. Philip Randolph was not a supporter of Black immigration, colonization, or back to Africa movements. Instead, he strongly believed in fighting for civil rights, economic justice, and full integration within American society. Below is a detailed explanation of his stance. 1. Opposition to emigration and colonization. Randolph did not believe that black Americans should leave the United States in search of a better life elsewhere. Unlike figures such as Marcus Garvey, who promoted the idea of returning to Africa through the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, Randolph rejected the notion that black Americans would be better off elsewhere. He believed that African Americans had a rightful claim to full citizenship, economic opportunities, and political power in the United States. Not 2. Advocacy for integration and civil rights. Randolph's philosophy was rooted in socialism and labor activism, and he saw black progress as dependent on achieving equality within the existing American system, rather than seeking solutions abroad. He focused on labor rights, economic empowerment, and dismantling segregation through political and social activism. Some key aspects of his activism included the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, BSCP. Randolph fought for fair wages and better working conditions for black workers, particularly the Pullman porters. The March on Washington movement, 1941. He pressured President Franklin D. Roosevelt to desegregate the defense industry, which led to Executive Order 88802, banning racial discrimination in federal employment. Civil rights advocacy, 1963 March on Washington. He played a key role in organizing the historic March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, where Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. 3. Criticism of Marcus Garvey and Back to Africa ideology. Randolph was an outspoken critic of Marcus Garvey and his Back to Africa movement. He viewed Garvey's ideas as unrealistic and counterproductive, arguing that black Americans should focus on gaining political and economic power within the US, rather than abandoning the country. He also condemned Garvey's leadership and financial practices, supporting investigations into the UNIA's business dealings. 4. Belief in economic and political struggles in America. Randolph believed that true freedom for black Americans could only be achieved through labor unions, fair wages, and legal protections. He worked closely with both black and white labor leaders to advocate for policies that would benefit all working-class Americans, rather than seeking separate solutions for black people outside the US. Conclusion. A. Philip Randolph was firmly against black emigration, colonization, or Back to Africa movements. He believed that black Americans should claim their rights and opportunities within the US, rather than seeking refuge elsewhere. His efforts were dedicated to economic justice, civil rights, and labor movements aimed at achieving full equality in America.
Bro, describe Pan-Africanism to me outside of Garvey's definition.
Well, I only know Garvey's. Can you get some?
Oh, now you only know Garvey's. Let's just look up the definition of Pan. Let's look up the definition. Let's look up the definition.
Just hold on, because you said they were.
Just look up the definition. That's all.
You can do that. I don't mind that, but I'm saying
okay.
But listen, you told us that they were Pan-Africanists that predated Marcus Garvey. Give me one name, please.
Alexander Cromwell.
Okay. Now, what did he do that was tangible compared to Garvey? And how? Go ahead.
So you keep deflecting. You keep moving the goalposts.
No, because listen,
come on, man.
I'm not. I'm giving you back the standard. I say I live by
moving the goalposts, bro.
No, sir. I live by one standard, and I apply it to all people. You do the same. Try it. So now you say Alexander Cromwell was Pan-Africanist before Garvey. Okay, so how many people he influenced? How many followers? And where was he at? What state? What state was he at?
Well, I don't need to give you a history lesson on Alexander Cromwell. I'm just proving the point.
Just Google shit.
You're deflecting from the argument.
Yo,
what you described.
I'm gonna do it for you.
Your tangible benefit that you described that comes out of FBA. Your tangible benefit was literally the definition of Pan-Africanism.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna leave it right there, bro. You deflected and you going all these other places.
Yes, the American Colonization Society, ACS, played a significant role in influencing Alexander Crummell to go to Liberia, though his involvement was complex and sometimes strained. Below is a detailed breakdown of Cromwell's relationship with the ACS, his motivations, and whether he acted independently or under ACS influence. #I Who was Alexander Crummell? Crummell, 1819 to 1898, was an African-American intellectual, clergyman, abolitionist, and Pan-Africanist. He was deeply invested in racial uplift, black nationalism, and the idea of African redemption. He rejected American racism and saw Africa as a place where black people could thrive outside of white supremacy. 2. The ACS and its influence on Crummell. The American Colonization Society, ACS, was founded in 1816 to encourage free black people to migrate to Liberia. However, the ACS was controversial because some white supporters wanted to remove free black people from America to maintain white dominance. Some black Americans, like Paul Cuffey and Crummell, saw Liberia as a land of opportunity. Many black leaders, like Frederick Douglass, opposed the ACS, seeing it as a way to avoid granting black Americans equal rights. 1. Crummell's early encounters with the ACS. As a young intellectual and minister, Crummell was familiar with ACS-backed emigrationist ideas. Unlike radical abolitionists who opposed the ACS, Crummell was open to its ideas of black self-determination in Africa. He was drawn to Liberia's potential as a black-led Christian republic rather than as a colony run by white Americans. 2. Crummell's decision to go to Liberia, 1853 to 1854. He was influenced by both the ACS and his own beliefs. The ACS had already established Liberia in 1821 to 1822, and by the time Crummell considered moving there, the colony was an independent black republic, 1847. Crummell wanted to contribute to an African Christian civilization and believed black Americans could help develop Liberia into a strong, self-sufficient nation. The ACS provided logistical support, ship passage, connections, but Crummell was not simply following orders. He had his own vision for Liberia. Comparison of Alexander Crummell's views with other Pan-Africanists of his era. Alexander Crummell, 1898 to 1898, was a key intellectual in early Pan-Africanism, but he had distinct views compared to other Pan-Africanists of his time. Below is a comparative analysis of his beliefs and how they aligned or differed from other Pan-African thinkers. 1. Alexander Crummell's Pan-Africanist views. Core beliefs.
Christianity and civilization. Believed in the Christianization and Western-style education of Africa as the path to black advancement. Black self-determination. Advocated for black-led nation-building in Africa, particularly through Liberia. Elitism and leadership. Supported the idea of an educated black elite guiding African development. African-American responsibility. Thought that black Americans had a duty to help develop Africa politically, economically, and spiritually. Criticism of white racism. Criticized America's racism but believed Liberia could be a refuge for black Americans. Alexander Crummell, 1819 to 1898. Advocated for Liberia as a model black nation. Supported Christianity and Western education as tools for African progress. Initially aligned but later critical of ACS paternalism. Thought black Americans had a duty to lead and uplift Africa. Edward Wilmot Blyden, 1832 to 1912. Advocated for a modern, self-sufficient African state. Rejected Western assimilation. Promoted African cultural pride alongside Islam and Christianity. Worked with ACS but promoted African cultural independence. Thought black Americans could help but should respect African culture. Martin Delaney, 1812 to 1885. Wanted an independent black nation, but preferred Central/South America. Rejected assimilation, supported African cultural preservation. Opposed ACS, saw it as a racist scheme to remove black people from the U.S. Supported black migration, but not under ACS control. Henry Highland Garnet, 1815 to 1882. Advocated for a black exodus from the U.S. to Africa. Supported Christianity, but also militant resistance to slavery. Initially supported ACS, but later worked independently for black migration. Supported African migration for economic and political independence. Paul Cuffey, 1759 to 1817, promoted voluntary migration to Africa, supported Christian missions and trade with Africa, worked closely with the ACS, thought Black Americans should engage in trade and nation building in Africa. 3. Were other Pan-Africanists influenced by the ACS? Yes, but in different ways. Some, like Crummell and Blyden, worked with the ACS to facilitate migration but later became critical of its white-led control. Others, like Martin Delaney and Henry Highland Garnet, distrusted the ACS from the start, seeing it as a racist tool for Black removal rather than Black empowerment. Paul Cuffey worked closely with the ACS, as he believed in voluntary migration to Africa for economic growth. More elitist approach, Crummell emphasized an educated Black elite leading Africa's development, while Blyden and Delaney promoted African self-reliance at all levels. More pro-Christian, Crummell believed Christianity and Western values were necessary for African progress, while Blyden embraced African cultural traditions and Islam. Critical but pragmatic about ACS, Crummell initially worked with the ACS, but later became critical of its racial paternalism. Meanwhile, Delaney fully rejected it from the start. Focus on Liberia, Crummell dedicated much of his work to Liberia, whereas Delaney and Garnet explored migration to other regions like Central America and Canada. Alexander Crummell, 1819 to 1898, devoted a significant part of his life to nation building in Liberia. He migrated to Liberia in 1853, working as a missionary, educator, and political thinker. While initially optimistic about Liberia's potential, he later became disillusioned with the ruling Americo-Liberian elite, whom he criticized for corruption, elitism, and neglecting the indigenous African population. He argued for a strong national identity that combined African heritage with Western progress. Despite his early optimism, Crummell grew increasingly critical of Liberia's ruling class, particularly the Americo-Liberians, who were freed Black Americans that had emigrated from the U.S. Why did Crummell leave Liberia? 1873. Disillusioned with the failure of Liberia's leadership, Crummell returned to the U.S. in 1873. He realized that Liberia was not fulfilling its promise as a Pan-African utopia. He focused on Black intellectualism in America instead, founding the American Negro Academy in 1897 to advance Black scholarship.
But right where we were at, your definition of what you say FBA contributed to your life is literally the definition of Pan-Africanism, bro. The definition, when you look it up, it says a movement that seeks to unite people of African descent and end colonialism and white supremacy.
Okay.
What?
Okay, so how
you don't want to end colonialism and white supremacy?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess that's probably why we have this.
Just cut the check.
So you're okay with white supremacy and colonialism?
White supremacy gonna do what it do. Just cut the check. I ain't see that's that Rastafarianism bullshit where y'all come over here and Babylon.
So how you think you're gonna get them to cut the check,
bro? The same way they. Okay, now watch this. Again,
Come on, bro.
You asked the question, so look for the answer.
I'm listening.
You're not as witty as me, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you. White supremacy was well and alive when the civil rights movement was passed. White supremacy was well alive while Abraham Lincoln emancipated and also created the Freedmen Bank and also gave 400,000 acres of Confederate land to free people. So we always got wins amongst white supremacy. That's not new. And that's off the top.
So you're comparing those things to reparations?
Yeah, those are, bro, 400,000 acres of land, that's reparations.
Wait. Maybe I missed something you said. Say what you just said again.
400,000 Confederate acres of land was reparation.
So are you talking about the 40 acres and a mule? Is that what you're talking about?
Hey, brother, do you know what now listen, you said something earlier, right? You said something was symbolic. Do you know that the 40 acres of mule was symbolic to something else? Do you know that? That was symbolic language. Do you understand that?
It was symbolic language for a promise that was actually supposed to be served as some sort of reparation.
It wasn't. It wasn't a promise. It was okay. All right. Explain the promise. Who promised it?
I don't remember who promised it, but I understand that the promise was
the deal was 400,000 acres of Confederate land. So now amongst ourselves, we were going to divide it, and it was going to come to 40 acres of land.
Semantics.
To each person. No,
bro.
This is actual history, and this is the chat.
It's semantics, though, bro. We talking about the same things, bro. You just all you're doing.
But I'm going back. I'm going back to comparing. You said compare that to reparations. So that was the first payment of repairing black people for slave labor. So Abraham Lincoln.
So
wait, hold on. Hold on, bro. There's no comeback. This is just history. You're saying, what was that? This is just rebuttal. There's no rebuttal. This is history. We worked out a deal.
But I'm not rebuttaling that, though. Okay. The thing about it is was that ever given, though? Right, was it given?
Yes,
it wasn't given.
Go ahead.
Tell us about the 400 acres that y'all got. Go ahead.
So now, do you know what happened to Abraham Lincoln after that?
Well, now tell me how the fuck that's relevant, bro. Tell me how that's relevant.
Okay. Now be quiet. Let me tell you. Because you asked about how does reparations compare to that? I said, because that was reparations. That was a form of reparations the same way we're talking about a form of reparations today. So you asked that question.
Nigga. But they took this shit back. Okay. Why are you talking about some shit that was taken back? You don't have it no more.
But that was
what are we talking about right now?
And I think you're a little slow, my boy. You're a little slow,
bro. You bringing up these irrelevant facts. You're bullet pointing a bunch of different little historical things that you done learned. That's cool that you know it, but it's irrelevant, bro. You got to. If you're going to state facts, make it relevant to the conversation. That's the thing that you do.
So what was your question?
You're just like, yo, Jupiter's the biggest planet in the solar system. What the fuck they got to do with what we're talking about, fam?
So what was your question you asked me? Do you remember?
Lord, my question was, it had to do with the 40 acres and the mule. I asked you about you were talking about reparations and how to get reparations.
Right.
All right. And then I brought up the 40 acres and the mule.
No.
You brought up the 40 acres and the mule.
No. Let's go back a little further. You said, how we going to get it during white supremacy? And then I said, brother, we always caught wins and white supremacy. And I brought up the 40 acres mule, and you said, what they got to do with reparations? I said, bro, that was reparations. So I had to explain how it was reparations, because it was reparations.
No, but it's mute as fuck. If they took it back, it's mute.
No,
it's mute. What are we talking about?
You can go.
That's the thing that you do, bro. You just bring up
these
points.
They love to talk in circles.
Okay, bro, that point is mute, man. If they took the land back, what are we talking about?
That had nothing to do with that. But anyway, brother, carry on. Go ahead. Finish what you got to say.
In any case, man, it's like this, bro. At the end of the day, when it comes to because we were talking about the principles of Pan-Africanism and how everything that you said that was tangible from FBA was really a principle of Pan-Africanism. And I just read the definition of Pan-Africanism, and it literally states a movement that seeks to unite people of African descent. I just Googled it. I did the same thing you did.
Yo, chat. He can't. That's why I was being funny saying what chat site was that. You see, I'm saying, yo, these guys got double standards.
It don't matter. It don't matter what site you look it up on. It's gonna be the same thing. You can't show me a patent, but it's a definition, bro. Whatever.
I gotta mute you. Chat. I just said earlier, I said my standard is the standard for everybody. I don't flip-flop like these guys. I don't flee from a standard. These guys got the fleet ethnogenesis in them, and that's what they do. Okay, I don't. Whatever I stand on, I stand on. My standards for everybody. Okay, so he just said I can't Google it. He needed .gov. So he just Googled something real randomly. So I said, bro, where you get that from? I know what I'm asking. I'm more wittier than this guy. So he fell right for it. I just Googled it. Oh, so Google is, .gov is for me, but Google is for you. Got it.
Bro, you smart than a dumb nigga, bro. Like, I don't even understand what the fuck. Like, bro, At the end of the day, bro, you can go in any definition. You can look up Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism. It's going to tell you the same definition. And it's just going to be as read.
What was So the guy Alex, what you said name was Alex who?
Alexander Cromwell, bro. But listen, you're going away from the point.
I just want to know. I want to know what was his
See,
definition.
you deflecting again, bro. You out here like you got your lightsaber. You just deflecting right now, bro. You swatting flies. Stop swatting, bro. Stop swatting.
Yeah, you know what
we're talking about Pan-Africanism right now. The definition of it. Are you telling me that my definition is wrong? Say that. Don't bring up a whole bunch of other shit. Is my definition of Pan-Africanism wrong? Is that what you're saying?
What's the source?
I just Googled it, bro. You Googled a patent. I'm Googling a definition.
Yeah, my man said he just Googled it. All right, fine, got it. All right, so your definition of Pan-Africanism is black folks of African descent, right? Doing what?
Seeking to unite people of Africa. It's a movement that seeks to unite people of African descent in colonialism and white supremacy.
All right, so let me ask you this now. Nigerians, are they practicing Pan-Africanism?
Oh, here we go with this shit.
I'm just asking a question because you said it's to unite Africans, all right? So I'm asking about Africans. Do Nigerians practice Pan-Africanism?
Yes, there are Nigerians that practice Pan-Africanism. Yes, there are some. Yes, there are Nigerians. There are Nigerians in Nigeria that practice Pan-Africanism.
So, bro, why are they purposely allowing Shell BP to taint their land with cancer-causing oil?
You're talking about the government.
Okay.
The government is not the same as the people. The government are a particular group of people.
Okay. All right, now watch this. Are you aware of the floating slum in Nigeria?
No, tell me about the floating slum in Nigeria. Here you go in all these other directions. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You be deflecting, bro. You be swatting. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, bro. How are you practicing Pan-Africanism when your government is literally killing you? You don't got time to be uniting with different blacks of the world. You're trying to save your own soul from your government.
So you don't think the government in America is killing black people? In America?
Brother, is the government black or white largely?
Bro, you deflecting again, bro. You swatting. Stop swatting, bro. You swatting. Stop.
Here's the thing, and this is what most black immigrants fail to realize.
Oh, here we go.
They fail to realize that we're the only black people in the world that do not govern ourselves. We don't police ourselves. Every other black person, African descent person in the world governs themselves and police themselves. So when their government is corrupt, that's literally black on black crime. They can't blame nobody. We can actually point a finger and say there's an outside person who's not us, who's racial profiling, discriminating, those type of things, harming us, killing us, is not us doing it. It's somebody.
Bro, do you know what neo-colonialism is?
Wait, no. Okay, go ahead and explain. Go ahead and explain.
No, tell me. I'm asking you. Do you know what it is?
Bro, it's an excuse. That's what it is.
How is it an excuse?
Because, bro, your black people got independence. So are you telling me they're not independent?
It depends on your definition of independent. What's your definition of independent?
Independence, well, when countries go for independence, they get their own flag, right?
Okay, it's a flag. What else?
Don't they get their own government?
They have a government. I don't know about their own government, but go ahead.
Okay, so it's their government. Because, for example, Nigeria, when they got their government together, it was theirs. It was literally their government. There was no white folks involved at all. It was their government. No white folks. Okay. So now,
so did the Nigerians get to pick who were their leaders in government?
Yeah.
Through a non-rigged democratic process?
Okay, so you don't know the story. You don't know the history of Nigeria, do you?
I do know the history of Nigeria. You're gonna tell me about oil and how they got oil and how you know.
No, I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna tell you anything. I'm gonna ask you. So not Nigeria. What was more prioritized in Nigeria? Was it oil or building a strong government.
Okay, who were the leaders that were in charge of governing those resources?
Nigeria.
Okay, but Nigeria is a country. The government runs the country. The people do not run the country. The government does.
And the government is ran by people. It was Nigeria.
Okay, the government is run by select people. Who selects those people?
No. Hold on. Relax.
You're running away from the question.
No,
go ahead.
I'm gonna educate you.
You're running away from the question, bro. Answer, who selects those people? How do those people get in power?
I got you. Relax. Chill out. Relax. Okay. So what you don't know is that the government was always there, even so. Well, first of all, you don't know Nigerian history. I know you don't. Okay, because let me ask you this: the UK, the British came there in what year?
I don't know what year the British came in, bro. I don't know. You deflecting. You moving the goalposts. You swatting, bro.
Okay,
you swatting again.
No. I'm going to mute you again because this is something you don't know. Now, the British government, they went into contracts, which you don't know, of course you don't know. They went into contracts with the Nigerians. They didn't enforce nothing over there. They went into contracts on how to get the oil. Okay, so they had them sign contracts with Nigerian government signed a contract and they were getting paid. They were not forced into nothing. Everything they did was a deal.
Bro, please stop it, bro. Do you know the splits on these contracts? Do you know how much actual money they were getting for these resources that they quote unquote had these contracts for?
Hey, bro.
That's why I said you clearly don't know about neo-colonialism because that's what it is.
He's still doing the same thing. I gotta mute you so I can go real fast because you're just talking right now. You don't know shit about Nigeria. Okay, so he just said contracts. You don't have to sign the fucking contract, my boy. You can say no. They said no, by the way. They ended up saying no. They didn't say yes to every contract. This is why you don't know more nothing than me. I'm starting to realize. The Nigerian government said no. They didn't say yes to every contract they were offered by Shell, BP, or the British, colonizers or whatever. No, they said no sometimes. That's how they got the independence.
Bro, what the hell that got to do with them signing an exploitative contract? If it's a fucked up contract, it's a fucked up contract.
Gotta mute you again. Because contracts are negotiable. You don't have to sign it. You can negotiate a better deal for yourself. I make the same argument for rappers and musicians. You don't have to sign a contract. You chose to. You got stories of other artists that had more faith in their abilities and they said no. They said no. These are big time producers, big time rappers want to sign them, and they said no, I believe in my ability, and they won. They got a better deal for themselves somewhere else. That story goes on for the best rappers right now. A lot of their stories are just that. Look at Jay-Z and Dame Dash. Okay? They ended up doing something better. They went into joint venture with Def Jams. They did better than what other artists would do. They went to
There's no way in hell you comparing a record.
Okay. No, it's about contracts, my boy. It's about contracts. I'm comparing contracts. I didn't meet you again. I'm comparing contracts. I'm saying contracts are negotiable. They're not forced on you. Okay? You can sign it or don't sign it. So the Nigerians, they were greedy. Okay? I'm trying to use good words. They were greedy. They wanted money. They were selfish. They didn't care about the Nigerian people. They were not Pan-Africanists, the way you defined it. They were Nigerian, Africanists. And they wanted money. So they signed a deal where they got the money and they never invested in stronger government. They were the government. Ain't no British person select their people there. Now, that might have happened later, sometime in the future, but their initial government, that was all them. And they were,
man, that's cap, bro.
And they were corrupt on, well, it's not cat because we actually read you want to .gov? We actually did a study on this, bro. You're late. Go look at my videos on Nigeria. Okay, so I think it's Alabama University. I think it was. So you're late. Like we already did this. We did one on Rwanda. So you're late. No, it's not cat. I got videos actually called Nigeria.
to oppose the ACS, Cromwell was open to its ideas of black self-determination in Africa. He was drawn to Liberia's potential as a black-led Christian republic rather than as a colony run by white Americans. 2. Cromwell's decision to go to Liberia, 1853 to 1854. He was influenced by both the ACS and his own beliefs. The ACS had already established Liberia in 1821 to 1822. And by the time Cromwell considered moving there, the colony was an independent black republic, 1847. Cromwell wanted to contribute to an African Christian civilization and believed black Americans could help develop Liberia into a strong, self-sufficient nation. The ACS provided logistical support, ship passage, connections, but Cromwell was not simply following orders. He had his own vision for Liberia. Comparison of Alexander Cromwell's views with other Pan-Africanists of his era. Alexander Cromwell, 1898 to 1898, was a key intellectual in early Pan-Africanism, but he had distinct views compared to other Pan-Africanists of his time. Below is a kind of analysis of his beliefs and how they aligned or differed from other Pan-African thinkers. 1. Alexander Cromwell's Pan-Africanist views. Core beliefs.
Christianity and civilization. Believed in the Christianization and Western-style education of Africa as the path to black advancement. Black self-determination. Advocated for black-led nation-building in Africa, particularly through Liberia. Elitism and leadership. Supported the idea of an educated black elite guiding African development. African-American responsibility. Thought that black Americans had a duty to help develop Africa politically, economically, and spiritually. Criticism of white racism. Criticized America's racism, but believed Liberia could be a refuge for black Americans. Alexander Cromwell, 1819 to 1898, advocated for Liberia as a model black nation, supported Christianity and Western education as tools for African progress, initially aligned but later critical of ACS paternalism. Thought black Americans had a duty to lead and uplift Africa.
Let me finish.
Edward Wilmot Blyden, 1832 to 1912, advocated for a modern, self-sufficient African state, rejected Western assimilation, promoted African cultural pride alongside Islam and Christianity, worked with ACS.
Okay, so then what other artists would do? They went to.
There's no way in hell you comparing a record.
Okay, no, it's about contract, my boy. It's about contracts. I'm comparing contracts. I had to meet you again. I'm comparing contracts. I'm saying contracts are negotiable. They're not forced on you. Okay, you can sign it or don't sign it. So the Nigerians, they were greedy. Okay, I'm trying to use good words. They were greedy. They wanted money. They were selfish. They didn't care about the Nigerian people. They were not Pan-Africanists, the way you defined it. They were Nigerian, okay, Africanists. And they wanted money. So they signed a deal where they got the money and they never invested in stronger government. They were the government. Ain't no British person select their people there. Now, that might have happened later, sometime in the future, but their initial government, that was all them. And they were,
man, that's cat, bro.
And they were corrupt on, well, it's not cat because we actually read you want to .gov? We actually did a study on this, bro. You're late. Go look at my videos on Nigeria. Okay, so I think it's Alabama University. I think it was. So you're late. Like we already did this. We did one on Rwanda. So you're late. No, it's not cat. I got videos actually called Nigeria. Just go look at it. I think they're 3.5 hours long. Go look at it. It's there. So I was reading from universities. And matter of fact, we read different sources, by the way, because he pulled up some sources from newspapers over there in different countries. So we didn't rely on just sources in America. So we actually did 3 lives on this, 3-4 lives. Me and Focus, we debated this. We did about 3-4 lives on Nigeria. We did about 2 lives on Rwanda and the genocide over there. So it's not cat. This is what it is, man. And you don't have nothing that contradicts it that's credible. because we did .gov, we did .edu, all right? You're going to do .jokes.com. That's what you're going to do. Okay, so I'm comparing contracts. So the bottom line is that when somebody offer you a contract, you do not have to sign it. And I was making a comparison, something that we can relate on over here, FBAs, because we think when somebody hands us a contract, we got to sign it. Even when I was young, when I was going to job interviews, I never negotiated for like a better pay or some things that fit me. I just took the job or for what it was, what they offered me. And once I got older, where I started to say, I want more money, or you know what, I want to come in during this time. I want this much time off on lunch, where I would negotiate because I knew my value, right? And I wasn't thirsty for the job. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, the contracts are negotiable, but we, in greed and desperate measures, can make us not negotiate and just sign the contract blindly and just hope for the best. And usually that don't work out for you, because the initial contract is going to be better for the person offering the contract. You could look it over and say, hey, man, I want more money because you need my I need your equipment. I need your machinery, but you need my resources. So we need to do right now. It's a 95-5 split. How did I go on mute? Oh, man, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went on mute. I don't know how that even happened. Yeah, man. So you talked about a few things in the chat. You talked about the Haiti Revolution, which I don't think you really studied that, because when we talk, you seem to like know the headlines or the bullet points, but when you're questioned in depth about what you know a little about, you kind of don't really know what you're talking about. But first, so if you don't mind, I got some bullet points based on our last conversation and what you said in the chat. So everything is relative to what you said. So I won't go to a straw man or a side topic to catch you off guard. This is everything involved to what you've been saying, and at least one subject. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to switch to a headset at some point, and I'm clear. I'm not. You come. What's up? Okay, so these are badass kids next door. Keep knocking on the door to take my son. They keep annoying me. So I wasn't supposed to go live, right? I mean, talk to you right now. We have like 30 more minutes, but they keep a little bad as hell, man. All right. Anyway, bro, I'll let you. I won't even ask you a question. I'll let you just say what you got to say, and then we'll go from there. So, like, what do you want to say, and then we'll take it from there.
I wanted to ask you. You were saying something like we only got African blood.
Say that again.
You were saying that we only have African blood. Are you saying that the diaspora don't practice like African traditions or culture or religion?
I have no idea. Hey, listen, man. I know this. I don't know what the hell you practice. Hey, come over, get away from dance. But I will say this. No, I believe you guys practice a mixture of things. Not
no,
one thing.
I'm talking about the diaspora as a whole. I'm talking about African American people in Brazil, black people in the Caribbean.
Yeah. Well, I keep saying this. I keep telling you guys this, and you don't want to believe me. FBAs, we have our own utopia, bro. Like, we don't really look at anybody outside of America. Like, we're so popping, we really don't look at. You come across some information, it's probably you did. So from what I learned from a Pan-Africanist is that diaspora, not us, everybody else practice a mixture of different things from Africa, Chinese, China, India. Like, for example, don't you guys use curry?
Yeah.
Where do you get that from? Where that custom come from?
Probably the Indian indenture service
probably
workers
it
that
definitely came from them. Right. So you guys, stole their shit. You start making your own dishes.
in your own restaurants, and like, you know what I mean? Like that's like copyright infringement, all type of style shit y'all did. Y'all owed them a big purse of
what y'all got from the Anglos, what y'all got from the Anglo-Saxons, the Italians, and the Germans and stuff.
Okay, so look, check this out. And that's a fair point. I'm willing to address. But let's go tit for tat. Carnival. What that shit? What's that shit called? Y'all be dancing half naked. What's that called? The women dress up in costumes. What's that called? Carnival. What's that called?
Carnival.
Yeah. Where you guys get that from?
It's a mix of African traditions, like the
No. See, you don't know your own history.
The costume.
And Chad, this is embarrassing. Like, they don't know their own history. Bro, you literally got that from white folks. You got that from the Romans. You were mocking them, bro. You were mocking the Romans. How they dressed up and danced, whatever. You guys were mocking them. And when they left,
bro, when black people celebrate Carnival, I don't think it had anything to do with the Romans. Like throwing powder in the air, that's all African.
No. Hey, bro, you might have asked. There we go. Bro, the same thing you said. You said we took some things from the Anglo-Saxons, right? Don't you think we added our own flavor there? So, that, you know, at some point, we put our own FBA touch to it.
Through colonization.
Okay, right. But hold on, because we're establishing facts. I'm saying Carnival. If you know your history, you guys took that from the Romans, and you guys were mocking them. You were dressing up in mockery. And then, like, when they left, for whatever reason, they bounced, whatever. You got your independence. It's so badass shit.
You telling me black people?
No. Hey, bro. Look. Stop. Hey. Look, this ain't gonna work if we keep doing this. Respond to what I said. Like, don't start saying you're telling me. Just respond to what I said. You either agree or disagree, but your response shouldn't be.
I disagree. Black people did not.
Hey, well, establish a disagreement first, and then tell me. Okay,
I disagree.
Hey, okay. So now tell me that. How did you get Carnival? So how did it come about? You saying it didn't come from the Romans, right? As a way of mocking them. That's false, right? It might be. I got it from Wiki, your source. It might be false, but now don't have me look that thing up, and it's true. All right. Go ahead.
Look it up.
Okay. No. All right. So
let's see the source that say Caribbean people got Carnival from the Romans.
All right, we'll look at it a second. All right, so now, what else you want to say before I start my interrogation? What else you want to say? So, okay, you said African blood, practicing African traditions. Bro, I don't know if you made that argument, but I don't know what the hell you African Buddhist characters practice. Like, we're like focused so much on working over here.
Yeah. What do you consider? Do you consider the Gullah Geechee FBA?
Yeah. What's up? Why? What's up? Hello?
No, I was just asking because they
I'm saying yes.
African tradition.
Yeah, you go. Okay, hold on now, brother. Do you know where I'm at right now?
Nah.
Do you know what state I'm in? I'm in South Carolina. And guess what? They're all here. I work in housing. I talk to all of them. That's why I said yes to FBA. Why? Wait. So there. This is no, bro. Relax. I asked all of them that I spoke with. I interviewed. I asked every last one, all 300, where their family line come from. They go back to slavery. Every last one of them. So yes to FBA. Even with the little accent that's like Caribbean, but not really. Yeah. Every last one of them said both of their family line, they black as hell. All right? Ain't nobody light in their family. All right? And every last one of them said all of the important questions, making sure I don't make a mistake with these folks. All of them said it's here in America, no other country.
They say what?
All of them said their lineage is here and no other country. Both sides of the family. They go back to slavery, basically.
Are you saying that the Gullah saying they're native to America?
It's not native. I said back to slavery.
Okay, is Indian is Native American people that?
Hey, right? Are they FBA? I mean, if they want to be, I wouldn't consider them FBA. Yes. Okay.
So the Native
Hold on,
Indian,
I'm on the phone.
You said the Native Indian could be classified as FBA?
Now, I'm saying I don't know what they. To me, they're Native Americans, but I don't know their argument for FBA. I don't know their argument. I never spoke to one.
So what are you
have
saying
you
that
spoke
the
to one?
Gullah Geechee are you saying the Gullah Geechee have no connection to Africa? That's is that your claim?
Hey, bro, that was not my claim. I said that they make the same claim that we make, that they go back to slavery. That's what they say. So they're FBA.
Okay.
I'm sure they went back to Africa like us.
Huh?
Let go. All right, let go. You want to come out? Hold on. Listen. All right. You what? Hold on. Let me talk to little kids. Do it. If you want him to play, you gotta let him ride his own bike. Don't help him. All right. Okay. Now, so you gotta finish. Okay, go this way.
I'm trying to understand your point. Are you trying to say the Gullah Geechee?
I don't have a point. You're asking me a question, bruh. I said I'm sure they go back to Africa like everybody else. I'm sure they came off one of these places. No, we're not going back there. Everybody, go ride your bike. Go ahead, man. Damn. Okay. Now look. Pardon me. I don't have a lot of knowledge about them, but I'm sure they go back to a slave ship, bro. All right, is that good enough? I'm sure they got here the same way I got here.
So you're not really familiar with the Gullah Geechee culture or the
brother, you're asking me about their origins, and I switch it to their culture. Like brother, listen. Huh? Listen, brother, you're all over the place. You asked me about how they got here, like their origins. And then you talk about their culture, brother. Which one do you want to talk about? Their origins, how they got to this country, or what do they practice? Which one are you asking?
I actually asked them both.
All right. One at a time. One at a time. Go ahead. What's the first one? The origins, I'm sure they came via a slave ship. What do they practice? I have no idea. It's my first time ever meeting them. Okay.
Oh, so you're just not aware about the African traditions and their culture and
brother,
how they came
listen,
from like
man.
Angola.
Have you ever met one before? Have you ever met somebody that you go to Gullah? Have you ever met one?
I'm not sure. I'm not really.
I met 300, and bro, ain't none of them tell me about no goddamn no African shit, bro. They're regular. They're like us. Everything we do, they do. They party. They go to bars. They smoke weed. You know, I don't smoke, but I'm saying like they live their life like FBAs, bro. Like nothing about them. They have kids. They're single parent household. Like everything about them is FBA. They on government assistance. What are they supposed to be doing that's so African is different from us? The only thing about them, they just speak different. Like they definitely sound different, and they're darker.
Okay,
but,
I just did a quick Google search. The Gullah Geechee people are descendant of enslaved West and Central African who brought to the coastal region to the southeastern United States, particularly North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, who develop a unique culture and language.
Okay. Yeah, so they definitely speak different. You can hear it. By the way, like it's like a mixture of like country and like some Caribbean like together. It's like you can mix like a deep country person from the South and a person from like the Caribbean, mix them together, and that's exactly how they sound. No, we're not going back.
I haven't really. I've heard that they contain like a lot of African loanwords and stuff like that.
Wait, hold on.
Like,
wait, you said what? You said they do what?
I said I've heard they language they contain a lot of like African loanwords, and they speak like a Creole type of language that sounds similar to like how people speak in the Caribbean.
You're not just gonna ask them, right? I'm in a whole neighborhood of them. I'm like probably the only FBA. I just can ask them. We don't got to speculate. You don't got to Google. I just can ask them, hey, do you speak another language other than English? I can put it right on speakerphone. Somebody just pulled up. That's the difference between me and you.
I'm not saying they speak a different language. People in Jamaica don't speak a different. They speak English.
But look,
they just have African loan words in the language.
Yeah, this guy just be running his damn mouth. But what I'm saying is that we could kill all the speculation. I can just get one over here, well, in a second, put on speakerphone, because yeah, the bugs be biting. I can put on speakerphone, and you just can talk. You can ask the person all these crazy ass African questions and let them, listen, just keep in mind that these guys are hundreds years removed. Like, they're like Americanized. So you're asking them about all this. Like, that's like me asking an Indian person, right, from East India. That's like fourth generation, about all of the Gujarati and all this other Hindi stuff in their country. They're like, nigga, I don't know. Like, yo, I'm American. Yo, a lot of the Indians, by the way, they say they're American before they say they're Indian. Kind of like what y'all do.
You do know
like
that,
if you ask the Indian what they are, they're gonna say American.
You do know that there's people that Trinidad and Guyana that still practice they Sikh religion from 4th, 5th, 6th generation, 10 generations.
Hey, bro, no, because I got a couple friends, close ride or die Guyanese friends, and bro, they're straight American, bro. Like, all of their, I mean, other than, like, they practice their tradition, their culture. They cook the dal. I love the dal with the rice. They make all that stuff. But bro, they're pretty much like me. They watch American boxing. They watch American basketball. They, do everything I do basically. So you guys be trying to make it too deep, like they're just so African, and they're not. Yeah, look, you gotta let them go. Let them go.
What determined the African? What determined that? If
what?
The Gullah if they still maintain African culture and traditions, and
not one I seen, bro. I didn't see one of them. Yeah, I wish I'd have met you, bro. Not one I met say anything about Africa. They all talk about South Carolina. These guys never left South Carolina, man. They stay here. They whole goddamn. They're like Native Americans on a reservation. Bro, I asked them, like, hey, and some will do some. Some will go to Florida, but they'll come right back.
What you said?
I said some will go to Florida, but they'll come right back. Like, they'll seek residence in Florida, but then they'll come right back. They move back to South Carolina, because I guess it's like two cities. Like, here, it's like really, really, like, their city is like country. And plus, like, they got their own communities. Like, why would they leave? Like, everything is pretty much them. Like, they're in the stores, they're in the gas stations, like, they're like the labor force here. And like, they even got street signs like named after.
What would you say is African American culture? Like, what would you consider like distinct from like African culture?
Okay, how about this? I got better questions because the audience is gonna be bored. Okay, so you because in the chat, I want to talk about what you were talking about in the chat. You weren't talking about that in the chat. You had people coming at your neck because of things you were saying about Pan-Africanism. So
yeah.
So let's exhaust Pan-Africanism. Let's exhaust the Haitian Revolution, and then when it winds down, you can ask me about FBA culture. Okay, so let's establish this. Paul Cuffey was an Pan-Africanist, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Marcus Garvey was a Pan-Africanist as well, right?
Yes, he was.
And W. Du Bois.
Yes, he was.
What about Booker T. Washington? To your best of your knowledge, was he a Pan-Africanist?
Yeah, Booker T. Washington. Yeah,
No.
I would consider Booker T. Washington a Pan-Africanist.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. Okay, he was as American as Frederick Douglass. He did not promote that shit at all. Okay, so he was definitely American. He talked about this country. He talked about fighting to better equality, better equality rights in this country. He wasn't going nowhere. Okay, so, but he was definitely not a Pan-African. He was American. He was a Pan-Americanist. Okay, so now, W. Du Bois, he was very, very, very smart, right?
Yeah, the main graduate from Harvard.
Yeah, let me say it better. That was my fault. He was highly, because smart could be subjective. Let's just say he was very highly educated, right? Like he was like a black elitist, black FBA elitist. Okay, and he was inspired. That elitist thing was inspired by that was I think that was it wasn't Paul. It was Alexander, because it was you and KD who I spoke to about the early Pan-Africanists. I might confuse you too, so just correct me if I talk about something you didn't say. Anyway, W. Du Bois was inspired by Alexander Crummell, so he was another early Pan-Africanist. Okay, so I threw another name too, if you already have.
Martin Delaney?
No. I'm saying no, because you already mentioned him. I'm saying, like, you mentioned a lot of the early ones, but you didn't mention Alexander Crummell. So I'm just giving you him as well. I'm just giving you Alexander Crummell as well. He was an early Pan-Africanist. Matter of fact, he inspired W. Du Bois because he was an elite of his time, just like, as far as education. He was highly, highly educated. And he talked all that elitist stuff, just like Paul Cup.
Yeah.
The elitist stuff. That's why W. Du Bois was talking about, the talented 10th. He got that from them. So anyway, like Tiger said, you guys mentioned these names. Thank you. Okay. So you see, because you know why? Sometimes the chat be too hard. They say, hey man, why you talk to these tethers, man? They just a waste of time. Like, nah, actually they kind of give us, a little something to go off here and there. And, but anyway, now they were all Pan-Africanists, but the only difference is, because Booker T. Washington. So Booker T. Washington was not a Pan-Africanist, but he was a FBA, right? So the only non-FBA Pan-Africanist off the top I could think about, you might have another one, was Marcus Garvey. Would you agree that Marcus Garvey was the only non-FBA by the best of your knowledge? I'm not trying to pin you down. I'm just saying, like, as far as you know right now, was Marcus Garvey the only non-FBA Pan-Africanist?
In the sense of
all the names that we named, like the ones you went over.
Yeah, the ones that we named, yeah.
Okay, so you don't think it's a coincidence that he was the only one to scam? That's kind of like weird. Like he's the only non-FBA, but he's also the only one to scam. Okay, you don't find that interesting?
You isolating Marcus Garvey?
No, I'm not. Well, yeah, so far, because I'm saying, like, they all had different, like Delaney ideology of Pan-Africanism was different from Paul Cuffey. Yeah. But it's all good, that's all good. But what I'm saying is they didn't scam. The only one to actually scam had to be a guy from Jamaica. So all the FBAs were thorough, basically. They had Pan-Africanist ideologies, but scamming wasn't tied to it. Marcus Garvey is the only one who happens to be, you could say coincidence, non-FBA from Jamaica, but he came with the scam. So basically he brought what he knew best with him and attached it to Pan-Africanism. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay. So how do you explain away his scams? Or do you agree he scammed?
I mean, I don't really know much about the case, about his
you don't need to know much about it. All you need to know is that he was advertising the stocks for ships he did not own.
Yeah, I don't know much about the stock.
Yeah, but you don't. Now look, dude. Hey, chat. You see how these tethers are selected with Google, brother? Google is your friend. All you gotta do is type big Marcus Garvey solicit stocks, stock sales for ships he never owned. That's all you gotta do, brother. Google's your friend. But you're probably not gonna do that, so just take my word. So if it's true, if that's true, would you say he was scamming?
I told you.
This is hypothetical.
I told you Marcus Garvey was a scammer, then okay, so be it.
No. But that's not what I said. I said hypothetically, if it's true, he was advertising stocks for a ship he did not own. Would you consider that scamming? Because maybe Jamaica's got a different definition of scamming.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Then, brother, he was scamming. All right. So I find it interesting that you got all these Pan-Africanists, and the only one that is a confirmed scammer is the Tether. Okay, so we can move on from there. Now, so now you said something, and this won't be a question. This is for you to go in. So you was talking to the chat, and you said, "Hey, man, a lot of these early Pan-Africanists were, FBAs, and it was like the early 1800s." So if you want to touch on that and refine your argument, go ahead. Because I'm going to have a question about that.
Oh, because you was basically saying that the black people in America wasn't identifying as African, and I was pointing out that in the early 1800s, even before the Civil War, African Americans was going back to Africa. This is before this is right after.
Right, but you just said it does not connect. Wait. What that got to do with people identifying as African? So it seems like you responded to something that had nothing to do with what they said. They said.
Well, I mean, Martin Delaney coined the phrase "Africans for the Africans." He coined the phrase.
Hold on, brother. Listen to the problem. It looks like the chat said we were not calling ourselves African. That's plural. That's we. We means more than one. And you named one person. So now you and I went over this.
Okay, Richard. We already discussed Richard Allen named his church.
No, but they haven't. African, they were not privy, brother. They were not privy to that. Some of these guys I gave a rinse for the first time. So this is their first time here. So they were not privy to that. I'm saying.
Are you familiar with the African Society, the Free African Society?
Brother, let's slow down. Let's slow down. No, I'm not. So let's slow down. Let's slow down. So answer the question. Let's slow down. Because what you like to do is you don't want to talk about one thing. Okay. So the person in the chat, or the persons, right? They said we did not call ourselves African. They're saying generally, which is true. You and I already established that's actually true. So now, if that person said not one person called themselves African, that will be untrue, and you will be correct, right? So you'll be correct if they made an absolute statement and said not one FBA called themselves African. They will be wrong. You will be correct. But if they were generally speaking, right, and they said, if they were saying generally, we did not call ourselves African, they will be right. You will be wrong. Because we already established that most of the people at the time rejected the term African because they seen it as a way to not gain citizenship. So to us, it was all about gaining citizenship. Right.
Would you agree that an organization consists of like a plethora of people?
Sure. But do you understand when we
if these plethora of people chose to name their organization African, like the Free African Society or the African Episcopal Church?
Listen, brother, this ain't the Tether Babble show. What I'm saying is this. I'm trying to have an honest conversation, right? So when we say generalize, we deal with percentages at that point, right? Because you got a lot of people you got some people that don't call themselves African American, Black American, FBA, or anything that I will agree with, right? Not even Black. They'll say I'm Moorish. Now, I 100% disagree with that, bro. And guess what? They got organizations, they got societies, but they're very small in numbers compared to the general public. So they don't reflect the general public with those ideologies. They're very, very tiny in numbers. They're probably 1,000 deep compared to 43 million. So I'm saying when you speak generally, we're talking about the majority. Okay. So in the chat, it's possible. Now, if he didn't specify, that was his fault. But just understand, when people talk and you don't know because they didn't specify, and they're not being absolute, they're pretty much generally speaking. They're saying the majority do this. Like if I say the white man's the devil, bro, I'm not talking about three folks. I'm going to generalize. And when you generalize, you're talking about the majority. So I would say most of white people are the devil, which means racist and, violent when they get a chance. So you got to understand conversation, because a lot of times people just play semantics, knowing that people don't really mean every last one. They're just speaking about the masses, right? The majority. So is it true? So let's just establish that. Based on what we talked about, you agree it's true that most FBAs at that time did not call themselves African. Is that true? Or false?
I wouldn't agree, because Richard Allen and them was in Philadelphia.
Brother,
they called themselves African.
Brother, put the blunt down and listen one more time. Put the Fenty pack down. Listen one more time. Brother, I'm using certain words.
You don't have to be condescending.
I'm using certain words and you're just flying past through them. Brother, I'm not talking about individuals at this point. I am generalizing. At that time, did most, that means the majority, people call themselves African or something else?
They probably called themselves Negroes at the time.
Right. So you would be correct if you stick with this. If you say, hey, at that time, some black Americans, however you want to call it, right? If you just say some call themselves African, you would be correct with the terminology some. But when somebody is speaking about the general public and you counter with that right there, at that point you're being disingenuous.
I never said majority. You said no.
Now,
you basically said nobody identified as African before Jesse Jackson.
Look. So now you need to say this. Then you need to be, have a conversation. Stop trying to be disingenuous and say, "Hey, brother, not everyone calls themselves African. A few did." That's more of an honest conversation, right? Because the percentage is this, chat. Only 5% of the black populace call themselves African. Only 5%.
Where you getting the stats from?
I got it. Oh yeah, I got you. Now, 60% of the people call themselves Negro, and the other remainder, or a large majority, was colored. So Negro and colored were the popular terms at that time. The terms we agree with, right? More than any other term. We called ourselves Negro and colored pretty much all the way to like Jesse Jackson or James Brown. We called ourselves Marcus Garvey. It's called Universal Negro. Okay, the NAACP, the National Association for Colored People, right? So again, as you can see, that this went all the way to 1960s, past Marcus Garvey, all with Marcus Garvey, and still now the NAACP, colored. So Marcus Garvey said Negro. He did not say African, and W. Du Bois said colored. He didn't say African, right? We were not calling ourselves African, and neither did Booker T or anybody you can name. They all say Negro colored. Okay. Now, anyway, just going forward, so we ain't stuck on that. So now that point is done. You can say what you want to say, brother, and I'm going to come back behind you, because I don't want to dominate the conversation.
Nah, we could move forward. I just wanted you to point out that people were using the term African prior to Jesse Jackson in the early 1800s.
Yeah, a tiny small percentage, and regretfully, a lot of them actually went back on that. Who was it?
Are you familiar with the Free African Society?
No, I said that. I said no. Yeah, you go in. I said no, but go in. What year was it established? Who was the founders to go in?
That was an organization that was formed by Richard Allen prior to, I think, the early 1800s,
that might be a wrong name,
late 1700s.
Okay. So now, was Richard Allen the founder of the AME Church?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I told you before, our first conversation, I said, bro, did you know that people in the AME Church resented the fact they called it African? They wanted to change the name. They no longer accepted the term African on the AME church. That's historical. That's an easy Google search, right?
And what did they want to change it to?
No, they want to just get rid of it. And I can't speculate and tell you what they want to replace it as. I can only say I can't speculate. It had to be Negro or color because they were the most popular terms. But they regretfully didn't acknowledge the African part. Now, it's funny, Richard Allen, because we're going to talk about him in a second. But before Richard Allen, matter of fact, let's talk about Richard Allen. Okay, so Richard Allen started off as a Pan-Africanist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and he worked with the ACS, right? Which is the I'm near this highway.
The abolitionists.
Yeah. I can't read here. Let me turn around. I'm near the highway. Okay. So the ACS
He worked with a host
is
of people. He worked with the Quakers, abolitionists, a host of people.
All right. So yeah, but the largest group that was sending folks to Liberia was the ACS. Like, they had the money. They were the largest. Matter of fact, brother, everybody you named lined up with the ACS. Like, the ACS was like the NAACP. We're like the NAACP today. Like, they were the largest group, and everybody linked up with them to leave the country. Okay, so Richard Allen.
They was the ones fighting to end slavery.
Okay, so Richard Allen. Well, no, that's not what they were doing. I actually did further research because my brother asked me a good question yesterday. He was like, "Yo, if they were abolitionists, who did they free?" I'm like, "That's a good question. Let me research that." Right. So I got the answer. All right. So let's start from the top. So Richard Allen had Pan-Africanist ideas, right?
Yep.
Okay. He was working with the ACS, which is a bunch of racist white folks who wanted black people out of the country for their own racial agenda. It wasn't to.
So you rather work with the Confederate states that wanted to keep black people in slavery rather than work with the white people that wanted to get black people out of slavery.
No, but that's the thing, brother. They didn't want to free us. They wanted us out of the country. They didn't want to free us. They didn't. And then, look, I'm gonna read into ACS history, bro. See, that's why I'm him. I do thorough research. I looked into them, man, like crazy. The ACS, and you'll see. Okay. Anyway, but right now, I just want to be brief. I just want to tackle some things to leave, and then when I go back inside, we'll like really sit down like businessmen and professionals and get into the nitty gritty. So I just want to go over bullet points, right? And then we'll come back and like be more exhaustive later. But Richard Allen started off as a Pan-Africanist. Did he end as a Pan-Africanist or did he end as a Pan-Americanist?
He probably died more like an integration.
No, not die. I'm talking end. I mean, like, did he change his mind and become a Pan-Americanist instead of did he reject the Pan-Africanist idea?
What's a Pan-Americanist?
That's what we are. That's FBA. That means that we just rock with this country and nothing else.
So you rock with the white folks and all the other folks.
I'm sure there's Native Americans here. I'm sure there's other folks here. But if you want to ignore other folks living here, that's fine. You're revising history. But bro.
So you should rock with all the citizens of the country that pledge allegiance to the flag.
Nah. Well, look, I'm trying to stay in.
All right, yeah. Get back to the point.
I'm trying to stay in 1800s, bro. You keep bringing me to 2025. You ask me about something that's 2025. Turn around. Okay. So let me just help you out. Richard Allen started off with Pan-Africanist ideas. He rejected those ideas, and he ended up saying, "Screw that! I'm all about being an American." FBA. All right, so let's move from him. Okay, so Paul Cuffey. He actually went to Liberia, right? And he stayed for some time, correct?
Yeah, Paul Cuffey went back to Liberia.
No, not went back. He went there. He went there to live there because he was also, matter of fact, he was the earliest Pan-Africanist because he was first, and then it was the ACS, and then everybody else. So it was him, then the white man, then everybody else. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Paul
So you
Cuffey.
admit you lied the other day when you said that Paul Cuffey, the ACS influenced Paul Cuffey.
Well, if I said that, that was wrong, but I don't think I said that.
You did say that, but all right.
Okay. Well.
Continue, though.
All right. Well, look, if I said it, I was wrong. See, I don't have a problem with just auto correction, right? That's a cheddar thing. That's not an FBA thing. If we said something that's incorrect, we don't mind correcting, because you know why? That doesn't change the momentum. Because if I'm wrong about one thing, you're wrong about 100. Watch this. Paul Cuffey. So he had Pan-Africanist ideologies. He lived in Liberia, believed that's where.
Yeah, he did several voyages for Liberia.
Right. Did he stay in Liberia? Or did he come back to America and become an FBA?
If I'm not mistaken, I think Paul Cuffey died in Liberia, or I think you mixed up Paul Cuffey with Delaney that came back in
No, I'm not.
Civil War.
No, I'm not. Because I do thorough research. You don't. Okay, so let me help you out. Like I said, we can go back and like really hone in once I sit down. I got my son out here riding this new bicycle, training wheels. He ain't letting me bring him in right now. So Paul Cuffey, my boy, he lived in Liberia for some time. He came back because he said the Pan-Africanist bullshit was bullshit. He said that the country was corrupt. It was corrupt.
He said the African Americans that went to Liberia came with a colonial ideology. Please don't mix it up like the man. The man basically said that African Americans came from Liberia and turned the country into turmoil.
Okay, so don't forget, we're gonna get to nitty gritty in a second. So I don't mind you like adding in some stuff, but and you're not wrong, by the way. But I was just getting to like the bottom line. The bottom line is that the bottom line is that he went to Liberia because Liberia was pitched. Well, not to him, but everybody else. It was pitched to. So Paul Cuffey is the only person that was not influenced by the ACS, this racist group of white folks who had their own agenda to get black folks out the country. Now, so Paul Cuffey was the originator, as far as my research, originator of the Pan-Africanist ideology.
Yeah, right? I would say Paul Cuffey is the quote unquote founder of Pan-Africanism.
Right. But it wasn't for the same reasons as Garvey. It wasn't the same reasons as anybody else. Paul McCuffey wanted to go to
everybody had a different ideology or differences. Like Garvey
but he's
and Du Bois they was beefing.
Right, but don't forget.
Pan-African.
Yeah, but don't forget. Yeah, because that happens. Like it's okay to, like that. We keep trying to tell you guys that. We keep trying to say, yo, we're not a monolith either. Like we're FBA, but I might agree with Yvette here, but disagree with her over here. I might agree with Tariq over here. I don't agree with everything they say. Just like two Pan-Africanists don't agree. W. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey. All right. Anyway, going forward. The reason I said the original ideas, because if somebody is the father of something, that ideology was supposed to be preserved, right? Because the ideology got morphed to something weird. That's where Garvey took it. Talking about uniting Africa. That was not on Paul Cuffey's mind at all. So, brother, do you know the main? And I know you do. You should know. Do you know what are the main reasons? You could just name one. What are the main reasons that Paul Cuffey wants to go to Liberia?
You say that again?
What was some of the main? Just name one. What is a main reason that Paul McCuffey wanted to go to Liberia?
To escape the racism and the racism that was going on in America.
That and that's true. So it was the racism, and it was the fact that he was never going to get, in his mind, get citizenship. So can we agree that Paul McCuffey at that time, he was not enslaved. He was a free black man.
Yeah, he was a free man.
What about Martin Delaney? Was he free or enslaved?
Martin Delaney was definitely free. He graduated from Harvard.
So Chad, we're gonna read that damn near all these folks that went over to Liberia were free. They were none were enslaved, right? Well, if there were any,
they was freedmen.
No, they're not freedmen. They're free blacks. The difference between a freedman and a free black is that a free black is somebody who.
Brother, they was freedmen. They literally set up the town. They literally set up the town, Freetown, Liberia.
Listen, I mean, you can give your opinion, but I'm gonna give a fact. That's your opinion, no problem. I heard you out. But here's the fact. The fact that they were not called freedmen. The fact, the historical fact that they were called free. They were called free blacks, or free blacks.
Freedmen.
They were not called. Bro, this is the tether stuff. I mean, hey, chat. We just look. I'm letting the brother know when I'm wrong and when he's right. I don't have an agenda. I don't have animosity. I'm not being sarcastic, facetious. He is. He is. I'm saying to you that that they were not freedmen, and you're saying they are. You can't prove that historically, but I'm saying that they were literally called free blacks. So I don't know what research you read that called these guys freedmen. Like, that's what you're saying, because most tethers are just liars. Okay, anyway, they were free blacks. And the difference between free blacks and freedmen, brother, how I got this out, was that free blacks they bought themselves out of slavery, or they got, just you ain't looking, you gotta look. They bought themselves out of slavery, or somebody else bought them out of slavery, or they were manumitted. But they were all freed. It had nothing to do with Abraham Lincoln or any 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment. Okay? Freedmen were freed through the 13th Amendment. Nobody bought them out of slavery. So free blacks were bought out of slavery, either by their own money or somebody else's. And freedmen were not bought out of money. They were freed by law. Okay? Anyway. Move on. So Paul Cuffey, he left Liberia. He came back to the United States. Okay, to live here, because the grass wasn't greener, as you just said. Right? So he felt like here is better than there. Okay, so let's move on. So Alexander Cromwell, that's the name I gave you, also Pan-Africanist, right? So far we're dealing with Pan-Africanists who remained in America over Liberia, all right? So now we got Cromwell.
I mean, a country. I wanted to ask you a question that I wanted to ask you when I first jumped on. That I forgot to ask you. Do you think the Black Americans should have sided with the British, since the British later was given free land to free blacks, rather than siding with the Union?
Now we ain't gonna do no Toussaint bullshit. See, Toussaint fell for that, and they killed him, right? All this treaty stuff. Well, guess what? He went to go sign a treaty, and they cut his damn head off. Right, yeah. So no, we don't fall for the okie doke. You dig? We don't do that.
You do know Sierra Leone was set up by the British for the free blacks.
Bro,
that didn't side with the Union.
Listen, brother. Okay, see, you're gonna bring me here now. So when Paul Cuffey and all these blacks were going to Liberia, did you know that they were going to an ACS colony?
ACS what?
Colony.
Yeah.
Okay. So, brother, they're being colonized by ACS. So when they got there, they seen what it was. That's why a lot of them turned back around or tried to. Okay, because they were going to
the turmoil between the resources and the people that repatriated. They turned the country into turmoil. They basically practiced colonization to the native people.
Hey, bro, let me help you out. Let me help you out. What the ACS did, brother, was that they painted a Marcus Garvey picture. Marcus Garvey said to FBA that, hey, man, we're going to go to Africa on these beautiful ships, and we're going to live in paradise. I mean, he really sauced it up. He really finessed. And we're going to unite all of Africa, and it's going to be like Wakanda. Like, he really did the most, right? He did the most. So the ACS were lying to these free blacks by saying that it's going to look like this and look like that. Like, it's like heaven, basically, to get them to leave America. And when they got there, it was nothing like they said. So they were mad at the ACS. A lot of them, they came back. They were mad. They did not trust them. So they still came back with, some of them came back with Pan-African ideology still, but they knew that was not the move. They knew Liberia was like a hoax. So Alexander Crummell, Paul Cuffey, Richard Allen, and Martin Delaney. Okay, so we talked about Crummell. We talked about Richard Allen. We talked about Paul Cuffey. And I'm outside. You can hear the background. I'm on the phone, by the way. I'm not on my computer. It's freestyle. Okay, so we talked about Richard Allen. We talked about Paul Cuffey, right? So now we're going to talk about Alexander Crummell, right? He was another one with Pan-African ideas. He's the father of the elitist thing that elite. So this is what they believe. The reason why Paul Cuffey was upset at how you're right. The free blacks over there in Liberia, they became known as the Liberians, and they adopted like the colonizer, mentality. So you're right about that. He went over there on some wild shit. Okay, but this is what happens when you don't run your own independence. This was an ACS idea. So Alexander Crummell, Paul Cuffey, and Richard Allen, they wanted only the elitists to go there. They wanted the most brilliant to go there to set up shop where it's real. You dig? Where they treat everybody fair. It's real liberation, real, self-independence, whatever they be talking about. So like they knew it would take the intellectuals to do it. They don't want the goddamn rejects like they sent over here from Jamaica. They didn't want them. They wanted the elite, like how Nigeria sent theirs over here. They send the elite. So they knew that it took an elitist status people to like do something. That's kind of what W. Du Bois was talking about with the talented 10. But Paul Cuffey didn't run shit, right? He's smart. He's intelligent. Richard Allen's intelligent, But guess what? They don't run shit. The ACS run shit. So the ACS was letting anybody go over there. Smart, dumb, retarded, brilliant, strong, weak. So like there was no real.
They was letting free blacks go over there. They wasn't letting.
Right, but I'm saying, bro. But I'm saying that everybody free wasn't educated, like Like just because you were free doesn't mean you're now. Like these folks had no education, and like they didn't even know why they were being free. They just know I'm free. Like, that's kind of different than some of these guys. Some of these guys were born free. Like I think Paul Cuffey was born free. He was mixed with Native American and FBA.
Yeah, but most of the people that you're naming, they wasn't poor blacks. These are wealthy blacks that went to some of the most prestigious
universities not all. No, not all was wealthy, bro. We know Martin was not wealthy, but we know for a fact that
Delaney wasn't wealthy.
Yeah, he wasn't wealthy. But we know for a fact that Paul Cuffey was wealthy. I even researched what he did for money. Like he actually built ships. Like he had a fleet of ships. Like he built ships and he traded. Like he went whaling. Like for whales, they go get the oil for whales. Like he had a whaling business. Okay, so he was actually really wealthy. Just no cap. So like he financed his own trip over there. Everybody else got there through the ACS.
So Paul Cuffey financed his own trips too.
Brother, this is what I'm saying. When I say their own trip, I mean Paul Cuffey got there on his own ship. That's what I'm saying, bro. He was that wealthy. He got their ship. The ship Garvey couldn't do. He built his own ships. He had a fleet of ships. But you would think if
his first, this was 1775. This is way before the ACS.
Bro, what did Martin Delaney do for work?
Martin Delaney was a medical doctor. I know
right.
I know he was a doctor. I don't know.
Right, that's it.
I don't know everything else that he did for work. I know he was a doctor.
So, did you ever read he was wealthy? Did you ever read that?
I mean, if the man is fine, if he pays.
No, bro. Wait, bro. Let's have an honest conversation, Tether. I hate this shit, man. I'm trying to have an honest discussion, bro. Like, just let's just be men talking. Did you ever read he was wealthy? Yes or no?
Did I? No.
Okay. Did you ever read Paul Cuffey was wealthy? Yes or no?
Huh?
Did you ever read Paul Cuffey was wealthy? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why you read that because he was wealthy. Like right now, 100 years ago, read about Diddy, you can read about a mafia.
Yo, you blocking the speaker. I can't hear nothing.
What I'm saying is though, the reason why they made it known that he was
wealthy. You sound muffled.
In my hand. Let me change the hand of the phone position of the phone. Okay. So the reason why he was known. The reason why that was known that he was wealthy because that was a rare thing with anybody, and most certainly a goddamn black man at that time. That's why they emphasized he was wealthy. The same way you'll say no matter how crazy Kanye West is, you'll say he's wealthy. You're going to list the anomaly attached to this weirdo. So that's what happened with Cuffey that they didn't say about anybody else that I read it. Anyway, moving on. So Alexander Crummell, he was another Pan-Africanist brother that changed his mind, right, and was a Pan-Americanist. So far you're 0 for 3. You got these Pan-Africanists who went to Liberia and said, the hell with that. They came back to America, right? So I don't care what your reason you're claiming, they still believe America was better than the state of Liberia. And keep in mind, they were going to Liberia, as you testified, they were going to Liberia, or you bear witness to, because they felt like it was better than America. They felt America was racist and all this other shit going on, right? They said Liberia got to be better, but it was worse. So they returned. Now let's go to your boy Martin Robinson Delaney. Okay, he was a Pan-Africanist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said he coined what term?
African for the Africans.
Okay, so he was a real he is he's known as the father of like the Black Power bullshit, like, the whole Black Masters bullshit. Like he's the father of this Umar Johnson, Marcus Garvey bullshit, this Baba James Small bullshit. Okay, he's the father of that. Now, and he did not work with he was one of the few people notable. He was one of the few notable people by name that did not work with ACS. He didn't want to mess with the white man at all. Like he was straight up on some RPG shit. All right. Anyway, brother, did he ever go to Africa, Liberia?
Yeah, he went to Liberia and Nigeria.
No. Again, brother, what research are you reading, man? He never went to Liberia. Wait, I'm sorry. You're right. My fault. He visited. He never lived there. Matter of fact, it wasn't Liberia. I'm sorry. It was not Liberia. He went to Nigeria, my boys. I was right. He didn't go to Liberia. He went to Nigeria. Remember. It's going to make sense. Kwame, remember, he didn't rock with the ACS. The ACS only had pull in Liberia. And he didn't want to rock with them, so he didn't go to Liberia. He went to Nigeria, to a colony, or not a colony, but a place where it's not really, ran like that from white people. Because even though the British was involved in Nigeria was still. Yeah, go ahead.
These experiences convinced Delaney that black people had no future in the United States, leading to him instead to the possibility of settling them in Africa. He visited Liberia, a United States colony founded by the African Colonization Society, and lived in Canada for several years. But when the American Civil War began, he returned to the United States when the United States Colored Troops was created in 1863. He recruited them and commissioned a major in February 1965. Paul, you can hear me now?
Okay, read that over.
Yeah, so he did visit Liberia.
So did he go to Nigeria?
Huh?
Did he go to Nigeria?
Yeah, he went to Nigeria and Liberia.
Okay. So he went to Nigeria for what? Because he wanted to go away
to see if he could to try to work out if he could set up a country.
And then what happened? No, not country, settlement. And what happened? They said no, right?
No, it was a civil war.
No, it wasn't a civil war,
between
bro.
tribes,
No.
and he couldn't get it done.
No, war, man. At that time, you had the British, bro. Listen, you had the British, and you had the Yoruba. You had, all these internal conflicts. There was more than, it wasn't no civil war because the British were running them, and they had them all working together for that oil. But he went there to establish some type of settlement, right? Because he knew that was not influenced by the ACS. But listen, bro, I need you to pay attention. Chat, listen. When we say Liberia, okay, we are talking about a white supremacist colony. So you're leaving America, ran by white supremacists, to go to another area ran by white supremacists.
How are they white supremacists? How are they white supremacists?
I'm going to get into that. Don't worry. Well, I'm not going to say it, and it's false. I'm going to get to that. So the ACS, well, listen, they work with, the ACS was also slaveholders. Do you know that?
I'm not aware of that. If our religion is fighting against the Confederate states and against slavery, I don't.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
But won't you agree that the Confederate states were slaveholders?
Yeah, that's what they was fighting in the Civil War for.
Okay, so if the ACS is working with slaveholders, are they working with the Confederacy? Confederates?
You said the ACS. I'm not sure that they was working with. They was working with.
So let's go to make believe. I got it. So let's go to make believe.
I'm not
hypothetically.
Sure. I don't know.
I know. I'm saying okay. So I'm saying hypothetically now. You're not sure. I'm saying hypothetically, if the ACS worked with slaveholders, will you admit then they worked with the Confederates? It's hypothetical.
To relocate. Okay. To relocate.
No. Wait, we're not. Hey, bro. Okay, but if they're working with Confederates, bro, slaveholders, right? It can't be in our best interest. Okay, if slaveholders are involved, do you think it was for our best interest?
You said what?
If slaveholders were involved to this Liberia relocation thing, do you believe it was for our best interest if slaveholders had a hand in it? Where like they were saying, yes, let's do this. Do you think it's in our best interest if slaveholders are involved in Liberia, the relocation in Liberia, nowhere else, Liberia? Do you think that's in our best interest, or do you believe there was an agenda going on unbeknownst to us?
I think it was in our best interest.
Okay. All right. Well, you about to be on the wrong side of history in a second. No problem. So I'm just holding you to a definite answer so we can revisit. Hey. Anyway. Okay, so we're gonna revisit this.
So you oppose full citizenship versus being a slave.
Hey, my fault, chat. It's a nice day. I went outside. On his new bike. It's the last ride. And my fault to you, Kwame.
You oppose full citizenship versus being a slave.
Yeah, so hold on, I can't hear you. But anyway, I'm just apologizing for the background noise. And don't worry, when I go in the house, we're going to talk about this over so we can just be clear. But this is his last trip. He's going to cry and act a fool. So he's going to take a nap, though.
You gotta enjoy your day.
All right, so now what's the question?
So you oppose full citizenship in a nation that you're
But you're not getting full citizenship.
Full liberty versus you being a slave in the Southern South.
Brother, listen, hear me again. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that the ACS, they lied. they painted a picture about Liberia that was false. Just like how Garvey lied when he painted
citizenship. Was they free in Liberia?
No, they did not. No. Okay. They were under ACS colonialism, bro. How do you get full citizenship under a colonial rule? All right. Anyway, don't worry. We're going to read about that later. But so let me just Get them
India
inside
is still India is still under the British crown. They still under colonialism. I said India is still. I said it's still country under the British Commonwealth.
Bro. All right, now watch this. Is it called British India or no?
No, but you have British. You have.
It's called. Wait, no. Hey, bro, listen to the question because you said some dumb shit. Now listen to the question. Is it called British India or no?
Not no more.
I'm thinking he said not no more. Brother, I'm talking about the time you're talking about. You said the British rule of the Indians. I'm saying during that time, was it called British India or not?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, brother, they were okay. Listen now. They were already in India. They came to India to colonize. They were already there. They didn't bring them to India. Okay, that's it. Come up. You're gonna get cookies, okay? Freaking active wool. We'll come back later. I gotta cook this guy. This guy said, I said, was it called British India? He said, yeah. I said, bro, how are they not citizens? They're being colonized in their own land. They were Indians before the British got there.
But it's still countries today that still exist under the British crown.
Oh shit, that ain't gonna change it. Okay, bro. All right, fine. All right. Anyway, I was speaking to our librarians, right? They were lied to, brother. They were painting this picture of it was Wakanda, right? Oh, it's gonna be beautiful, no racism. You get to do this and do that. It was a lie, bro. None of that shit. None of those opportunities were there until they got their independence. The ACS gave up finally because they felt like it was too much money to keep financing that place over there, that project. They let go and they said, hey guys, just go for independence. So they encouraged them to go for independence. Come inside. You know how I know? I did real research on this stuff because I knew we would talk again. Okay. All right.
Is that not a better option than colonial chattel slavery in the South?
Oh, let's see. Let's ask Delaney. Let's ask Cuffy. Let's ask Crummill. Let's ask Allen because they all stayed here. They ended up staying here. All of them. None of them chose. None of those four chose Liberia over America.
Would you agree that Martin Delaney came back to America because of the Civil War?
Okay, so why? Now watch this. Why? What was it about the Civil War that made him come back?
That black people in America would be granted citizenship.
Oh, hey, give me that. Oh, okay. So now you understand, bro. The reason why they were leaving America in the first place is because they were not citizens, bro. Okay, but once all these Pan-Africanists, so check. So now he admitted. So what is Pan-Africanism today? It's bullshit. So these guys were Pan-Africanists because they did not have citizenship. So once citizenship was offered, they came back and they fought in the war and they got their citizenship and they were proud Americans and now they got an FBA lineage. Okay, so now these new Pan-Africanists, they are full of shit because the movement was about we don't have citizenship, so we're out. So all these Marcus Garveys and these well, not him because he was a cousin, you know, citizenship. But all these W. Du Bois and Kwame Ture, these guys had citizenship. So it's like, yo, what is your argument? They made up some radical Nation Islam mixed bullshit to fund, to start their little campaign, their little movement. But originally, Pan-Africanism was about racism, mistreatment, and non-citizenship. Now watch this. But citizenship was more important to them than the racism because they all came back in spite of the racism. They came back to gain citizenship. So citizenship was what got them all back. And once they got that Pan-African bullshit was out the door. They lived as and now some of them got their lineage as a result. Okay. So I'm so glad that we was able to repatch that. Now, let me just send some air. I work the same thing. Give me a second. Give me 1 second.
You act like, you act like the ones that came back, even though they came back, they wasn't granted full citizenship. Like, black people in America still went to Jim Crow.
Brother, listen. So now this is where we fell out last time, where you're like saying shit but not understanding what you're saying, brother. They were granted full citizenship, bro. It was just violated. So they had it. It just wasn't being respected, but they definitely had it. Okay? So if we make a bet right now, right, on some real shit, like we make a bet and I renege, that means I didn't want to pay you, but that doesn't mean the bet did not exist. The bet was real and I lost. That doesn't go nowhere. That's still there. But my lack of payment doesn't make the bet and the loss go away. Still there. So when these guys came back, bro, listen, bro. I'm not gonna argue with history, bro. All right, you're telling you won't know we can argue with facts. Okay, right. I got it. Hey, bro, listen. That will fall on their debts. Hey, bro, you are a tether. You wouldn't know about our history. Okay, let me ask you this: what was the two main arguments of contention in the civil rights movement? What was the two things we were trying to establish in the civil rights movement?
I don't know. I'm not too aware of the civil rights movement.
Right. I know, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, so you gotta be humble, bro. I'm saying like they had citizenship because it was granted by law. Like they were under the Constitution. It was amendment. So that's a fact. That's there. It wasn't disannulled. It was there. They were just being violated because Jim Crow, bro, is unconstitutional. All right. Just like beating up an unarmed black man is unconstitutional. But it happens though. It doesn't mean. But does that mean we don't have? Does that mean we don't have citizenship? No, we have citizenship. It's just being violated. So these guys had citizenship. It was just being violated, my boy. That's all. Jim Crow is illegal. It's unconstitutional. Anyway, let's get into the nitty gritty. I'm at my computer. Okay, let's go. All right, so let's do a recap. So we agree that Paul Cuffey had Pan-Africanist ideologies, right? He went to Liberia, and then he came back and got a citizenship. He came back. He got citizenship. He was awarded citizenship, and he died an American, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay.
So Alexander Cromwell, a name you're not too familiar with, you probably won't know, but I'll just tell you, he also got a citizen. Once citizenship was on the table, but a lot of them just took it. All right, so he was an American. He dropped that bullshit, that ideology. Delaney came back to America, right?
Yeah.
Then got a citizenship, right?
Yeah.
And died an American, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Richard Allen never left. He never trusted the ACS. He always questioned their motives, their incentives, because it was a racist organization. It's called the Abolitionist Colonization Society. It's in the name, Colonization Society. So he never trusted them. So he never went to Liberia. He stayed here, got a citizenship, and he dropped that Pan-Africanist bullshit. So, Chad, you're going to see that a lot of these Pan-Africanists, quote unquote, when they got their citizenship, they dropped the Pan-Africanist bullshit. They was no longer interested in going to Liberia. Okay.
What's bullshit about Pan-Africanism? What was bullshit about it?
Well, it depends. It depends which.
If they was granted full citizenship versus being a slave prior to the Civil War.
Full citizenship of who? The ACS?
Of a country they established.
Did you read that? Can you Google that real fast? Before I acquiesce to that, can you go ahead and Google that part of the deal was getting full citizenship in Liberia. Can you Google that before bullshit?
I mean, what
Oh
would
yeah,
think?
Moon Eyes. I do teach kids, by the way. Moon Eyes. Thank you. I've been teaching kids for like probably over 10 years. No, go ahead. Thank you for recognizing that and acknowledging it. So when people say I'm biased, you got all that patience. Yes, because I deal with little kids, 5, 6, and 7 years old. You can imagine when I told my kid, he's 3, but he's pretty above his age group, even like speaking wise and just the innovations. And he's definitely gonna be a chemist. He could be whatever you want, but he's gonna be a chemist too. Okay, so did you Google that part of the deal was that they get full citizenship? Did you Google that?
Let me Google it right now.
Okay, let's go. Take a nap. We'll go to either bite. Okay.
Liberia was founded by formerly enslaved people from the United States, and subsequently, citizenship law are deeply intertwined with its history of slavery and American
Wait, start over. Wait.
Huh?
I just switched to my headset, so start over. I heard nothing you said. I just switched from the phone to the headset. Can you repeat that?
All right. Liberia is founded by formerly enslaved people from the United States, and its subsequently citizenship laws are deeply intertwined with its history of slavery and the American colonization society efforts to resettle free Black people in Africa.
All right. You said nothing, so let me research it correctly. Give me a second. I'll do it correctly. And I'm going to share my screen. And what other questions should I ask you while we're here? What other questions should I ask before I press enter? Was there any questions else that we wanted to know?
Nah, we could deal with the bullet points you were talking about.
All right. Let me do Martin Delaney. Did he live in?
I mean, I don't even know why we need to Google this. If they're free Blacks and and they establishing a country for free Blacks.
Yeah, so we got different standards. Brother, you and I got and it's not just like you. So I'm not saying it's just on you. Like even FBAs, like most people don't go to the depths I would go for research. Like I'm really passionate about like history and like religion, like these type of things. Like it really, it's like my passion to like know as much as possible. So I don't like to leave any unturned stones, to be honest. So like I'm like obsessive when it comes to research. Like I learned how to read Greek in like I think 2 months, bro. Like that's how passionate I am. When I want to learn something, I'm like all in. I like sacrifice everything to go all in. So that's just who I am, right? I'm like OD.
All right. You do know like slaves that reached to Liberia, they was naturalized citizens when they reached to Liberia.
Okay. Well,
like if you was a slave that escaped and reached to Liberia, like you was a naturalized citizen.
Hey brother, I'll tell you this right now. I don't believe there was any at that time. Okay, so the brother, you're saying something. I don't believe any enslaved. I don't think any enslaved person escaped slavery and went to Liberia. But let me know how they got there, bro. I don't believe there's one enslaved person who escaped slavery and swam to Liberia, bro. Okay. So now, let me say this. Oh, I gotta find out. So how did hold on. All right, here we go. All right, so okay. So yes, they were granted citizenship. So you see how we do real research? We just, like, for me, I don't have an agenda, chat. So whatever information says, it just says what it says. I don't have an agenda. I don't do cherry pick research just to be right. I mean, just to win. I just want to be right. I want to be historically correct. Okay. Anyway, so did Black Americans receive full citizenship in Liberia? The answer is yes. Right. Black Americans who immigrated to Liberia in the early 1800s were granted automatic citizenship, but their experience was complicated. This is what I'm trying to tell this guy. Liberian Constitution, 1847, it gave free, wait, but this is late. I think this is later. It gave free Black American settlers full citizenship, including the right to vote and hold office. Settlers controlled the government. Black Americans, known as Americo-Liberians, dominated politics and society. However, Native Africans, who made up the majority of the population, were denied full rights and excluded from government. That's wild. So the folks who lived there naturally. Okay, yes. Okay, good.
So
Now,
the free Black Americans went there and practiced white supremacy on the Native Africans.
Well, this what happens when you go to a country funded by white supremacists. That's why I kept saying, bro, you need to do what Cuffy did. Cuffy financed his own trip with his own ships, had nothing to do with white supremacists, and he went there himself. Everybody else were influenced by the ACS. Okay, so
you can't blame this on. You got to blame it on the free Black Americans that went to Liberia and practiced white supremacy.
Well, wait.
Not on Pan-Africanism.
Not just yet, because the question is to you: is that
and it gave it say FBA, free Black Americans, FBA.
Okay, so there you go. On whose screen? Yours or mine? Oh yeah. Hey, yo, yeah, that's a good observation, my boy. You got potential. You just gotta stop smoking and drinking, but you got potential there. There you go. That was a great observation, bro. Anyway, the question to you is this: what you said was correct, right? Free Black people went to Liberia, and they practiced.
Messed it up.
They practiced white supremacy, basically. Right. Now, the question to you is this: did they have a choice to go to Liberia?
Did they have a choice to go to Liberia?
Yes.
No, because I think that was part of the agreement to set up a colony in Liberia.
No. Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying when they were in America, did the ACS come to them and say, hey, do you want to stay in America or go to Liberia? Or were they forced to go to Liberia? I mean, like, in other words, they didn't have a choice. It was Liberia or die.
No, some had a choice. They had a choice.
Okay. Now, did you read that somewhere? See, brother, it's okay to say I don't know. Like, you asked me some things, I said I don't know. It's okay to do that. When you start making up shit like that, you're going to look crazy later on, but you're going to be wrong. Watch this. So before you say, hey, man, the FBAs, hey, man, they went to Liberia and they practiced white supremacy. It's like, yeah, but were they forced to go to Liberia? So, all right. Did Martin Delany live in Liberia? If so, for how long? No. Martin Delany, so brother, stop with your goofy ass research. No, Martin Delany never permanently lived in Liberia, but he visited for about a year. You goddamn liar.
When did I
In
say
18
Martin Delaney lived in Liberia? I said he visited
Bruh.
Liberia and Nigeria.
Okay. Anyway,
You
but it's for a
Wakanda
year. It was for a year. I don't care about
Yankee.
that. Mm-hmm.
What
Tether.
the fuck you talking
Tether's.
about? I never
Hey, yo,
said the man.
Tether
I
is
never
worse
said he
than a
lived there. I said
Okada
he
and
visited.
a goddamn. Hey, yo, Tether is worse than Okada and Yankee. That's the worst thing to be called. Anyway, in 1859, he traveled to Liberia and negotiated with African chiefs to establish a settlement for free Black Americans. He stayed for several months, primarily in what is now Sierra Leone and Liberia. Okay. Why did Delaney return to the U.S.? Delaney returned in 1860 because he became frustrated with Americo-Liberian elites. The Americo-Liberians, Black settlers from the U.S., ruled over Native Africans, which contradicted Delaney's Pan-African ideals. You see, the grass wasn't greener. Okay, so America wasn't that bad, huh? He realized Liberia was not a free Black nation for all Africans, but a colony controlled by former Black Americans. Watch this. He planned to bring more Black Americans to Africa. His goal was to organize Black migration from the U.S., but the start of the Civil War shifted his focus. Uh-oh, what happened? The Civil War gave him a new purpose. When the Civil War broke out, Delaney decided to stay in the U.S. and help Black Americans fight for their rights. Okay? No more Liberian talk. In 1865, he became the first Black field officer major in the U.S. Army. So he was a proud FBA, not a proud Pan-Africanist. How did Delaney travel to Africa? Who paid for his voyage? Delaney traveled to Africa in 1859 by ship. His trip was partly funded by abolitionists, particularly white allies in the U.S. who supported Black immigration. It is unclear if he personally financed part of the trip, liar, he was so wealthy, but he was backed by wealthy supporters in England and U.S., you goddamn liar. He was so wealthy. Okay. Conclusion. The conclusion. Guy's a horrible researcher. Black Americans in Liberia received full citizenship, but only Americo-Liberians held political power. Delaney visited but never permanently lived in Liberia. He returned to the U.S. in 1860, but he was disillusioned with Americo-Liberian rule and saw a new opportunity in the Civil War. His voyage was partially financed by abolitionists who supported Black resettlement in Africa. So now we just read that Americo-Liberians, who were Black free people. They were the minority, but they ran government. This reminds me of what the British did in Rwanda. That. So again, I kept saying that the whole agenda of this Liberian bullshit was a white supremacist idea to create a genocide, basically. So in Rwanda, they did the same thing over there. The Hutus were the majority. The Tutsis were the minority, and the Pygmies was like almost irrelevant. So the British, what they did was they gave the power the same way they did the Liberians. They gave the Tutsis the power. Now they're the small minority. They gave them the power. So of course that upset the Hutus because naturally, in any place, the majority rules. So the Hutus were running the show, but when the British laid down law and authority, they gave authority to the Tutsis to rule over the Hutus. So of course, the Tutsis remember how they were treated by the majority, right? So they abused their power, they flexed their power, and that ultimately led to the genocide. Okay, it was a planned genocide that they knew would eventually happen when you empower a minority over the majority. Because they're going to flex, they're going to pop their collar, which they did, and the Hutus had enough, and they genocided. Okay, so they was trying that over here in Liberia. they disempower the natives. Okay, and the ACS, they gave the power to the minority, which was the American Liberians, the free black persons, right? So they came over there just yesterday, and now they in power in politics. Because don't forget, the Liberians ran by the ACS. That was their colony, so they ran it, and they just extended the power purposely to the black free people and to upset the natives. And guess what? It turned out exactly like Rwanda, but without the genocide. Okay, come over here. Go sit down over there. Go over there. Go about that.
Yeah, I would say the free blacks went to Liberia and they practiced colonialism on the native Africans.
Yeah, but you could say the same thing with
It wasn't Pan-Africanism.
But you could say the same thing.
Free blacks.
I got
it was the free blacks that repatriated.
I got you. But this what happens when you follow white supremacy lead. All right, and you're going to practice white supremacy, and that's why the smart ones of us stayed here. We didn't go over there, and as a result, Liberia is not doing too good today. As a result, all right. Now you mentioned, so we're going to come right back to this. I believe, yeah. So let's pause on this, and I promise you, we'll come right back, right? And we're going to look at more in depth of the ACS and their true agenda for what they had with us. Okay. So, but before we leave this, Paul Cuffey originated the Back to Africa idea, but it was not popular. So because you're the first to do something doesn't mean you popularize something. So it was the white supremacists, the ACS, who popularized the term back to Africa or back to Liberia, right? The whole idea. And Paul Cuffey, all he did was get 38 people over there. The white supremacists got in between 12,000 to fight 15,000 to Liberia. Okay, so the white supremacists promoted, like they're largely known to promote the Back to Liberia movement, and we're going to see what was on their mind. What were they hoping to gain by sending? Because they tried to send all of us over there, Kwame. But luckily for us, we were too smart, and a few dummies went over there, and now they are Liberians, and they're not looking too good. Okay, but the smart one of us, my ancestors said, nah. The Delaney said, no. Cuffey said, no. Cromwell said, no. Richard Allen said, no. My lineage is going to be FBA, not Liberian. You dig? So we are thankful for our ancestors not being hoodwinked on that Liberian, on that Pan-Africanist bullshit. I'm so thankful that our ancestors did not fall for the Pan-Africanist white supremacist idea. We said, nah, we're gonna die. We're gonna
You never know. You probably got some ancestors in Liberia right now.
You know what we said? We said we're gonna well, I didn't say ancestors. I said lineage, right? Lineage is
you probably got a lineage in Liberia.
No, you can't, because the lineage is father to father to father to father to father to father to me. Okay, so no. So my father said no. Back in those days, my father said, nope, America is good enough, right? So whoever's father went in Liberia, their lineage is in Liberia, bro. That's how that works. My line said, no Liberia over here. We're foundational Black Americans. You dig? We're going to stay right here. Okay, so now we talked about Haiti, right? Well, you did in the chat. And you talked about, you said something about the Haitian Revolution compared to the Civil Rights March, right? So can you expound on that?
Oh, yes. I was basically saying that you can't compare Haiti, who fought for their independence, versus marching for your rights and things like that.
Why you can't compare?
I mean, because these people, the Haitians fought for their country. They didn't, they didn't march on the street for their rights.
I got it. Were they the majority or the minority in Haiti?
In the 1800s? I'm not sure.
500,000 Haitians, 40,000 white settlers. Okay, so now
Okay.
let's compare. Okay, now let's compare. Okay, in America, you're talking about maybe 10 to 15 million Black Americans and about 200 and something white Americans. So that's just common sense. When you're the
Are you talking
majority,
about are these numbers today, or are you talking about these numbers in the 1800s?
yeah, 1800s. I'm talking about. Listen, bro. I'm speaking about the time you were debating in the chat. I'm speaking about the Haitian Revolution. There was 500,000 Haitians and 40,000 French settlers. Okay, and when we marched, we were like 15 million deep compared to 200 million white folks, if not more. So we were outnumbered, probably 20 to 1. Meanwhile, the Haitians outnumbered their foes like 100 to 1. So yes, if you're the majority like that, winning a fight is common sense. That's not like oh my God, we won. No, that's common sense. That's why the movie 300 was so good, because you got 300 people fighting against this Persian army in the thousands. But there's no hooray over the large majority winning against a small minority. There's no big hoopla in that. But anyway, let's dig more deep in the Haitian Revolution. All right, let's dig more deep in that. All right, because that's something you brought up. So you can't compare it. We just did, and it made absolute sense. 500,000 to 40,000. They should have been one.
They didn't just fight. They didn't just fight the settlers. They fought the French army, the French navy. They didn't just fight, and they fought a host of other. It wasn't just the French army. They fought a host of other countries.
So you did a little research, right? In this.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that same fight, did the Toussaint fight with the French?
Did he fight with the French?
Yes.
No.
Okay, brother. That's why I asked you. I said, did you do a little research? You said yes, because all you did was a little research. Hey, brother, other nations you're talking about were the British and the Spaniards. They came.
Yeah.
What? Okay, hold on. Don't say yeah now. So when the revolution was going on, it was the Haitians against the French. And then the British and the Spaniards decided to invade while the French was weak. So, brother, you're wrong. Toussaint actually joined the French army to fight against the British and the Spaniards. And together they defeated the British and the Spanish. So I don't know whether to praise or to, scoff at Toussaint. I mean, you're fighting with your ops. Like, you joined Team White Supremacy. Okay, anyway. Let's go further. So let me share my screen so we can read together. You know how I do. This is called honest research. I'm like this guy. This guy got selective memory. He cherry picks shit that he agrees with, and things that doesn't line up with his talking points, he won't talk about. I give y'all the good, the bad, the ugly. Okay. So I tell it how Haiti really gained independence, a detailed explanation. This is our research. Haiti's independence was the result of a massive revolution led by enslaved Africans against the French colonial rule. It was the first successful slave revolt to establish an independent nation in 1884. Below is a step-by-step breakdown of how Haiti gained its freedom. That's how I like my information, step by step. Okay, so now, brother, why are we calling it Haiti? The name is Saint Domingo, all right? So let me pronounce that correctly, because I will no longer call it Haiti. I'm going to call it by its original name.
How Haiti really gained independence, a detailed explanation. Haiti's independence was the result of a massive revolution led by enslaved Africans against French colonial rule. It was the first successful slave revolt to establish an independent nation in 1804. Below is a step-by-step breakdown of how Haiti gained its freedom. Background. Before the revolution. Haiti was known as Saint-Domingue.
It would stop. It would stop right before she said it. That's some wild shit. All right, let me just play it from a different. It would stop right before she about to say it.
Saint Domingue.
Okay, Saint Domingue. So it is not, for now on, chat, we're not going to recognize them as Haitians. We're going to recognize, not by their new name. Remember, FBA, that's a new name. So Haiti is a new name. We want to call them what they were, right? Not the new name. So they are Saint Domingue, whatever that she just said, right? This is what they are. I'm going to find out what was Jamaica called before it was Jamaica. We're going to call everybody by their old names and nobody by their new names going forward. FBA, that's new. That's new. Well, your name is new too compared to the old one. So that's the standard. Anyway, brother, it shows right there. It showed that 500,000 enslaved Africans lived under brutal conditions. 40,000 white colonists controlled the land, wealth, and government. Okay, so everybody expect 500,000 to beat 40,000. What's so impressive about that? What is so impressive? Hey, chat, what is so impressive about 500,000 people beating up? And look, they caught them by surprise too. It wasn't like a fade. They snuck attacked them. So 500,000 people snuck attacked 40,000 people, and they won barely. And it's like, ooh, wow! It's like, bro, what else result? What could happen? Could 40,000 beat 500,000? No. They should have been. They should have. See, my problem is why it take that long? We were always the minority. I would have loved for us to be 500,000 and be 40,000 white racists talking about, yo, we about to start the Jim Crow stuff. Man, we would have offed them so fast. We are known to fight. That's why we're the best fighters in all combat sports right now. We are the best in boxing, the best in MMA. Okay. Michael J. White would beat up any Haitian and Jamaican. All right, so let's just go to the nitty. So now, this is important right here. The colony supplied 60% of Europe's coffee and 40% of its sugar, making France dependent on it. So now France is dependent upon Haiti because 60% of their exports are going to Europe. And 40%, well, 100% of the exports. Like they're 100% relied on Haiti. So we're going to see why they end up giving Haiti independence. But yo, we ain't got a choice. Okay, anyway. So this is a background of why the Haitians were asking for, look, 500,000 cowards were demanding equal rights rather than taking it. They're 500,000 deep and they're allowing 40,000 to say, nah, no equal rights. You guys are going to be enslaved. Okay, see, tensions exploded in 1791 when the French government refused to grant full rights to free Black and mixed race people. So they had their free Blacks too, my boy. All right, so let's go down. You see, this ain't no fade. They launched a coordinated uprising, caught them off guard, and they got the upper hand. Okay, and now they got to send troops to equal the numbers. All right. So, bro, look at this. 1793, Toussaint, a former slave, joined the rebellion and led skill attacks against French troops. But look what happened here. It says Toussaint switched sides and fought for France, defeating Spanish and British forces. So he joined his ops that want him enslaved and fought with them, which is like weird. That's like the weirdest type of revolution ever. Did y'all know that, chat? Did y'all know that this guy joined his ops during the revolution? Like, I never heard of it. I never heard of a revolution, but then you side with the people you're fighting to gain freedom from. You want to talk about switching up? Okay, he ruled. Look what he ruled. He didn't rule Haiti. He ruled Saint Domingue as a free colony, even though it was still under French control. So, bro, that's not much of a win. You're ruling a colony under French control. So you didn't, like, where's the W? Now look what he did. Hey, yo, look, hey, Kwame, can you see my screen?
Yeah. I'm listening to you.
Okay. So
Fine.
all right. Anyway. So you agreed that the French had slaves, right? They had the Saint Dominguez as slaves, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Toussaint have slaves of his own?
Toussaint definitely has slaves.
Hey, chat, I'm done. And he said you can't compare Haitians to us. You damn right you can't. This guy Toussaint, after he fought off the French.
Did free blacks have slaves in America?
Brother, hold on. Let's start one at a time. One at a time. Okay, you can't not answer a question, and then when I go to answer, you ask a question back.
I answered your question. You asked me did Toussaint have slaves.
Right,
I said definitely.
So now let me get it right, because some folks don't know this. So chat, you're looking at it. So it says Toussaint rebuilt the economy using a forced labor system, angering former slaves. So chat, this guy, it says a forced labor system. That means he literally took the colonial position. He forced them back in slavery to rebuild Haiti after the destruction. This guy was a slave master that we was bigging up in 1804 documentary. This guy was a ultimate coon.
American Dream actually put a link.
Hold on. No. Look, I don't deal with two tethers at one time. One at a time. So American Dream, come on, maybe tonight, later on. But we got to finish our 1v1, bro. You're not going to get help again. The 1v1. So now, Toussaint was tricked into peace talks, right? And he was captured. Go that way. Y'all want to talk all this peace treaty stuff? Well, he got duped into a peace treaty, and they killed that fool. So his backup went in there, and they defeated the French army, forcing them to surrender. Right? Watch this. So now, look at this first thing. Yo, hey, chat. Look, all their birthdays are January. Hey, brother, when's your birthday? What?
My birthday is in October.
That's a lie. You January 1st. Hey, look, this is why all their birthdays are January 1st. Because Haiti declared independence on January 1st, 1804. All right. And now all these immigrants, when they come over here, their birthday is January 1st. It's based on the Haiti's independence, Declaration of Independence. All right. So now look at this. The name Haiti don't come from Haitians. Like these guys never identify themselves. It came from the indigenous Taino people, meaning land of mountains. All right. Oh boy. Now the aftermath and challenges. Now this is for you. France demanded reparations. Now I don't know how you say. Now he said you can't compare us to the Haitians, bro. You damn right. We are fighting for reparations. The Haitians are fighting not to pay reparations. That's the opposite, bro. We're fighting to get paid. The Haitians are fighting to stop paying. That's an L, bro. How do you fight for your freedom and white folks sued you for reparations? So chat, now you see why all these folks are against reparations? It's because they got to pay reparations. It said, the aftermath and challenges. France demanded reparations in 1825. Haiti was forced to pay France. Now, remember, all these 500,000 fierce warriors, how were they forced to pay 150 million francs to be recognized as independent? This crippled Haiti's economy for decades. So, chat, you would think, right? How much you want? Now, chat, look at the argument for us or against us. The argument against us is that, hey, we can't pay reparations because it'll cripple our economy, right? So that's some of the stall tactics. So we like, all right, well, you ain't got to pay us up front like a one cash out. Go ahead and pay us in increments then. Give us $250,000 every year, whatever, until the debt's paid. Fine, whatever. We'll work something out. But that should have been the Haitians' argument. The Haitians' argument should have been the white supremacist argument. No, we can't pay y'all everything because our economy will collapse. These Haitians were so scary that they paid a one-time payout that crippled their economy till today. Like they got gang leaders running the country right now. Hey, brother, who's the Haitian president today?
I'm not sure.
It's a gang leader. That's who it is, bro. That's a damn gang leader. So, internal.
It's not a gang leader. They have a president.
Yes, it is. Bro, is he running the country?
The country's in turmoil right now.
But who's running the country?
As you can see, they've been isolated by U.S. and European powers.
Bro, I'm just asking you who is running the country, bro. That's a simple question.
They have a president, so obviously the president run the country.
So wait, brother, when you run a country, there's no chaos. That means that everything is. So if he's running the country, then why are the gang leaders in these powerful positions?
You say the same about Elon Musk.
Okay, he just saying the old thing. All right. So international isolation. The U.S. and European countries refuse to trade with Haiti because they fear slave revolts in their own territories. Internal conflicts. Haitian leaders, including Delineation, and later Henry Christophe, struggled to unite the country. So they got their freedom, and then they were still disunified. So now, hey chat, this is the issue. Just because you're left alone, it doesn't mean you're going to agree with each other. Okay, so these Haitians, again, some of these tethers, they think the grass is greener on the other side. They think all I got to do is get away from white supremacy and it's all good. That's the same thing that the FBA Cuffy thought. That's what Delaney thought. That's what Fromell and Allen thought. If I get away from these white supremacists, it's going to be all good. But they got amongst each other and seeing, oh shit, this is wild. They brought their ass back to America. These Haitians got their so-called independence.
Can you name the time that African Americans like revolted or attempted for independence or anything of that nature, like how the Haitians did in Haiti, or a state, or even a state that they was the majority of?
Bruh, see, that's the difference. See, y'all tethers don't understand that we were never the majority, man. Like we're still now. We're 13% of the population. We were never close to the majority because white supremacists, they know what we would do. And we would just
y'all never did no great fighting. Y'all always been scared, basically.
No, we fought way more than you guys. Jamaicans never fought. Like y'all the most bunch of cowards, black cowards I met in my life. You guys don't fight for shit.
We probably got the most rebellions. We probably got the most slave rebellions.
Hey, chat. We just read that the Haitians 500,000 deep compared to 40,000, and they barely won. And we supposed to like act like that's a flex. These Jamaicans, they outnumber the British the same way.
So name a flex in America. Let me make flex in America.
Wait, let me make the point first. Okay, well, shit, the LA riots with Rodney King. Yeah, we got lost. The motherfuckers went back and
they went back. Comparing a riot to a war?
Yes. Well, yes. Well, it gotta be. Yes. Now, if you be quiet, I can finish. Because you're asking for answers, I go to talk and make sense, and you keep cutting in with your insecurity. So let's start with the first one. There's no go. There's no real flex. Go. Take the ball and go. There's no real flex, my boy, to outnumber your ops. You're 500,000 deep, and your ops only make up 40,000. There's no real flex that you won the fight. That's common sense. Jamaica, we're even more cowards because they outnumber the British the same way, but they fought and didn't win like that. Here's the better question. You guys outnumbered your ops the same way the Haitians did. How come you never went all out like the Haitians, where you just fought and won hands down? How come that never happened in Jamaica?
I mean, it happened in 1833.
No. So you guys kicked the British ass and got them out the country?
Yeah.
That's the lie. Anyway, it's line. Brother,
You have to
got
Google the
it?
Baptist Wars. You have to Google the. You have to know about the Baptist War, the Tacky Wars. Different. It was different wars going on. These wasn't like rebellions. These were large scale uprising.
You gotta wait. Hey, bro, listen to the question, man. Listen to the question before you answer. The Haitians, they defeated the French totally, and they even killed the remaining French settlers who was captured. They executed them. So they 100% won the war. Right. So there were no more French people in the country because they didn't want them to colonize. They didn't want no survivors to recolonize them again. So they got rid of all the French. I'm asking you the same question. Did Jamaica respond like Haiti? Did you guys fight the British where you executed all of them and ran the rest off out the country and won that way? Yes or no?
Nah, not specifically, not like that.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So that's the problem that we see. You're the overwhelmingly majority, just like the Haitians were. And that's why I said you guys don't fight, man. Y'all outnumber the Haitians, y'all outnumber the British 100-1. And y'all free. Like Haiti gave y'all the blueprint. And y'all didn't follow it, man. It's crazy. Anyway. Let me go here next. Because I don't want to belabor these points. I got a bunch of points here. Okay, so brothers, I think I'm done with that. I'm done with the Haitian Revolution, if you don't mind. So, did you have any last words, or you got a question for me? You said, did we do anything close like that? No, bro, we didn't do that. We were always the minority, so we could never have like a rebellion like that. Well, we actually did. We had Nat Turner. We actually had a few over here. We had Nat Turner. He got a couple handful of brave FBAs. It's being outnumbered 1,000-1. He still, and a couple with him was still brave enough to go fight and actually just murder white folks outright. So yeah, so we got something similar, but even better, even more courageous because we're outnumbered. We were the underdog.
No. African Americans is known for marching and railroads and stuff like that, not known for fighting.
Okay, that's the same thing. Got a truth there. All right. So look, let me ask you this: are you aware of Robert F. Williams?
Nah, you could elaborate. You could inform me.
Nah, I won't.
Robert.
Nah, I won't. But my chat pretty much are familiar with him through me. So when y'all make that claim,
I'm familiar with like Denmark VC and
no, right? Yeah.
Turner.
Yeah. No, see, you gotta get more updated, my boy. You gotta get a little more updated. But anyway, so let's get some facts real fast out the way. So the UNIA, yes, some members of Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association. You see, it's called the Universal Negro Improvement. It's not called the Universal African Improvement Association, UNIA, okay? It's not called the UAIA. This is not called the university. It's not called the Universal African Improvement. Brother, why did he add Negro here, not African?
That was the popular term at the time, Negro.
Okay. So yes, some of Marcus Garvey's members immigrated to Liberia before Garvey was deported from the United States in 1927. So, brother, do we agree some members went to Liberia from the UNIA?
Yeah.
Why didn't Garvey go?
I'm not sure. That
Okay.
was been a question why Garvey didn't go to Africa himself. I know he went to England, Canada.
Chat. This is our issue with Pan-Africanists, even today. The James Smalls, the Jabaris, and all these clowns, Brother Reggie's, they'll talk all that African shit, and Umar Johnson, they'll talk all that African shit and never go live there. So I actually respect the ones who actually lived there.
I just told you 2 days ago that Jabari and Dr. Umar Johnson are citizens and currently have homes in Ghana.
Yeah, you can have a home, but I'm saying your residence, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that there were some people. We're reading right now. Some of Marcus Garvey's members, they didn't go buy a home there because a home's like $50. They went to go live there to seek residence. They didn't want to come back to America, bro. We're talking about not coming back. We're saying live there. Guess what? There's a lot of Black people from the diaspora from all these different countries, America and the Caribbean, who went to Africa to live. They're not going back to the Caribbean. They're not coming back to America. So I respect those folks. The folks that believe in what
it's a different time. Like airplanes exist, cell phones exist. It's a different time, bro.
You have to listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying permanent residence. You have people who live in Africa, different parts, different countries, who live there for permanent residence, and not just Africa. You got people in Japan. You got people in what's that place? The Hawaii. You got people where the tsunami hit and the earthquake just happened. You got in Thailand. You got people who got, bro. I'm saying permanent residence. Like they went to live in these countries because they hate America. They went to live there because they feel like America's, laws and racism, hypocrisy, Donald Trump. So they went out there to live permanently, bro. So that's how most Pan-Africanists talk from the diaspora. They talk all that, the white man, black, but they do not go seek permanent residence. So the main guy bumping his gums, as we say in the East Coast, the main guy bumping his gums, Marcus Garvey, did not ever go live in Africa. And not just him.
Do you know Umar Johnson and Jabari are Ghanaian citizens, right?
Okay. Yeah, I do. But you kind of missed my point. So let me just finish reading. You kind of missed what I was establishing just now. So let me just finish reading. I feel like we're talking in circles. So yes, some members of Marcus Garvey went to live in Liberia, but Garvey never went there. However, the large-scale migration plan that Garvey envisioned never materialized due to opposition from both the U.S. government and the Liberian government. Okay, so UNIA plans for Liberia. Let's see how smart Garvey is. Garvey and the UNIA saw Liberia as a key location for Black repatriation and the establishment of an independent African nation free from colonial rule, right? So Liberia, founded in 1847 by freed African Americans, seemed like the perfect place for Garvey Back to Africa movement, right? He studied some FBA history apparently, but not thoroughly. The UNIA planned to establish Black controlled industries and businesses in Liberia, the audacity, develop schools, hospitals, and infrastructure, the audacity, create a strong Black nationalist base to resist European colonialism in Africa. But what happened? Okay, so early UNIA efforts in Liberia. In 1920, the UNIA sent a delegation to Liberia to negotiate land settlements for African Americans who wanted to immigrate. Some UNIA members relocated to Liberia in the early 1920s. That's when Garvey should have stayed there, but his greedy ass wanted to keep scamming for bread, hoping to establish communities there. In 1921, another delegation met with Liberian officials to secure land for settlers, okay? They were serious, Marcus Garvey wasn't, all right? So Marcus Garvey is pretty much in the place of the ACS. He would just, he was carrying on the white supremacist mission to relocate us in Liberia while they stay in America. Okay, so why the plan failed? So Marcus Garvey is like the modern ACS. So Liberian government resistance. Initially, Liberia welcomed UNIA's investment, but as Garvey's movement grew, the Liberian government, controlled by Americo-Liberians, descendants of freed African Americans, became suspicious. They feared, this damn scammer, they feared Garvey's followers would challenge their power and disrupt Liberia's close relationship with the U.S. The U.S. and European pressure, the U.S. government pressured Liberia not to work with Garvey because his movement challenged American economic interests and colonial influence in Africa. Financial and organization struggles. The UNIA faced internal disputes and financial difficulties, especially after Garvey was convicted of scamming FBAs in 1923. Okay, so did anyone actually settle in Liberia? Yes, a small number of UNIA members did settle in Liberia before Garvey's deportation in 1927. Some UNIA-affiliated settlers stayed and integrated into Liberian society, but they did not establish the large self-sufficient colony that Garvey had envisioned. Again, like I said, he painted a pretty picture like the ACS. Okay, so after Garvey's deportation to Jamaica in 1927, the UNIA's influence weakened and most of the plans for Liberia collapsed. However, Garvey's vision of Pan-Africanism and Black self-determination continued to inspire future African liberation movements, including tethers like Kwame of Ghana. Okay, so that's that. Now let's get into, not even that. Let's get into the ACS, because I promise you we'll tackle the ACS.
It seems like it's always these African Americans that's against the Pan-African movement.
Yes, we're against it now.
Well, you just read that they was against Garvey, they was against the Native Africans.
Yeah, because it was a scam. It was a sham and a scam. So
it's not the Peters that's the problem. It's the African Americans that's the problem.
Brother, we know that's a scam.
They're the one you just read. They're the ones working with the white supremacist groups. They're the one blocked Garvey with the white supremacist groups.
Well, no, don't say Garvey.
They the ones that colonized Africa. They the ones that
don't say they blocked Garvey. They didn't block Garvey. They blocked other FBAs because Garvey had no intentions to go. Garvey could have went. He didn't go, so they didn't block him. They blocked other FBAs for good reason. First of all,
Pan-African. They blocked other Pan-African.
Got it.
Pan-African.
Got it. First of all, no country allows a large, unless you're America, nobody allows a large mass immigration, bro. That'll cripple anybody. That'll undermine anybody's government. And that's why they question the agenda, like, yo, the motives, like, yo, why you want to bring all these? Like, remember, they entertained Garvey at first. A couple here, a couple there, all right, come through. But as his movement grew, that's when it was like, hey, wait a minute, what the hell going over here? You guys gonna bring a coup here. So they recognize Garvey as a potential coup. Like, you want to come over and overthrow our government? Nah, we're not having that. So that's common sense. Like you're a security threat. Like, you're a national security threat. Like, who the hell lets that many people come over with their own agenda? Like, Garvey had his own agenda. Like you said, he wanted to do schools and this and that. They're like, oh, what the hell? No, you could come live and assimilate, but you ain't gonna come over here establishing dominance. I said, hell no. Take your scamming ass back to Jamaica and relocate in London. Try that shit over there. So anyway, brother, now we're going to get to the ACS. Did white abolitionists in the early 1800s free any enslaved blacks? Yes. Now listen to this, bro. Listen very closely. So we don't ever got to revisit this. Some white abolitionists in the early 1800s helped free enslaved black people. Watch this. Though the exact number is hard to determine, their efforts included they purchased enslaved people freedoms, my boy. Some abolitionists and religious groups such as Quakers, white people.
Pardon, can you say that last part over before the Quaker? You said they purchased what?
They purchased these white supremacists. They purchased enslaved people's freedom. Some abolitionists and religious groups such as Quakers raised money to buy enslaved people and set them free. Legal battles. Some worked as lawyers or activists fighting for the freedom of enslaved people through the courts. Supporting self-emancipation, many assisted runaway slaves by funding and running the Underground Railroad, providing safe houses and resources. Okay, watch this. So we're going to see the agenda. While records are incomplete, notable abolitionist societies freed thousands of enslaved people through these efforts. However, their actions were limited in scale compared to the overall enslaved population, as you can imagine. What were the white abolitionists best known for? Okay, let's get to it. This is thorough research. White abolitionists were best known for anti-slavery advocacy, publishing newspaper, some bullshit. Political activism, all right, Underground Railroad, religious influence. However, their motives and actions vary. Some were true allies of Black freedom, while others had self-serving agendas. Okay. Did they help free Blacks or enslave, or did they help enslave Blacks? Right? Which one? Were they free or enslaved? They had different impacts on free Blacks and enslaved Blacks. For free Blacks, they advocated for their legal rights, but often supported segregation, colonization efforts. So these white abolitionists, they were not integrationists. They didn't want Black folks to live among the societies at all. These were white supremacists. Hey, you can be free, but stay your ass over there. Don't come around us. All right. They helped fund Black schools and churches, but maintain white control over them. So that's white supremacy. Some view free Blacks as a problem rather than equals. I'll read it again for you, my boy. Some of these abolitionists, these ACS folks, some view free Blacks as a problem rather than equals. So that was the free ones. For the enslaved ones, they pushed for gradual emancipation, but rarely fought for immediate full citizenship for free Blacks. So they didn't want Blacks to have American citizenship. Go take your ass to Liberia and get Liberian citizenship, but no, we don't want you in our country. That's their mind state. Some help individuals escape, but most work within legal, often slow and ineffective methods. Overall, their actions help some enslaved people gain freedom, but they often fail to challenge white supremacy in American society. You see, they were not against white supremacy. They were aligned with white supremacy. Just take your Black ass to Liberia, and it's all good. Okay. Did white abolitionists have their own agenda for Black people? Yes. Many white abolitionists had their own agendas that were not always aligned with Black liberation. Okay. Gradual emancipation versus immediate freedom. Some like William Lloyd Garrison demanded immediate abolition. Others, especially in the North, supported gradual emancipation to avoid social and economic upheaval. Colonization, ACS supporters, and watch this, brother, pay attention. Colonization, ACS supporters, many white abolitionists supported sending free Blacks to Liberia through the ACS, the American Colonization Society, because they did not believe in racial interrogation. So we will free you, but you got to get out the country, chat. We will free you, but you got to go to Africa. Moral versus economic motives. Some oppose slavery for moral reasons, while others feared it hurt white laborers and wanted to protect white economic interests. Chat. They didn't want us taking the white man job. Okay, let's keep going. Were abolitionists true allies for Black people? Don't try to laugh now, my boy. You was acting like they were kumbaya. Some were genuine allies. Figures like John Brown, we know his history, and Garrison risked their lives for Black freedom. But some were paternalistic. They saw Black people as an inferior. This is the white abolitionist chat. This is the ACS. They saw Black people as inferior and wanted to control their futures. Go to Liberia. Some were allies of white supremacy, you dumbass. Some were allies of white supremacy, supporting abolition while also promoting segregation or colonization. While white abolitionists helped challenge slavery, they often failed to support full racial equality in America. Many saw Black freedom as separate from Black citizenship. See, they didn't want us to have citizenship. They wanted us to be free to go to Liberia, which meant their fight against slavery was sometimes still aligned with white supremacy. So chat, although they wanted to free us, they were still white supremacists. Drop the mic. I told you, my boy, when I was outside, we're gonna come deal with this. These folks were white supremacists. Let's keep reading. Conclusion. White abolitionists played an important role in the anti-slavery movement, but their impact was limited and contradictory. Okay, chat, you hear that? It was contradictory. Some freed enslaved people, but many still saw Black people as a problem to be managed rather than as equals. Their legacy is complex. They helped in slavery, but often did little to fight racial injustice after abolition. So you see, they wanted to free us, but they did not want us to be equals, and they did not want us to have citizenship. They wanted us out the country. They freed us to say, get out the country. We don't want you in this country. Okay, get out. So they were, like I said earlier, team white supremacy. We're not done. There's more. There's more. I'm a real researcher. Did the ACS establish?
That's better than what the U.S. government was offering.
Okay. Did the ACS, well, coming from a failed homeland, I will see why you think that. Did the ACS establish a colony in Liberia for free Blacks? Yes. The American Colonization Society, ACS, established Liberia as a colony. The whole Liberia, chat, was the ACSs. They control Liberia, these white supremacists. In 1821, 1822, for free Black people from the United States. However, the ACS's motives were controversial and its relationship with Liberia was complex. Listen, the ACS involvement with Liberia, founding of the American Colonization Society, ACS, 1816. Hold on one second. Let me see what he's doing. He up to something. Okay, he's being good. He's being good. No, go sit down. Go sit. You're being good. Give me a second. Hey, you could talk. You could chime in while I get something to drink, bro. I've been talking for a minute. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So basically, they was offering something that was way better than chattel slavery that was going on in America. They was offering, they was paying for slaves to be free. They was offering free Blacks a country for their own kind, for their own kindness, a liberty, so they could control their own destiny. That's way better than remaining in America and going through chattel slavery and Jim Crow, in my opinion.
Well, they felt the same way. So some of them felt the same way. Some of them felt the same way, and that's why the idea, they kind of like, entertained the idea of going to Liberia. You dig? So anyway, let's keep going. So funding of the American Colonization Society, ACS, 1816. The ACS was funded by white politicians, slaveholders. Slaveholders were involved in the ACS. That's why I asked you earlier, bro. If slave masters, slaveholders are involved in ACS, wouldn't you see that as not the best interest of Black folks? Okay, so this is why I established questions earlier with you. This is how you have a true conversation. Anyway, slaveholders were part of.
If they was buying slaves, of course slaveholders had to be involved. If they buying slaves.
No. Again, you're smoking, you're sniffing, whatever you do, you're not listening. Okay. The ACS.
I started sniffing.
Yeah, bro. The ACS was an organization, right, that had ties to Liberia. The ACS, some members of the ACS were buying Black folks out of slavery. Okay. So they're buying from the slave master. That's it. So the slave masters,
they're buying their freedom, right?
Right. Now listen to what I just read. Got it. I'm gonna read it again. The ACS was founded by white politicians and slaveholders. So the slaveholders helped found the ACS. So right from the beginning, they were working with the abolitionists. Like they had an agenda together to get these. They say, hey, we don't mind these Negroes. Let's get them out the country. Pay us, get the money up, but they gotta get out the country. All right. After they built this thing, they gotta go. Right. After they laid the foundation, they gotta go. So look, it aimed to relocate free Black people to Africa instead of integrating them into American society. White supremacy. Supporters included people with very different motives, such as abolitionists who thought Black people would have more rights in Africa, slaveholders, who feared free Blacks would inspire enslaved people to rebel. Okay, so now, chat, keep in mind, the people who was being relocated to Liberia, these are all free black people. These are not enslaved. If there were any slave people involved, they ran away, which is fewer and far in between. But majority of the folks that went to Liberia, they were all free. So sometimes they want folks, these could be black people on a plantation causing problems, like Nat Turner's. Look, man, get this guy out this damn plantation because he's going to start a revolution, a rebellion. Let's get this guy out the country. So a lot of these guys had that the slave masters thought were troublesome, or maybe even they thought they didn't work as hard. But for whatever reason, they didn't want these particular enslaved people on their plantation. They was willing to sell them because they damn sure ain't gonna sell Toby and Kizzy. Like their money makers, they ain't gonna sell. But the ones they felt like were troublesome, had these revolutionary ideas, or didn't work as hard as others, you dig, always trying to get over. These are most likely the ones they targeted to sell and relocate to Liberia. All right, anyway. Let me go on. Let's keep going. Establishment of Liberia. Once I read this, we can do whatever. Establishment of Liberia, 1821, 1822. In 1821, the ACS sent agents to West Africa. Damn, agents? Like they're being very honest. They sent agents to West Africa to purchase land for a settlement. They negotiated with local rulers and secured land at Cape Meserado, which became Liberia in 1822. Okay, so they purchased Liberia. Literally, they renamed Cape Meserado to Liberia. The capital, Monrovia, was named after U.S. President James Monroe, who supported colonization. Damn, everybody, all the big dogs were involved in this white supremacist ideology. Send black folks back to Africa. So chat, we can literally say the Pan-Africanist ideology was from white folks. We can argue that and win. This Pan-African ideology was promoted largely by white supremacists. Okay, so this is crazy. The ACS governed the colony with white American officials in control, treating it like dependency, right? So we see if you went to Liberia, you went to a white man colony and you were colonized by white folks, okay? Now, I don't know if that's better than the slavery, my boy. You know why? I don't think that's better, Kwame, because in America,
elaborate how that was worse than staying in chattel slavery.
I got it. Because on the plantation, enslaved people were the money. Like they were like the tools. They were like the machinery. So they were well kept. They were well fed, and they were, they wanted them strong and smart to perform the next day and produce work. So they kept them pretty, good in condition. Okay. Liberia, they don't need you to do any labor. So they can literally leave you out there just to starve and just eat mud cakes and cats like some of these immigrants from other countries today. So yeah, I would rather be on a plantation doing hard labor, but I'm well fed and maintained, and I got hopes of, my freedom one day, rather than sent to a strange location in a whole nother country where there's no work at all. Only cats and mud cakes. Yeah, so I would have had a problem with that as well. Anyway, look at the facts. Number 3, relocation of free blacks to Liberia. The ACS resettled about 3,000 to 15,000 free, listen to the words, free African Americans in Liberia between 1822 and 1910. How they become free? Some bought their own freedom, but most of them, their freedom was bought by these agents. We read it for ourselves, agents. Many free blacks resisted relocation. Hey, you listening right now, my boy? Hey, Kwame, are you listening? Okay, so he wants to go dumb. Kwame, man, I need you, bro. Hello. Okay. This dude did nodded out. Hey, peace, K Fighter. I'm glad you pulled up. This is some deep information. Y'all gotta admit, this is some gems right here, man. And I'm gonna give Kwame some credit for this. Him and KD. Irv Palmer, Jamaica has 10
Yeah,
influence.
pardon me. I was ordering something. What you say?
All right, no. Yeah, next time, just say hold off. Like don't have me read.
I ain't want to interrupt you.
No, interrupt, because I would rather be interrupted than read and you're not listening. Like that's even more disrespectful. So Irv Palmer said Jamaica had 10 infamous revolutionaries, and the Maroons forced the British into a peace treaty after they escaped to the mountains and slaughtered the British. He said slavery in the Caribbean ended 100 years before slavery in America independence is a separate story. Irv, you want the phone number? Because
you disagree with that?
Yes, because we were freed in 1865. You were freed in 1833. That's not 100 years. That's like 32 years. So that's a lie. All right. So yeah, I disagree. That's a bold-faced lie. All right. I know my stuff. I know my stuff. Okay. So American Dream says unbiased dagger himself a bunch of times. I don't know how I did, bro. You can explain in chat how that happened. What I do is just read the information. I don't cherry pick. I show everybody. I'm unbiased. I'm 100% transparent. Full disclosure. Okay.
Oh yeah, I now I remember where we was at. We was at the American Colonial Society versus Confederate States.
No,
So
I was past that.
You basically saying that it was better for black people to stay in chattel slavery, pick cotton, get raped, ripped apart, the most humane things that you can imagine. Stay in America and go through those type of humane things rather than go to Liberia where you receive a full naturalized citizenship.
Mm-hmm. And what else?
And you control the politics and the resources in the country.
No, you don't. What resources? Can give me a list of the resources.
The free blacks from America, they were the one that was controlling the politics and the economy.
Bro, listen. Okay, look, you jumped ahead. I'm reading the beginnings of it. Okay, you see you're smoking, you're ordering food because you're hungry, smoking. Bro, there's no America Liberians just yet. I'm reading the early starting plans of the whole thing. So now, tell me some resources that was there. That they what type of work? What type of work did they do over there? By the way, when they got over there, how did they make money? The America Liberians, bro.
Well, I'm guessing they bring in the trade that they learned in America, so they probably was working on railroads. I'm not 100% sure, but I know
okay.
they brought their
So look, to work on railroads,
they had to deal with trade.
Okay, so to work on railroads, don't you need coal mines and steel mills?
Coal mine, yeah.
Okay, so they brought it. So they brought a coal mine and steel mill with them.
No, but I'm quite sure they developed the infrastructure to set up those type of industries.
Okay, all right. Well, just go get that research for me. Okay. Anyway, see, I don't do that. I don't guess a whole bunch of bullshit and then hope that research back me up. I just rather just read it. You dig? Where it's transparent, where I read the good and bad. I don't cherry pick. Now, but this is for you right here. This is for you. It said many free blacks, right? So many means the majority, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Many free blacks resisted relocation because they saw themselves as Americans, not Africans. Brother, break that down.
It's self-explanatory. They was
that
on
they prefer to
American
be.
land, so they probably felt like that we're American citizens. Just like the people in Haiti, they wanted full citizenship. They didn't want to repatriate back to Africa. They wanted their own independence.
But I'm talking about Americans though. I don't know why I talk to this tether and he always bring up somebody else. I just don't like this is like you're like the weirdest person to ever talk to. Like instead of just dealing with the information that's in front of you, you like sidestep it like
I'm answering your question.
You're not because I asked nothing about Haiti. We talked about Haiti already. And that's why I left it alone. We talked about it, we read it, you gave feedback, I gave feedback. I said, okay, bro, let's move back to
all right. So they felt like they was They felt like they was American.
And not what?
They fought in the wars, so they felt like they was American.
No. There was no war. There was no war at this time. These folks left before the war. So stop. So these people felt like they were American and they felt like they were not what?
African. Wait, so black people didn't fight in the Revolution War?
All right. So let's move on, brother.
They didn't fight in the Revolution War?
Hey, bro, listen. Well, a little bit of us, but these guys didn't. Okay, so we're talking about these guys, not somebody else that probably did and probably didn't. We're not being hypothetical. We're not speculating. We're not projecting. We're just reading what we're reading, bro. We're not giving the eisegesis, man. We're not adding to what's not there. Okay, let's just deal with what's being read. You know, in reading comprehension, you're not supposed to add things that we didn't read. You're supposed to deal with what's read. So right now, if we were in reading class,
you asked me to explain something. You asked me why did they feel like they was American? You said explain that.
Hey, Kwame,
and then as soon as I explain it, you cut me off.
Right, because Kwame, I'm trying to tell you, hey, bro, I can pull up reading comprehension, like how it's done, like how they measure and gauge like good comprehension and bad comprehension, bro. Like you have to deal with the text. We have terms like context, out of context, in a context. We got terms like exegesis, out of eisegesis. You got terms that lets you know when you're off and when you're on. So you did an eisegesis. You added to what's not there. You talked about Haiti. You talked about the Revolutionary War, bro. We're reading about relocation to Liberia. So if I ask you about something that was read, you got to consider everything we're reading that ties to relocation to Liberia, bro. All right. So anyway, they seen themselves, majority of these folks seen themselves as American and not African. But listen, hey, Kwame, the key word is this. The key word is that they resisted relocation. Brother, when you resist something, are you a willing participant?
No, but you're not giving me you're not giving me time to give context to the answer. Most of them,
I am.
Most of them.
Okay, I'm good. No, you just okay. Whatever. Nigga said most of them fought. Okay, dude. All right, look, we're moving on. We're moving on. Dude, this dude said most of them fought in the Revolutionary War. I mean, just pull up and read something, and then you could do that. But if you're just talking, because I'm reading, I'm not talking. I'm reading history. Read what you want to say, and you give that much. But I don't want you to say something that we got to fact check it, and it just wastes time. That's like time wasting tethers, brother. Just read it like I'm reading, and it's cool. But if you just want to say something that we don't know if it's factual or fictional, no, man, you're not time wasting today. Anyway, the question was this. The question was simply this: when you resist something, are you a willing participant? That's the question.
No.
Okay, cool. So most of them resisted relocation. Some enslaved people were manumitted, meaning freed on the condition that they leave the U.S. and settle in Liberia. Chat, listen. They told these enslaved people, hey, man, you can go free, but you have to go live in Liberia. Okay, so this Pan-Africanist relocation idea was enforced on majority of Black people. This was not a willing decision. So when they talk about, Black folks in Liberia and they was in government and they did this and did that, bro, they didn't want to go from the door. All right, they were bitter as hell. So now watch this. Who were the settlers? Mostly free Black people, but also some Black refugees from the Caribbean and Africa. Uh-oh! So you guys are also in government practicing racism and white supremacy. I knew I would get your ass. All right. Anyway, okay. Listen, they were called Americo-Liberians. Even you folks, my boy, you Caribbean folks, when you came to Liberia and was part of government, you also were called Americo-Liberians. And they dominated Liberia's government and economy. So all that laughing you did while I was outside playing with my kid, I knew I was going to get you. They imposed American customs, clothing, and a U.S. style political system on Native African groups. You're involved. Well, watch this. ACS control over Liberia. Liberia functioned as an ACS controlled colony until 1847. Americo-Liberians ruled the colony like an elite class, often discriminating against indigenous Africans. The ACS provided funding, laws, and governance. You liar. You said we were in the government and we had all this. You liar. It's a lying tether. It says the ACS provided funding, laws, and governance. But Liberia struggled financially and faced conflicts with local tribes. So they were fighting these damn primitive Africans over there. All right. Watch this. And that's why they treat them like shit. It wasn't like they were like, just, hey man, we're gonna treat you like trash. They trying to war with us. Oh, you want smoke? All right, well look, no resources. I'll do the same thing. I come over there to civilize y'all. Y'all want to throw spears at me like this is Sentinel Island. What's the island where they throw spears at you? Oh, y'all want to throw spears? Like this is Sentinel Island? Okay. I had no resources. Stay your ass in the woods like the Maroons. Liberia's independence in 1847. So, brother, earlier when you read about 1847, I ain't say anything, but 1847, my boy, when they came over by then, that's when the Garvey guys came over there, it was already the real Liberia. All right, watch this. The ACS could no longer afford to control Liberia, so it encouraged the settlers to declare independence. In 1847, Liberia became an independent republic, but the ACS still had influence for decades. Liberia's first president, Joseph Jenkins Roberts, was an Americo-Liberian and a former U.S. resident. Okay? Watch this. Why did ACS want to relocate free blacks? Now, this is something you should have asked, my boy, but a tether would never do honest research. I just asked the question. I didn't lead the research. I asked the question open. I let them answer it honestly. White supremacy. Oh my God. Number one, brother, you my son. Why did the ACS want to relocate free blacks? The number one reason, white supremacy. Many white, I knew I was going to cook you when I got in the house. I knew it. I couldn't wait to get you, my boy. When you was running your mouth outside, act like you were smart, I said, wait till I get in front of this damn computer. White supremacy, number one. Many white Americans did not believe black people could integrate into U.S. society. So they were afraid of an integrated society between blacks. I guess they knew this whole slavery thing wouldn't hold up much longer, because the North and South was riffing and fighting over territories like Missouri and other states. Like, so the North and South, like they were like before the Civil War, they were having little fights already. They had like little low-key wars already. So like they knew that inevitable was going to be like Civil War. So the South, like, all right, well, let's get rid of these damn slaves before they be freed and want to come back at us. So they're trying to send us over there to Liberia. They're trying to get ahead of the curve. Anyway, number two. So number one is white supremacy, my boy. You're not on my level at all. You're my son. So number two, slaveholders' interest. Slaves. So number two is slaveholders. So number one is white supremacy. Number two is slaveholders. So slave owners feared that free blacks would inspire enslaved people to rebel. So the ACS, the number two reasons why the ACS wanted free blacks to relocate was white supremacy and slaveholders who did not want free blacks to cause enslaved folks to rebel. So this was not in our best interest, like you lied about earlier. but a tether would say that. A tether. A chat. This is why, hey man, we all we got. So number 3 is this. Abolitionist strategy. Some abolitionists thought Liberia could be a safe haven for Black people away from racism. Number 4, economic and political control. White elites wanted to remove free Blacks from the U.S. labor force and limit their political power. Okay.
So what do you agree with? Majority
so when
of the population was white.
Hold on. Let me just
Black people around.
Hey, bro, let me just sum up. This guy.
All right, finish your point. I'm gonna address each and every point.
But I don't need you to, because I'm just reading history. There's not nothing to refute. This is just history. Now, chat. Remember, he said, "Hey, which one would you rather choose? Would you rather choose Liberia, or would you choose chattel slavery, being ripped apart, raped, and whatever?" You dumb tether. These folks being sent over were free. They were not on the plantation, dumbass. They were free.
Wasn't they bought out of slavery, Okada?
Bro, listen. They were free.
Some of them was bought out of slavery, right?
What kind of slavery?
Chattel slavery. That was if they're working with the slaveholders.
Hold on. Hey, bro. Okay, define chattel slavery, because I don't think you know what that means. Define chattel slavery.
Define chattel slavery. Let me get the exact definition.
No, you know what? Give me the year.
Since you like high level sources.
Yeah.
Chattel slavery is a system where individuals are treated as property, bought, sold, and owned like livestock. A practice historically prevalent in the United States and other regions.
Okay. Give me the year of chattel. Okay, do this. Google, what were the years of chattel slavery? Do that for me.
1619 to 1865.
Okay. All right. So we got white elites wanted to remove free Black. Okay. So 3 of the 4 reasons why they wanted us to go to Liberia were all negative. It were not in our best interest. All negative. Now watch this. Hey, no, go back out there. Open the door to the exit. Go out there. Go.
How is it not in the best interest?
I got it. Why did some free Black people want to go? Now watch this. Now, brother, I asked you earlier, was this something we wanted to do, or was this enforced on us? I asked you that outside. I said, well, this is ideology that go to Liberia. No, I said, did we have a choice? Did we, did we have to go, or we could stay in America as free Black people? And you didn't know. It says, why did some free Black people want to go? No U.S. citizenship. Number 1 is no U.S. citizenship. So now you see why when citizenship was on the table, all these fake Pan-Africanists came back to America with a citizenship, okay? Free Blacks were denied citizenship and basic rights in the United States before 1868. Okay, so we had rights, like I said. All right, so violence and discrimination, racial oppression, Black codes and mob violence made life difficult. Religious and cultural beliefs. Some Black leaders like Alexander Crummell believed Africa was place for Black self-rule and Christian missions, but we already know, that's the name I had earlier, he changed his mind and he said, America, we're American, okay? He dropped the idea and said, we're American once he got his citizenship. So once these folks got their citizenship, they pretty much dropped Pan-Africanism. Economic opportunity. Some hope Liberia will provide land, jobs, and a better life than U.S. That was false because they all returned. All right, let's go down. Okay, now here we go. Were any Black people forced to relocate to Liberia by the ACS or other whites? Yes. While most Black people who immigrated did not, wait, I'm sorry. Listen, chat, listen. While most Black people who immigrated to Liberia did so under pressure rather than direct physical force. Listen, most Blacks went to Liberia under pressure. Others were coerced. Others were tricked like Marcus Garvey, and others forced to go. Listen again. Most Black people went to Liberia under pressure, coercion, trickery, and outright forced. Okay, I kept telling son, I said, bro, the ACS were lying to them. They was painting this beautiful picture of how Liberia was Wakanda, and they was like, yeah, it got to be better than America. And they went over there like, oh, it's a trap, and they came back. All right. Now look, I asked specific. Oh, wait.
So chattel slavery was better.
Okay, so were free Black people forced to go to Liberia? So I wanted more transparency here, like more clarity. Coercion through legal and social pressure. Many free Black people faced extreme legal and social discrimination, making staying in the U.S. unbearable. State colonization laws. Some southern and even northern states passed laws forcing free Black people to leave. Listen, chat, listen. Screw with it. Look, I'm ignoring the tether. I'm reading history. It says some southern and even northern states, so that kills that northern stuff, passed laws forcing free Black people to leave or face re-enslavement. I asked the brother earlier, I said, were they forced to go or could they say no? Well, go back to slavery. So they gave them no choice. So these were not natural Pan-Africanists, chat. So don't let these tethers sit here and lie to you, or these coon Pan-Africanists. These guys did not want to go. They were coerced, tricked, and forced under severe pressure, like go back to slavery, to go to Nigeria, to go to Liberia. These were not proud Pan-Africanists. Again, Pan-Africanism was an idea forced on us. It was not something that we gravitated to. It made more sense, like this tether talking. It was forced on us. And I know I'll cook his ass when I get into the house. He don't research. Okay, manumission. No, let me keep reading. Maryland, 1831, and Virginia both passed laws promoting colonization and limiting free Black rights. Indiana, Illinois, Ohio passed Black laws that barred free Black people from living there unless they pay expensive bonds, unless they pay expensive bonds. Manumission under one condition, exile. Look at that. It said manumission only on one condition, get out the country. Some enslaved people were free only if they agreed to relocate to Liberia. So these abolitionists, right, that you went to white folks brag about, oh, the northern abolitionists, now we can cook them. We can cook white supremacists as easy as tethers. Look, these good white abolitionists, you're free, but leave the country. Go to Liberia. It's the only way we're going to free you. Example, the will of John Randall, Virginia, 1833, freed over 338 enslaved people, but required them to leave for Liberia. Look at how they're getting this mass migration to Liberia. So these tethers that talk about, hey man, y'all fled to Liberia. No, we didn't. Not on our own will. They forced us over there. 383. Economic starvation. Listen, many free Blacks were people denied jobs, housing, and legal rights in the U.S., making Liberia seem like the only option for survival. So they was creating a condition that had a cause and effect environment. Hey man, stay here and die, starvation, or go to Liberia. So like they were purposely, that's why it's called systemic racism.
So what was the better option? Stay in America and die,
so now I'm gonna keep reading.
To Liberia?
I got you. So direct persuasion and deception. Watch this. Listen what it says. It says direct persuasion and and deception. Who's involved? The ACS. The ACS often misled Black people, just like Marcus Garvey. So I kept telling old boy, I said, yo, the ACS was lying and tricking like Marcus Garvey, painting this beautiful Wakanda picture, but it was nothing like that. So the ACS often misled Black people about the conditions in Liberia, lying like Garvey, promising land, wealth, and peace while hiding the disease, conflict, and poverty settlers face. Brother, what resources that you talking about? Making up shit. State-led relocation. Maryland Colonization Society, a branch of the ACS, created Maryland in Africa after part of Liberia and aggressively relocated free Black Marylanders, brothers, sisters. What does that mean? Aggressively relocating us. So his questions, I'm ignoring. I'm painting a bigger picture because we've been hearing this Liberian farce for way too long from Pan-Africanists and tethers. Now we know the truth through who? Yours truly, Unbiased Ron. Yes, I don't know who else ever went this deep on their channel with the Back to Liberia movement. I don't know. I never came across a channel that went this deep. So I believe if y'all could correct me who went further like this. But I think I'm the first to go this far. Were any enslaved people forced to go to Liberia? While most enslaved people were not forcibly sent to Liberia in chains, many were free only on condition that they left. Slaveholders used colonization to dispose of free Blacks. Many Southern slaveholders manumitted, look, slaveholders, white supremacy. So I kind of like made my point already. I cooked them already, but I'm gonna keep reading. It manumitted enslaved people only if they agreed to leave Liberia. We read that. So Mississippi ACS chapter sent many manumitted slaves to Liberia because white Southerners feared they would inspire. We read that. Free enslaved people had no real choice. Look. I asked the brother, could we stay here or we had no choice? We had no choice. Free enslaved people had no choice. This is a generic, almost absolute statement. Okay, we had no choice.
Didn't they say if they could have stayed or be enslaved?
No.
They
Well, yeah, that's not. All right, okay. So let me go ahead and mute you. Cause matter of fact, I'm about to be done with you in a second because you're kind of like leaning the conversation something like some tether shit, and I'm trying to be serious. And when I don't mind like having like a friendly, conversation where we like joke on each other. But when I'm serious, let me be serious, bro. Like this ain't the time to interrupt me with tether babble. All right, so free enslaved people had, like, he's mad because he's wrong. So free enslaved people had no real choice. Once freed under colonization conditions, they had no citizenship, no land, and no protection in the U.S., leaving them little choice but to go to Liberia. So now, chat. Now you see why they came back? Okay. No land and no protection, no citizenship. So now you see why they also did not want to use the term African to describe them, because no African can have American citizenship. So, chat, this is why we did not, this is one of the main reasons why Frederick Douglass and other the majority of Black people in the early 1800s, they accepted Negro and colored anything over African. African denoted no citizenship. Okay? Some ships carried enslaved Africans, repatriated, I hate that fucking word, against their will. The U.S. Navy and British anti-slavery patrols intercepted illegal slave ships in the, the U.S. Navy and British anti-slavery patrols intercepted illegal slave ships in the Atlantic and sent the Africans aboard to Liberia, even though many had no connection to Liberia. All right. I've been reading for a long time. Yes. I'm going to stumble across words. I did a lot of reading shit. What you expect? Third time, the U.S. Navy and British anti-slavery patrols intercepted illegal slave ships in the Atlantic and sent the Africans aboard to Liberia, even though many, there go your illegal slave ships. So he kept talking about the illegal slave ships, this guy. Oh, the illegal slavery, bro, they were intercepted and sent to Liberia. So this was a trick bag. I told you, man. Oh, my God. Repatriated. Okay, so some ships carry enslaved Africans and repatriated against their will. Listen, you do a lot of reading, your eyes going to fail you. How many Black people were sent to Liberia? The ACS relocated about 13,000 to 15,000 Black people from the U.S. to Liberia between 1822 and 1910. Some willingly went, believing in blacks so rule, the trick bag, Wakanda story. Others were pressured, misled, or indirectly forced to leave. Conclusion. While the ACS did not physically force large numbers of free blacks and people onto ships, many were pressured or given no real choice due to legal restrictions, economic hardship, conditional manumission. Some enslaved people were forced to go as their freedom was only granted if they agreed to immigrate. Thus, while most black immigrants left due to systemic coercion rather than direct violence, their relocation was often not truly voluntarily. So nobody really voluntarily went to go. So again, the Pan-Africanist idea was literally a white supremacist idea. Okay, brother, you can unmute yourself and you can talk as long as you want. Okay, I made my case. I did some Johnny Cochran, F. Lee Bailey, Shapiro shit just now.
Yeah.
Many
of them seek the opportunity that was offered that was better than being forced to be enslaved back into America. So many people seen it was either go back to slavery in America or seek a new opportunity in Africa. Now, you're basically saying that these people should have stayed prior to the Civil War, stay in chattel slavery because you deem that a better option than repatriating back to Africa, Liberia.
Are you asking me personally?
That's what you said.
Are you asking me or telling me?
You said I'm asking you. It's a rhetorical question.
Okay. All right. So let me give it 3 seconds because I'm really done talking because I want you to talk a lot because I talked a lot. So let me just give you a 3-second answer. Okay. So brother, my opinion is different from the people opinion who lived it. So the people who actually lived it, they felt like the better option was Liberia. But you're asking me 2020, right? You know, hindsight. So I'm just giving you my opinion, you dig? But it's probably easier to give you my opinion today where I'm safe in America as an FBA person, as opposed to somebody who's facing that real decision. So all I can do, bro, is give you my 2025 opinion on how I feel today. That's all. But the people at that time, they thought differently. But go ahead.
So you would agree? So you would agree that it was better? It was a better option to go to Africa than stay in America,
brother. I gave you my opinion, and you missed it again. I said no. All right.
Okay.
Do you know? Okay, look. Do you know why I say no? Can I tell you why I say no?
Yeah, explain how chattel slavery was a better option than being a freedman in Liberia.
Now I got you. Now chat, look how easy this is for me. Because brother, I'm a real person living in 2025 and I know how it all played out. I know how it played out. So it was better to stay because the Civil War happened and we're here today, right? And we're not in Liberia living like them right now. So yes, I know how it played out. That's why it's easy for me today in 2025 to give you a hindsight opinion and say, hey, yes, they should have stayed. They shouldn't have left. Go ahead, continue.
Right.
Well, you start asking questions and just talk,
earlier,
man.
Earlier when I made my answer, you basically came up with all different analogies. I'm adding on to stuff. Yeah, you added on to stuff. I asked you a basic question. I'm asking about the Black Americans that was in America at the time,
brother,
prior to the Civil War. I'm not asking about hindsight.
Hey, Kwame.
2025.
Kwame, is it possible, brother?
Of course, in 2025, we will all agree that right now, being in the first world country, of course, everybody would agree with that.
Hey, Kwame, is it possible you could just talk without asking me questions? I'm trying to take a breather from talking. Can you just go in and give your arguments and your what you disagree with and agree with, and go in for a little bit while I take a breather, bro? I'm over here tripping over words, like I'm really like exhausted. Is it possible, or do you always got to ask me a question? It's like, which one?
Look, I'm trying to bust up my arguments from earlier.
Okay, so I answered that question. Now let's go on. Could you ask me the same question back and forth? New question, please. Next question. What's the next question? These tethers got no information. They always just ask me questions. Like, why don't you go over some research or show us something we didn't know or show how I was wrong or something? Oh my God, I'm trying to take a breather. I just drunk like a half a bottle with 2 little things.
I wanted to ask you about politics, but you say you don't really dwell on the politics.
What about politics, man? What about it?
What's your stance on reparations?
Yay. That's my stance.
You think that's feasible with this administration?
It's not about administration, man. You asked me what's my stance, like which administration? I couldn't tell you, but I could just take my stance. I said yay. Next.
Just asking because that was one of Tariq's biggest arguments about reparations.
Well, I don't know. Okay, listen, bro. I'm my own man. You're asking me. I'm not. You want to ask Tariq Nasheed, call his show, go in his clubhouse or Twitter feed, bro. You're talking to me now, bro. Talk to me. Ask me questions. I can't speak for another man. I can't speak for 43 FBAs. I can't speak for 43 million FBAs. I can only speak for my ideas. We have different ideas. Okay, some like Yvette maybe lean towards the blue. Some like Tariq can maybe lean towards the red. I don't know, bro. All I know is that we're different in strategies. Okay, we're different in strategies. Tariq says hold your vote sometimes. Yvette says something else, maybe same thing. I don't know, but it's different strategies. And some of us do our own thing. Some of us go green. Some FBAs voted red. Some voted blue. You see, we're 90% Democrat. So we're different, man. So don't ask me to speak for another person. I can only speak for myself.
Okay. Regarding reparation, do you think that could be achievable on the state level, on the federal level?
Well, federal. We're not looking for states. There's a reason why we don't do states. That's a trick bag. Incorporate tried that shit. It went nowhere. State is a trick bag. It's a finesse. It's federal.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Black Caucus and them shooting down the California reparation?
Yeah, they don't represent me. Okay, they're the Black Caucus. They're an organization that has their own ideologies. Okay, there's a lot of organizations out here that got their own stance, and they got that right. They got nothing to do with me. I don't subscribe to.
You don't support a specific reparation act like HR 40 or.
No. I do not. I don't support Cobra. Cobra include all you tethers. So no, I do not include. I do not support HR 40. I don't support all these nothing burgers. No, I don't.
Oh, so you don't support Caribbeans and Africans getting reparations?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so chat. Look, he was asking me about FBAs exclusively. He was asking about organizations that supposed to represent FBA reparations. And I answered in context. I said, I don't support none of those HR 40s and then Cobras who are tying tethers into FBA reparations. That had nothing to do with CARICOM. We're talking about United States, bro. And then you try to slickly add CARICOM. So, bro,
I didn't ask you nothing about CARICOM. Okay. I just asked you, do you support Caribbeans getting reparations?
From who? From whom? From the American government or from whom? From the American government or CARICOM?
I'm just saying period.
Via CARICOM? Yeah, that's not good enough. Now, yeah, I don't like vague, ambiguous questions, bro. I'm gonna say right now, I like specificity. I like disclosure. Everything I give transparency. I give full disclosure. Either do the same thing for me, or I'm not gonna answer. I don't do vague, ambiguous. I don't do that. Just trick bag, stupid shit.
It was a simple question. It wasn't.
And I gave you a simple answer.
Right. The British Crown, the American government.
Yeah, that's a lot of different governments. So that makes no sense. Yeah, brother. Who's doing that? Okay, but let me ask you this: Is there a such case? Is there a such case of Caribbeans got an organization going after the American? Everything you just said. Is there a such case where there's an a Caribbean organization going after the American government, the British Empire, and the Spanish people for reparations? Is there a such case that exists today?
I'm not aware of.
Right, she's just making shit up, man. It's called tether babble.
I'm talking about the people that was involved in the slave trade.
What slave trade? Which one?
The transatlantic slave trade.
All of them?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. I can't speak on all transatlantic slave trades. I only know about what happened over here. I can't speak on Brazil, the Caribbean, or wherever else those slave ships went. My expertise is America because I'm American. I'm not Caribbean. I'm not Brazilian or none of that shit.
So what's your thoughts on the people that want to go at the institutions, like the banking institutions, the insurance companies, in those institutions versus versus the people that want to go after the state level and the federal level?
Well, there's no separation. All of those are connected. So it's about strategy. It's all about strategy. Like some people choose the corporation and the banks first, and then they'll tackle like the smaller. So some go smaller fish. Some go bank institutions because they're easier to connect and tie, and then some will go state and federal because it's right there, they're accessible, and some will go to federal government last. So some will do that. Okay, and stop. Okay, stop. And all we're saying is go ahead and do that. And just like the COINTEL of this country, like the CIA can investigate something. No, stop. Go. The CIA can investigate something, and then they would share the intel with the FBI, or local state sheriff's office will investigate something and share the information with the FBI. So what we're saying is the folks who go after state and local government, something that we're not doing, go ahead and do that, and let's connect. Ideas, research. What happened, what you get. Those who go after the banks and the local institutions, go ahead. That's y'all thing. Do that and come back to us and what you got. And while we go attack the federal government, we can compare our notes with everybody. We can see where everybody's at and come up with a better strategy. So all of it is good. Let's just compare notes when everybody's done.
Just asking because some would say the Louisiana Purchase happened after the Revolutionary War.
Okay, so let's, so you mentioned that earlier, and I know you know nothing about the Louisiana Purchase. So I already researched that. So I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to, first of all, tell me what you know before I share my screen. So what's your point for mentioning that? What's your point with the Louisiana Purchase? Before I educate you with this one. So what's your entire point? You said this just happened after when? You said the Revolutionary War?
Yeah.
Okay, so it happened obviously, but why did it happen? Why did they end up? Well, let me ask you this: who sold it? Who sold it?
The French.
What name? What ruler?
I'm not
Napoleon.
sure.
Napoleon. Okay, Napoleon. Cool. So now, why did he sell it?
Because of the war with Haiti.
Okay. So the Revolutionary War, he sold it because of the rebellion, because he felt like too many resources going into that, and he felt like he had no real benefit, no real interest in it in America any longer. So he sold it to, was it Roosevelt? I forgot what president. Roosevelt. I forgot who he's. I forgot. Don't give me a line. I forgot what president, but he sold it to a president. Okay, it wasn't Roosevelt. Oh, whoever it was, he sold it to America. Okay, now what does that got to do with your point? So Napoleon sold it because of rebellion. And he felt like too many resources went to that. He could no longer maintain this, so he sold it for money. So what is your point for bringing that up? Go ahead.
I was just saying,
what they got to do with
the
Haiti?
U.S. government could deny. I don't know. I was just saying maybe the U.S. government could deny the slaves that was in those regions. Like we inherited those slaves. We didn't. That's the whole reason I brought up Louisiana person.
Hey, bro, let me tell you this, man. America was expanding, right? It's called the expansion. They were trying to get California. They were trying to get, land from Mexico. They were fighting over Missouri, right? So they were expanding America. Yes. Okay, go hurry up. So they were expanding America, right? So Louisiana was just part of the plan, man. Don't go in there. So anyway, like they were expanding. So that was part of the plan. The plan was to expand America. So the first chance they got to buy Louisiana, they did, because it's part of the American expansion. Okay, so I don't even understand, who do you think was who do you believe was in Louisiana when they bought it?
This possibly the slaves that was already that they brought there.
And where they bring them from?
But my question was really
I don't know where you're going, bro.
Like issue. No, my question was, would you think that would be an issue with reparations?
Why would it be? Okay, I'm trying to get why is that? How is that connected? Bro, bring it home. Bring it home. How is that connected?
Because they inherit the slaves. Because they inherit the slaves. The United States.
Okay. Okay, so this is 1800, right?
Yeah, you understand my point, or you don't understand my point?
Okay, well, like you are so incoherent. I finally got it together. So now I got the questions for you now. Okay, I'm trying to make it make more sense. Okay, so these people that you believe is in Louisiana, as it was purchased from the French rule. These people are from where? No, matter of fact, what are they called? What are they? Are they Haitian? Are they African? What are they? That you believe is there?
Possibly African slaves that the French brought there.
Okay, cool. From where? Is it Central, Northern, West Africa? Most likely where?
Most likely West Africa, Western Central Africa.
So FBAs, aren't we from Western Central Africa as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that's basically us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the FBA.
But
all right, what's your point?
That includes the Caribbean and everybody else.
Okay. Now, I finally got it out of you, brother. Do you know the percentage of Caribbeans, all of them together, including Haitians, that was in Louisiana? See, I had to pull it out of you because I want you to make that mistake, but I didn't want to presume your position. Now that you said it, do you know the total population at that time of Caribbeans and the Haitians totally?
No.
4%. All right, let's move on. All right, next question.
So you say you support reparations on the state level versus going after the industries and versus the federal level, right?
So, brother, I said that amongst FBAs. So, you gotta listen. See, now I hate to talk to people who just ask questions and just keep asking questions and don't listen to understand and move on. Okay, listen. I just said FBAs. We have different strategies. You got some of us who wants to go after the institutions because they feel like the smaller, the easier connected is easier to build a case for, right? So you got FBAs who would rather go after the institutions and the companies of the world who are directly tied to slavery, right? You got some people who want to attack the local governments. Then you got other people like Tariq and Yvette who focus on the federal government. Okay, so we're hitting them 3 different ways. And we're going to compare notes to see how far somebody's at, because we're all going to benefit. So it doesn't matter who goes after the banks. It's not like they only get it for themselves. Like, hey, just pay us and we'll shut up. That's not how it works. Whoever you go after, they're going to pay us. All right. Or the people that was direct. If they could figure out, let's say it's like a Tulsa, Oklahoma thing, then obviously it won't go to everybody. It'll go to the residents of, the ancestors of Tulsa, Oklahoma, if folks die. But like federal is pretty much all of us, but other places can just be limited to just that state. So if you got family from Alabama, like you might only could be eligible for that, like that, or like the California thing, so it depends on how it's being tackled locally, state by state or city by city. People only from that area may be compensated, and not people from New York or over here, over there will be tied to that. So, but anyway, it's just different strategies, right? But they all going to pay, right? So the goal is, or I should say this, the goal is to get them all to pay, and we're going to go after Africa as well at some point. But we got to first start knocking down dominoes in front of us. So we got to knock out what's in front of us, which is America. And then once we get done with America, we could probably go after maybe Britain, if they had anything. And maybe, let's say, like I said, Africa, we might go after, you know what? Yeah, y'all keep saying we're African, right? Y'all keep saying we're Ghana and Nigerian. All right. Well, you sold us then. Aren't we Nigerian? Okay, well, you sold us, nigga. We want some money. Aren't we Ghana? Oh, we ain't Ghana now. Oh, okay, so now we ain't Ghana. Before, you African, nigga. Now, no, you guys American. We want money now. Now you're American. No, sir.
You can't sue countries that didn't exist.
Okay, brother. The people exist, all right? So it don't matter what they call themselves. Stop, sit down. It don't matter what they call themselves. If they're still there and they got ancestors they owe. Okay, because it was the British who called them Nigerians. All right? Yeah, they didn't call themselves Nigerian. Like, so the Yoruba are still there. So now look who made up Nigeria. They're all still there. The Fulanis, the Yorubas, the Igbo, they're still there. They ain't going anywhere. So the term Nigeria is made up, but the people is still there. So yeah, everybody must pay. That's the goal. Jamaica owes us too.
How would Jamaica owe America any reparations?
Because they sent lazy ass tethers like you and American Dream over here to kill our economy, man, with this brain waste. So we gotta make them pay for that shit. They undermine our economy. So you tethers that come over here and just talk shit and undermine it and destroy our economy. Come over here illegally.
We building up their economy. We building up their economy in the black diaspora.
You still owe us.
We coming over as the doctors.
No, you're not. No. Let me up. No. Okay, let me share my screen. No, brother. See, I kind of already like prepared your talking points.
Remember,
you're lying.
The American government got Jamaicans to build the Suez Canal. They ain't get FBAs.
Hell no, because that's some foreign shit. Right. They had y'all with 300,000 people over there. Yeah, like that was some old. Yeah, no. Like we ain't going. Like they was not going to get us to go overseas to build some shit. So you are exactly correct about that. They already tried. Matter of fact, they tried. They looked at us and like, hey, man, what do you think about this canal shit in Panama? We like, yeah, try it. It's okay.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Y'all owe us reparations because they didn't get the African American. They went and got the Jamaicans to build it. to help y'all with your economy.
Well, then.
So if anything, the federal government, the U.S. government owe the Jamaicans.
Then, brother, go put your claim in, then, bro. Go put your claim in. Like, what can I say? Go put your claim in. All right.
Yeah, so America should pay Jamaica reparations, if anything.
How much money? How much do they owe you? How much you think?
We should probably start by ordering all the shit that come through, and then probably come out with an estimate.
Brother. All right. Well, good luck. All right. Look, number 4. All right. First of all, let's do this. I told you, bro. I kind of knew your talking points, so I already had my presentation. I'm sharing my screen because I knew you would lie about Jamaica's education and contributions to America. So I already Googled. I already researched it. So you got high levels of education compared to other Caribbean immigrants. Many work in nursing, not that ain't doctor, my boy, healthcare and civil service. Strong sense of self-reliance and entrepreneurship, especially in music, food, and small businesses. Okay? So many Jamaicans arrive with limited financial resources. Some struggle with crime. So Tariq Nasheed was correct. Some struggle with crime and discrimination in certain urban areas. So, brother, by the way, you were the only ethnic group that had that crime thing attached to it, because I told you that Jamaica had led the entire world out of countries in violent crimes. Okay,
it highlighted small businesses and entrepreneurship.
Yeah, Jamaican. Yeah, y'all known to sell food, and y'all known to sell berries, and y'all claim y'all could cure all type of cancers and shit. Yeah, eat this berry, bro, and then stage 4 cancer would disappear. So y'all known for y'all vitamin stores that's pseudo as hell, and these crazy ass claims, and y'all known for, the restaurants. Okay, kudos. And maybe a mechanic shop here and there.
It also says nursing, healthcare, and civil services.
Yeah, I said that, but nothing about a doctor, right? Go swim. Yeah, but nothing about a doctor. So again, I already predicted some of your talking points, so I had already researched it. I knew you would come up here and lie and cap. Okay, so keep lying, and I'm gonna keep exposing you. So what else you want to lie about? Or you gonna be honest going forward?
You basically agreeing with the points I said. I basically said that the Jamaicans add to the black economy in America.
Yeah, and also the crime stats, right?
It says some, but not the majority. It says some.
It said you struggle with it. Okay, if somebody says I struggle with crack addiction, do I struggle with drugs?
Do you know what some is?
Yeah, that's half.
Some is half?
Yeah.
You see, when you asked me earlier, when it said many, and you asked me, would you agree that's the majority? I said, yeah.
Yeah. So are you saying when you say some, you can't speak about half?
No.
Okay.
Small is a small small portion.
Okay, so let's say if it's 10
a small portion.
All right, I got it. So let's say if it's 10 people, and they say some of these 10 are drug addicts. How many would be drug addicts?
Less than half.
Well, like 40%.
Some would be a portion. It wouldn't be half.
Okay.
When has some ever equate to half for the majority, or some is a small or a portion or things of that nature? So clearly, it's not the majority. It's a small portion. It's a minority. It's a minority of the people that's struggling with crime and things of that nature. but the majority work in the health department, doing nursing jobs.
Wait. Where did you read?
And
Okay,
most
wait a
are
minute.
doing entrepreneurship, running small businesses.
And then others struggle with crime, right?
Some.
Okay. Now you would think this. You would think if you're coming to a whole new country, because again, when I look at the top 4 immigrant groups that come over here, it was Chinese, it was Indian, and it was Nigerians, right? It was you, then Sudanese people, and I think Ethiopians, right? You were the only immigrant group that crime was attached to. So you would think that if you come to America for better opportunities, for better life, and all the things that we have for you to level up, you would think crime would be the less likely thing you would, flirt with. Because again, like you're coming to America for better opportunities. You would think crime is also in Jamaica. So you would think, hey, we're not doing that. That's in Jamaica. Let's do things that's not in Jamaica.
Right.
Let's level up. Because that's what the Nigerians and Asians and Indians are doing. And Sudan, they're not Sudanese and Ethiopian. They're not involved in the crime. But I felt like that was interesting that crime was only with you guys and nobody else. So even some is too much because it should have been like 0. It shouldn't even been there.
Right.
I found that interesting. Anyway.
You're right.
Okay. So now, so here, this was important. Okay. You just said that, well, no, you didn't say it. We read it. We read that in Jamaica, it says that you bring your nurses over here. We can say you bring, because it says, let me show my screen again. So let's unpack this real fast. All right. Can we unpack this? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
give me 2 seconds. Let me
yes, sir. Roll next blunt. Go ahead. I know. You gotta keep smoking. All right. Yeah, you smoke way too much, bro. Mm. Lord Maul is funny as hell. FBA, man, salute. Yeah, I want reparations from Jamaica. Why not? Y'all want ours, I want y'all's. Even Steven, baby. Even Steven. Juan D, man, where you been at? Oh, peace, Tiger. I didn't see you in there. Yeah. Stephen, he was trying to say Louisiana's Caribbean. I shut that down big time. 4%.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, so I had already guessed some of your talking points that you would come with because a lot of tethers are not original. Y'all kind of like borrow each other talking points, and all y'all talking points stem from like white supremacists like Nick Fuentes. So all I gotta do is study Nick Fuentes, and I will know all y'all talking points. And it's that easy to predict what you guys are gonna say and what you're gonna ask.
Yo, y'all the one with the white supremacist talking points. There's no Caribbean spaces discussing African Americans or.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, watch this. All right, okay. And that's an interesting angle, my boy. I got you. Watch this right here. So you said there's no Caribbean spaces, right? Okay. Got you. Now, like I said, Tone Talk's got the
Caribbean. There is no Caribbean or African spaces.
Hey, stop splashing.
Those don't exist. It's only the FBA one.
Okay. I hear you. We'll see about that. We shall see about that. Very, very
It's
true.
more FBAs on Twitter and other places discussing tea. That's all you see on Twitter. every day by FBAs.
Hey, let me ask you this: do Tariq Nasheed join other folks' shit, or do they come to him? Like immigrants and white supremacists, do he join their stuff, or do they come to him?
I mean, he's discussing people's countries every day. Of course, people will defend their countries.
No, actually, see, these are a chat. Like I swear, like 99.9 tethers just lie. Okay, brother, you will first need to watch his content. So no matter what his subject is, bro, he could be talking about butterflies, bro, and a tether or white supremacist will call in and change the topic, okay, and ask about reparations or something like that. Okay, yeah, yeah, and don't splash it. So that's what they'll do. Like I said, you don't watch the content, so I get it. But you just said y'all don't have these spaces, so I'm a first bring you these spaces, okay? So let me go here. So let me go to door number 1. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna show you Jamaicans in their own spaces, and a lot of them be in Jamaica. All right. So watch this. And they're in their own spaces, keep in mind.
And remember, a large majority of Tariq Nasheed followers was Pan-Africanists before he switched to ADOS. I mean, FBA.
You said a lot of his followers did what?
A lot of his followers prior to the FBA movement that he created, they was Pan-Africanists. He was making Hidden Colors, 1804 about the Haitian Revolution. So a lot of the people that was watching Tariq Nasheed was Pan-African from the diaspora to the continent.
Okay.
So of course they're gonna be seeing his content.
When you say
if he was just making documentaries about Hidden Colors about Africa and Haitian Revolution.
Bro, I don't know if you watched the Hidden Color documentary, but bro, they were not about Africa, bro. They were about Black people globally. So he talked about things in New Mexico. He talked about not New Mexico. He talked about things in Mexico. He talked about China, India. He talked about Black people globally, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. It was everywhere Black people existed. He talked about the Sentinel Island, like everywhere Black people were at. He talked about. That's why it's called Hidden Colors. He talked about the hidden Black folks.
He wasn't just talking about America.
Okay, bro. Now the next question is, what is Pan-Africanism? Because I want to know how that ties in. How telling stories about Black people across the world, how is that Pan-Africanism? So now I need your definition for what is Pan-Africanism.
Pan-African is connecting Black people from the diaspora and the continent.
Connecting them to do what?
Connect economically, socially.
Okay.
Politically.
Yeah, that's not what Hidden Colors did. Hidden Colors was speaking about histories of different Black people that's rarely talked about. He wasn't connecting nothing, no economy, none of that stuff. There was no connection. He was just speaking about information that was seen hidden to the masses because not publicly spoke about in school. Okay, so I don't know.
Would you agree the speakers that he had on Hidden Colors was they Pan-Africanists? The James
would you agree?
The Dr. Umar, the Polites, the.
What about Michelle? Okay, wait, stop. You're cherry picking. What about Michelle Alexander? Was she a Pan-Africanist?
Probably not.
Okay, but you just said. I mean, what about Shiraza Ali? Shiraza Ali, was she a Pan-Africanist?
No.
Nelly Fuller?
I didn't think everybody.
He was okay. So yeah. So Black. Listen, did he have my man for the Nation of Islam? What's his name? Is he a Pan-Africanist? The Nation of Islam brother. Is he a Pan-Africanist?
Probably not.
brother, no Nation of Islam members are Pan-Africans. All right. So no, he wasn't. So my thing is, bro, he had black, listen carefully. He had black people in there, not FBAs only. He had black people to talk about global black people. So it could be an African, it could be a Jamaican, it could be, you know, if you're black, you were invited to speak about black history because it wasn't exclusive. You just said it. It was not exclusive to America. So he had whoever who was qualified to speak about black history globally. So black people in America, we are into different stuff. Where's Islam? We are into Islam. We are into Christianity. We are into atheism. We are into different Pan-Africanism. We're into different things. So yes, he's going to have different black people. Just because you're a Pan-Africanist doesn't mean you're dumb. And just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you're dumb.
Pan-African is not a monolithic thing. You got Pan-African as Christian, you got Pan-African as Muslim, you got Pan-African as Yoruba.
Brother, is Rizza, okay, Farrakhan is a Muslim. Is he Pan-Africanist?
Hell no.
All right. Is he Caribbean?
Huh?
Is he from the Caribbean?
No,
okay,
but he got ancestry from he got ancestry.
Right. He's from what country is he from? Now he's definitely Caribbean. What country is he from? All right.
I think Jamaica.
No. He's from like one of those Barbados type thing. Yes. Okay, you want to go down? Okay, let me bring it down. Yeah. He's from get it. All right. There you go. Okay, move. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, I think he's from like Barbados. He's from like or Bahamas. He's from one of those fancy uppity islands. Okay. Yeah, he's from one of those fancy uppity islands.
You don't consider him a FBA?
No, we just say he's from the Caribbean.
Oh.
Nah, but he's definitely a rider. He ain't no tether. I can tell you that much.
What makes him not a tether?
Because, okay, so tether has a definition. Tether is any immigrant, not just black, Hispanic, white, and black, that you, an American Dream, and a guy, Jay, the other day, KD, tethers are immigrants who undermine FBAs in any level and for any reason. Okay, that makes a tether. Mr. Louis Farrakhan doesn't do that. He never did. He always uplifted us. He always gave us inspiration. He set examples of a strong black man, you know, a strong father, family-oriented leader. Like he's a great example of a leader, great example of an orator. You know, he's just a great example of a black man. Organized.
He excommunicated one of the greatest FBA leaders.
Who?
Khalid Muhammad.
Well, okay, listen, bro. When you're the leader of something, you got to make calls. That's for the best interest of your organization. Sometimes it'd be controversial, but it's needed. Okay, so he's the leader of something. He's the face of something. He felt like Dr. Khalid. Now, brother, I know you don't know more Dr. Khalid Muhammad than me. Okay, so he felt like Dr. Khalid Muhammad was too radical. He felt like he was going away different than the Nation of Islam. He didn't want to no longer call white people the devil in their face. It's one thing to believe something, but you don't always got to say what you believe. He felt like America was going in a different direction where it will someday be a cancel culture, right? What it is right now. So he foreseen where America would go. And he knew that talking like that was no longer seen as black power. Like there was a time for that he would P. Newtons and whoever else, the Kwame Ture. There was a time for that. But he understood that time has went away, and now you got to adapt. There's other ways to communicate, like a strong message. So when you see him,
but isn't this right after the hidden relationship between blacks and Jews?
Well, first of all,
brother.
What,
Do you know that?
isn't that a
Okay.
wasn't that like a
No.
correlation to things?
No. It had nothing to do with it, bro. Dr. Khalid Muhammad was a supporter of the book, and he promoted the book on different shows. He even brought that book to Phil Donahue, and he offered Phil Donahue a copy. Get up. Yeah, he even offered Phil Donahue a copy of the book. He left him a copy of the secret relationship between blacks and Jews. He actually left him a copy. That had nothing to do with that.
Excommunicate him after the King College lecture.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, brother, this is what I'm trying to say with you, man. Like, I almost want to kick you off. When you ask a question, when we're dialoguing, you can still disagree, but you have to listen to understand what I'm saying. You don't have to agree with it, but you have to listen, though. So we're not just saying the same thing over and over and over. It's getting annoying. Listen. He felt like there's a better way to communicate a message. By the way, Elijah Muhammad, the founder of the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad ordered way back in the 50s to stop calling white man the devil. You know how I know? Because I have an ex. I used to be a Nation of Islam member, okay? Have an ex. That was done away with way back in the 60s. He said, yo, that don't get you nowhere. Stop doing that. He said, rather call him the slave master. He says, stop calling the white man. That was a direct order. Stop calling the white man the devil. Elijah Muhammad has a book on how to be on ministry. He said, do not ever speak like evil, hook nose, bagel and locks eating. That's Dr. Khalid. That wasn't Elijah Muhammad. That wasn't Malcolm X. That wasn't. So no, you don't do that as a minister or member. Like, that was shunned. Elijah Muhammad gave restrictive Islamic laws, and Dr. Khalid violated almost all of them. Okay, so yes, as a leader, he had to make a decision. Just like Elijah Muhammad had to make a decision on Malcolm X, just like you got to make a decision in your family of a loved one or somebody who's real valuable in your life. If they go astray, you got to make a shot call, and you're going to be, it's going to, people are going to not mess with you because they're not going to understand why you did it. But yeah, so he's a leader, and leaders got to make hard decisions. All right. So it had nothing to do with it had nothing to do with this Jewish thing. But it all had to do with how you conduct yourself. Because you know what happens? When he behaved like that, they would come at Mr. Louis Farrakhan directly. He got to always speak for this grown man. So he's like, yo, you are undermining the movement. We're trying to do this, but you're doing that, and we're always speaking about that and not about this right here we're doing. So nobody's hearing about our great progress. We're hearing about your shenanigans. Okay? So that's what ended up happening. So yes, he did not excommunicate him, my boy. Wrong words. He sat him down, which is common in Islam when you mess up. He sat him down. Okay? And he didn't sit down. He didn't sit down. He kept going. So there you go, man. So you should know what you're talking about before you get and just try to say stuff. Dr. Khalid Muhammad did not sit down. He spoke everywhere a camera was at. And that's my brother. I love Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I love his spirit and work, but he was like, he got a video, brother, called, listen, chat. Dr. Khalid Muhammad got a video. Y'all can YouTube it. It's called The White Woman. I'm not going to say it. It's called The White Woman is a bitch. That's the video. The White Woman is a bitch. That's the name of the video. And you're saying Farrakhan, Minister Louis Farrakhan, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, is wrong for sitting him down. He got a video called The White Woman is a bitch, but he said the word, he didn't spell it out. He said it.
So wait.
Yes, he sat his ass down.
Lord, the Nation of Islam published the secret relation between blacks and Jews. Then
what happened?
Khalid Muhammad do a lecture on the secret relation between blacks and Jews.
No, he didn't do it. No, you lied again. You don't know what happened at King College. You're a lying tether. That's not what happened. What happened was he called himself defending. See, he had a lecture at King College, bro. That's in New Jersey. That's where I'm from. He had a lecture at King College, okay,
And the Jews, some not the Jews, because they're not a monolith, but you had some Jews out there protesting him because they believe, their opinion, they believe he was anti-Semitic. So they were protesting outside, okay, his speech, his lecture, and he felt like it was undermining, the lecture. He felt like it was going to get shut down, or like people couldn't get in. Whatever he felt like they were doing, he felt like it was undermining what he wanted to get done at King College, right? Maybe some people didn't come. Maybe some students just turned around. Who knows what they were doing outside, like blocking people from coming. But he flipped out inside. He said the most crazy things you could say. He crashed out. We say he crashed out. Okay, and at that point, he's a minister of the Nation of Islam. He's not a regular supporter. He's actually in ranking files, and you cannot do that in organizations, my boy. Many people got called out. NAACP called some folks out for doing things they thought wasn't reflective of the aims and goals. So why are we talking about this? Like Mr. Louis Farrakhan, they have a blueprint of how to conduct yourself. Dr. Khalid Muhammad, Mr. Farrakhan felt like he was violating those rules, and he punished them. He disciplined them like you would do people. They are a military / organization / nation, whatever they want to be called. That's how they was acting as, like a military / nation / organization. So they felt like he was off, he was going off, and he was undermining their progress and their future goals. So he has the right as a leader to sit him down, which he did. And Elijah Muhammad would 100% sat him down way earlier. So if you know about Elijah Muhammad, he would have been sat Dr. Khalid Muhammad down. So he sat Malcolm X down just for saying the chickens came home to roost. Hey, chat. Elijah Muhammad sat Malcolm X down just for saying the chickens came home to roost. That's it. Can you imagine if he made a video called "The White Woman's a Bitch"? He'd have had him arrested. So leaders do what leaders supposed to do. Farrakhan is very smart, and he did the right thing in Farrakhan's mind. And guess what? Don't matter what you and I think. The Nation of Islam as a body believe Mr. Louis Farrakhan did the right thing. So we're outsiders. What we say doesn't matter. We're not in the organization.
I mean, some left with Khaled.
Okay. No, ain't nobody leave with Khaled, bro. Stop. Okay, and now look. Hey, chat. Oh my God. Hey, chat. Should I get DJ Focus on the call? See, bro, you're in a space that's unfamiliar, bro. DJ Focus got direct. I went to Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Like the Black Panthers did something for him in Harlem. I went there for Dr. Khalid Muhammad. It was like on his birthday. I went there, bro. DJ Focus family got direct ties to DJ Focus' dad was very tight with Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Matter of fact, if you guys look up spirituality versus religion, the guy behind him doing security, that's Brother Craig. That's our guy from Jersey doing security for that was Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right-hand man. So, bro, you're speaking on something that's way above yourself. Stop. Try somebody else.
Piece of Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah,
and he got a Pan-Africanist too.
So try something else. Well, shit, man, he was headed towards. Well, he said a bunch of things. He said he was a Moor. He said he was a Hebrew. It's like, I mean, he died a couple things. All right, he died a couple things. Yes, he dies a Pan-Africanist, but he definitely dies a Moor and well, I know those two for a fact. He dies a Moor and he dies a Pan-Africanist. Those two for sure. And maybe like even a Hotepper, because he was talking all that raw stuff. So he died as a Hotepper, he died as a Pan-Africanist, and he died as a RBG and a Moor. Those words came out of his mouth. All right. So now let's go back to the original point. So Mr. Louis Farrakhan is a writer. He's not a tether. And he goes hard for FBAs. That's a fact. All right, let's get back on course. Let's go. Well, tethers can't tell us who's a tether or not. American Dream. A tether can't determine who's a tether. All right, so let me go ahead and press. Let me go ahead and press play. So this is for you. That said, there's no Jamaican spaces, Caribbean spaces where they just talk trash about FBAs. Here we go. Oh, my bad. I gotta unmute it.
Speak for my whole country. Love Jamaica. But I think quite a few Jamaicans think that you guys play the victim a lot. Like outsider looking in, it's like,
Okay,
gosh, them complain about everything. Look how much opportunity them have. Look how them can work. Look how them can buy $1 burger. And them over there complain. And that is how I was preconditioned, if I'm being totally honest. They're like, Shante, don't go.
That's how I was preconditioned. Now, look what she was told in Jamaica not to go near. Look, she was told not to go near somebody. So now, this diaspora war started in y'all homelands. She said I was preconditioned. And look what she was told who not to go around. Listen. With a name like Shantae. Shantae Roxanne.
How I was preconditioned, if I'm being totally honest. They're like, Shantae, don't go over there and waste the opportunity. Don't go over there and start complaining. Work for your own, focus on that. So that's always been my mindset. We're so focused on just making it. I really want to emphasize that. But sometimes when you just focus on all you have to eat, you're not
focused on FBA.
Wait.
Oh, I'm not have the right temperature. I'm hungry.
Right. That's the difference between us and y'all. Y'all starving. So she ended with me hungry. Yes, we can't relate to that. We can't relate to that. Me hungry. What kind of English is that? Me hungry. But yes, man, we can't relate to me hungry at all. Okay? That is some primitive shit right there. That's some third world, fourth world country shit. 50th world. We can't relate to me hungry. Man, we cannot relate to me hungry at all. Zero. I've never been me hungry. One more time.
I'm not have the right temperature. I'm hungry. What y'all gonna do? Like, I'm gonna.
Ma'am.
Brother, the amount of
me hungry. I don't know what that means.
And soup kitchens in America. Are you serious?
Hey, brother, I don't know what me hungry means. That's not in our lexicon. We don't know what me hungry means, bro. That's like the furthest from an FBA reality is me hungry. All right, look, next one. Look at this one right here. This hot mess. Yeah, look how bugged out she look already. She about to say some stupid. Look at that forehead. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
The way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness.
All right, chat. Listen to what she said. So she's speaking on behalf of these tethers. She said she's giving us credit. She said we prioritize blackness. She said, but black immigrants, they don't prioritize blackness. Man, tell us what you prioritize. And this is why we have to delineate. There could be no real alliance because we prioritize blackness, and she just said they don't. So it's like, well, what do we have in common? Watch this.
It's that different.
Blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality.
Hey, brother, is that true? When you come to the immigrant, when you come into this country, is it immigration first?
Not necessarily.
Hey, chat, listen. She said we come into this country is immigration number one. And that's why we got to lump you guys in with immigration, the Hispanics and everybody else. Okay. She said we come to this country is immigration number one. And that was the problem that Philip Randolph had with you guys, man. He knew y'all was on that type of type. Y'all was on that type of time. He knew that. Okay. So one more time, sis, be honest. What do y'all prioritize over blackness? But look where she put blackness though. So she's prioritizing with how y'all come over here. Look where she put blackness. And look, by the way, they always saying, hey, FBAs, are you African? Are you black? Shit, we got to ask you, are you black? Hey, Kwame, are you black?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, but you prioritize it. Is it on the bottom? All right, listen to her priority. Okay, listen to her priority check, her list. Look at this. Listen, American Dream. Let's focus now on your people. Get down.
Maybe our careers next, and then
Oh,
whatever
wait.
else.
I gotta go back.
Black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this
Yeah, she's
country,
still
it's
all the
immigrant or nationality. Maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that.
Okay, so the blackness was whatever else. So it's immigration, her nationality Jamaican, and then her career. And the number 4 is anything. It could be a tennis player, it could be black. So she's saying like they really don't look at blackness as a real thing. That's just some black American thing. Go ahead, finish telling the truth. Finish spilling that tea.
So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that.
She never said black. So, hey, chat, FBAs, they don't even claim black. She said immigrant number 1, Jamaican number 2, her career number 3, and whatever else is left, she might entertain, but she never said black. But she made it clear that black thing, which I try to tell Kwame and Jay, he's like, nah, we made black something. The Nation of Islam, James Brown, we made black, and I didn't fire. You guys were saying you're immigrants. We're saying we're black, and you guys saying you're immigrant. And this is how we keep missing each other. We keep saying, why aren't these dudes on board with us on nothing? We protest, boycott, we do this. Like they're never there. It's because they believe, well, not believe, they know they're immigrants. They will only protest and boycott and fight when it's something against immigration. But something against blackness, they are not showing up. As she just eloquently stated. Listen.
Can you name the African Americans that fought for?
We don't see ourselves as one.
Wait, hold on, brother, hold on. So you're saying rights? We're not talking about rights. We're talking about blackness. Now listen to the second half, bro. The second half. This is what you gotta listen to. Because remember, she's speaking on behalf of the Caribbean, not just Jamaicans, on the Caribbean. Listen to her second half. If you thought that was bad, listen to this.
Comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you.
Hey, chat, you heard that? We, not me, we don't see ourselves as one as you. That's the issue you're having. We don't see ourselves as one of you. You're FBA, we're this, hold your own nuts. And that's what we're saying. We're like, all right, sis, yeah, it's up. Now it's stuck. It's up and it's stuck. Sis, we got it. So therefore it's up and it's stuck. You can't take it back. All right, watch this. One more time.
Our nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes
no
after
blackness.
That. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. And the reason that we don't see ourselves as one of you is not because of blackness. We just see ourselves as an outsider. We have to work twice as hard to get where you are. We are so focused on our own business. Some of us that come to this country don't even have a legal right to be here. You get?
And yes, we do get that. And that's why we need ICE to come to your apartments and send your ass back to where you come from, where there's no black people there.
She literally just said, we come here, mind our business. We don't interact. We're not stopping y'all from economic progress. We're not discriminating against y'all. We're not stopping y'all from getting reparations.
Oh yeah, no, you are because
our own bubble.
No, but that's a lie. Like you are the most vocal. You're calling my show to talk about the very things you're saying you're not intervening on. We talked about all those things today. What are you talking about? That's a lie. But anyway, let's continue.
Us that come to this country don't even have a legal right to be here. You get me? So
yes, I do, and I need you to go back to your country. Okay, we don't want any illegals over here, and Trump will catch up with you. Trust me.
Obviously, the federal government wanted they the one that wanted them over here, not y'all. The government. So brother, you got to take it up with the government.
Brother, did you hear what I just said? I only replied when she said illegals. So the federal government is doing. No, the federal government don't want y'all over here. Don't want no illegals over here, brother. Are you illegal or are you legal?
I'm a citizen of the United States of America.
Ah, so you're legal. So you're safe for now. But her. Mm-mm. So when she made this
Said I'm safe
video,
for now.
when she made this video, there was no ICE movement, right? Trump wasn't in office. So I bet you she's like squirming right now because she just admits she was illegal. So yeah, damn that's gonna bite you hard, man.
So while you are fighting your fight, which is that
Listen.
of blackness, we are fighting our fight as immigrants first before.
Chat. That's called delineation. So chat, when they come over here, that's why we say we don't want to be classified with them in nothing. So now they're over here as immigrants, but they're filling out Black American, right? They're filling out Black American, but they're not Black. They fight for immigration rights. They don't fight for Black rights. So she said, you guys fight for Black stuff, we fight for immigration stuff. So we have a huge problem with immigrants selecting Black anything. And that's why we're saying we got to delineate. We don't want to be tied with folks who are not tied with us, but we get the bad rep when they do bad stuff. When they commit crimes and do all this, sell drugs, all this stuff, they're Black. They go under that as Black.
When they open up small businesses, when they add to the economy, they also Black.
No, you're not adding to the economy because you send that shit back to Jamaica, bro. Okay, so next one.
Their country is based off of people that fled. Like, that is what people do.
Okay. Now she came in crashing out from the door, right? Now she's Haitian.
In fact, I would say in New York, it's more Caribbean restaurant than it is African American restaurants.
I would probably agree with you.
And possibly even more homeowners in New York.
Well, I might agree with that as well, brother. Do you know why we don't own homes? Or are you clueless to that history between systemic racism and home ownership with us? Or are you clueless to that? Because remember,
are you saying that don't exist with the Black people that immigrate over here to America?
No, it does not exist because when you guys come over here, you come over here as immigrants, like she just said. You're not coming over as Black Americans. You're coming over here. So the home ownership. So, brother, unfortunately, when you guys experience racism, right, you are indirectly experiencing that through us. So they're trying to get us, but because you look just like us sometimes, you fall victim to it, right? Unfortunately, but they're looking for us. Make no mistake, all these laws were created for us, and then other folks like the Irish people, they got them too. But all that stuff was for us. So once y'all talking patois, whatever you call that shit, pig Latin, once you talk that shit, they like, okay, nope, he's safe. They want us. Okay, now I'm going to press play. Listen to this woman right here.
Entire country is based off of people that fled. Like, that is what people do. They flee. If it ain't.
Yo, she said that's what you guys do. You guys flee. Okay, so she owned it. So I give her credit. She owned her fleeing from the door. Listen.
Entire country is based off of people that fled. Like, that is.
She said her entire country is based off people that flee. She's Haitian, so she's proud of fleeing.
Entire country is based off of people that fled. Like, that is what people do. They flee. If it ain't working out there and the oppression is way too bad, they flee for better opportunities. Some people want to sit there and fight all day, but other people actually want to raise their children and they don't want to spend their life.
Oh, I told you guys, and she's Haitian. They do not fight. She just admits some people want to fight all day, but other folks just want to raise their family and leave and flee. They don't fight. She said it. We don't fight, we flee. Okay, now watch this. You heard it straight out of her mouth. Watch this one right here.
Yeah, they flee the British Army, the Spanish Army. They flee the French Navy.
Black Americans people, I don't like them.
Okay, so now he said these spaces don't exist. Every last person I played were in their own space. And this woman is actually overseas. So let me go back one more time. She's from Rwanda, right? Look at like her people damn near genocide, and she's saying she didn't like us. Watch this.
Black Americans people, I don't like them.
Okay, so she could barely speak English. And Black Americans, not Jamaicans, not people from Barbados or Haiti. She said Black Americans. Chat. We know all of these Black people are, we can't call them Black because they're not Black. So let's not call them Black, right? They don't want to be called Black. So a lot of these foreigners, we can't say Black. Let's say, wait, what can we call them that differentiates them from us but other immigrants? Diaspora. All these African and diaspora foreigners, right? They don't like to be called Black, but they all got one thing in common. FBA is on their mind. We just seen it from Jamaicans, and now we're seeing it from people from Rwanda. I can show Nigerians, all they do, you don't hear them talking about other people from the Caribbean or Africa. All they do is talk about how much different or how much different they are than us, FBAs, or how much they hate us. She just said, I don't like FBAs. So now the dude he asked her later on, have you ever met an FBA person? She said no. So she's hating us from long distance in a third world country and have never met an FBA American in her life.
So there's no FBAs that call Africans African booty scratchers. I never met an African in a day in their life. Call people must be telling they never met a person from the Caribbean or Africa, but these are their talking points.
Okay, so let me address that.
You're showing one loan.
Wait, so you asked a question, you keep talking. That's smart. Hey, brother. Wait, hey, brother, listen. Is it possible on the phone, right now, tonight, is it possible that I could say something that's like upsetting you, right? And you cuss me out, but you don't hate me? You're just mad at what I said. You don't hate me. You're just mad at what I said about you. Is that possible? You're upset what I said about you, but you don't hate me. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay. She said I hate Black. She said I hate FBA, brother. Can you tell us when we said that? So you talking about African booty scratchers, all these joking terms. Must he tell? These are all jokes, brother. When do we say we hate?
I could pull up tweet videos of people saying they hate Africa.
Yeah, okay. Listen, hey brother,
they take away from job opportunities.
No. If we hate Africans, it's based on what we heard today. If we hate Jamaicans, it's based on what we already heard. We don't have nothing. We can't hate you guys. We have nothing to hate on you for. There's nothing you're doing better in your country we're doing over here. So let's start with that. So if everybody stay in their homeland, right? Chat. If everybody stay in their homeland, that means this guy is back in Jamaica, she's in Rwanda, this person's in Haiti, last woman's in Haiti. Why would we hate on any of you guys? We're doing better than all of you combined. So there's nothing to hate on you for. Okay, she's doing long distance hating. She's looking at Black people who's doing better than her. Jamaicans are looking at Black people in America doing better than them. The Haitians are hating on Black Americans who are doing better than them. And whoever else that's Black in this world are looking up at us. So if you're hating, bro, you're hating up. If we're hating down. Nobody hates down. Okay? So no, bro, the jealousy would be, damn, how they living over there in this first world powerful country. Damn, I'm jealous. I would like to be there. You dig? But there's no space, so we need them to get out. So let's do some Pan-Africanist bullshit and trick them to come into our homeland while we replace them. Yeah, but bro, we would have, if everybody stayed in their homeland, bro, I would need you to tell me, why would we hate you?
Yeah, you really have these white supremacist talking points. You have like a great replacement theory kind of talking point, like that what most white people say like
Okay.
these are real
So
white supremacist talking points.
okay. So wait a minute. I'm not even done with the
I didn't
clips. Hold
know.
on.
I didn't know FBAs had their own great replacement theory too.
Okay.
Yeah, everything the
So
white men do, y'all really do copy. I never noticed that until
okay.
American
So
G pointed it out.
I got you. So chat. He is saying we're born white supremacist talking points. Marcus Garvey literally borrowed the blueprint from the ACS, and he literally met with white supremacists. He met with the Klan. You would think somebody you would think if somebody had white supremacy talking points, at some point they would be in their spaces. Like Myron Gaines got white supremacy talking points. So guess what? He's around white supremacists. Okay, he's in their spaces. So the people with the talking points, you will find them in the white supremacy spaces trying to get a pat on the head.
It's white
So Mark,
supremacist in Tariq talking space in his Twitter live that he does is white supremacist in this.
aren't they
He
arguing?
talks to them.
Right, but aren't they
Huh?
arguing? Aren't they arguing?
He talks to them.
Okay,
And
so
some
listen
of
to what
them come
I
on
got
and
it.
say I agree
I got
with I agree
I got it.
with some of your
But
talking points.
listen to what I'm saying, bro. I know it's hard because some of you guys, y'all from a homeland that, is difficult to get this. I
I
said,
know another white supremacist talking point. Go ahead.
I said the people who have white supremacist talking points normally align themselves with white supremacists. I didn't say talk to them and disagree and debate. I said be on the same side as them, just like Toussaint. Toussaint was fighting against
Well,
the French, and then
if you agree that means you align with somebody, right?
okay, dude, no, no. I mean, is it that difficult? God damn, chat, is it that difficult to comprehend this? Like Toussaint was fighting against white supremacists, and in that same fight, he started fighting with white supremacists. Okay, brother, listen for the 100th time. When people have white supremacist talking points, they normally join with them, like Myron Gaines, Tommy Sotomayor, Chaotic Truth. When you have white supremacist talking points, you normally, and like Marcus Garvey, you end up joining with them. So Marcus Garvey did something. So Marcus Garvey did something that no black man FBA was doing in the South, in the country. He sat there, had white supremacist talking points, and then he actually met with white supremacists like the ACS to get us out the country. So now, chat, don't that make more sense now? The ACS were known for getting us out the country for white supremacist reasons. So who does Marcus Garvey go to get us out the country? He go to white supremacists who he's seen had the same pull as the ACS. So he literally aligned himself with white supremacists to get us out the country, just like the ACS. He's seen the Klan as the Klan of his day. He's seen them as potential ACS members. And the Klan, hey, brother, are the Klan white supremacists? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? let me see if DJ Folk is gonna hop on. And then if DJ Focus hop on, then I'll let American Dream hop on. So it could be even. Let me see. Because I can't, because I would rather it be like even, 1v1 or 2v2. I can't let it be, me and DJ Focus against you. That ain't right. So I will let American Dream hop on.
By your standard, then we gotta say that Frederick Douglass was a white supremacist.
Why?
Booker T. Washington.
No. Let's start there.
They all work with white supremacists. So by your litmus test and by your defined definition,
what talking points?
All these people are white supremacists.
What talking points did because remember. Wait. Just hold on. You're just talking, and I said something earlier. You just ignored it. What white supremacist talking points did Frederick Douglass have? Go.
He wanted to integrate into into the white American structure.
Did he want to integrate or did he want civil rights?
He wanted equal rights and
Yeah.
equal
Yeah,
rights
so,
and
No.
integration.
No. Bro, you don't know what integration is. They were against segregation. Okay, segregation means that you're not allowed to come into this area because you're black. Okay, so that's a racist law. So black civil rights activists like Frederick Douglass was against racism and systemic racism. So any racial, black code, Jim Crow, all that stuff, we want it to go down. So integration just simply means this. Okay, I don't know what your idea of integration is, but it's wrong. Integration means I get to go anywhere in this country as an American citizen. No law can bar me because I'm black. That's integration, bro. Integration ain't drop what I'm doing and live with white folks. That's what Tethers wanted to be. But remember, I said this. I said Marcus Garvey met with the Klan to get black people out the country, brother. So he met with white racists, right? The worst white racists that's known for killing blacks. He met with them to get us out the country. That was some new ACS movement. Can you tell me something Douglas did that was comparative to that?
Not off the top of my head, but I'm quite sure Frederick Douglass met with certain white supremacist political power or.
So look, let me tell you what he did. He met with Abraham Lincoln. Okay, he met with Abraham Lincoln to establish American citizenship, as we read earlier, right? So you got to do, we got to do some real research here, and we got to retain the research. See, hey, chat, this is why who I am what I am, and this is why I'm so well respected in other spaces, because I don't research what agrees with me. Because I read some things earlier that it disagreed with my thoughts, my opinions. Okay, and I had to put my opinion away and go with the research. So I don't research that what agrees with me like he does. I research the research, and then I conclude the good that agrees with me and the bad that doesn't, that I will see as bad, and then I just make a fair assessment from that point on. That means I drop my bias and I go with the facts. I go with documented. You guys don't do that. And now let's go to some white supremacist talking points from these same black immigrants. Okay. Now I can't say black because y'all don't want to be called black. So I gotta say these matter of fact, let me see. What was so I can't call y'all black. Okay. West Indians. Okay, I'll say that. So yeah, these I got some more clips for you, brother. On these West Indians. Oh, let me get to my I got the whole thing. I forgot I got the whole thing documented. What am I doing? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm just reading the ridiculous statements somebody writing in the chat. Crazy.
Okay. Let me. Oh, yeah.
We fought for white people rights to be civil. Prior to that, they was lynching and enslaving and lynching us.
Yeah, we a lot of folks. Hey brother. The Italians, bro. Did you know the Italians had to ally with us to get the labor laws passed?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So Italians and FBA together had got together to get those labor laws passed, and that was A. Philip Randolph. my boy. All right, where is the damn Godfrey thing? I mean, all right, let me do it this way. Damn it.
Is the FBA goal to be a separate? Is this like a separate movement, or what type of movement would you classify FBA as?
A movement?
Because I see people have flags. I went on Tariq website. It says something about a language. So this sound like a separate separatist type of organization. Or
hey brother, are you the same people as the Maroon?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I got Maroon ancestry.
Oh my God, brother, the Maroons, the Maroons were the Jamaicans who actually fought. Okay, so they fought and they established a separate territory where the British left them alone, and they just fuck with y'all only. Okay, so the Maroons, they were Jamaicans,
Yeah,
like they were the Africans.
They're all over the island. They're not isolated. They're not a bottleneck. They're not a bottleneck,
brother. But the question was, are they the same as you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do they have a different flag than yourself? Do they have a Jamaican flag or their own flag?
I mean, they signed they have a treaty with. They signed the treaty early, so they have a different, like a separate nation.
But you see that? You see how you could be the same people, but with different languages, different practices, bro. I said earlier, that's what makes us great. Like, we're a race of people that have different religions within the race. We got different. We're different in so many different ways, but we're also the same. And guess what? We're not tribal based on those different race. No, I said in different ways. And you know what? Those different ways don't make us tribal. So you got Christians, black FBA Christians, and you got black FBA Muslims, and we got black FBA atheists. And guess what? We still get along and talk. We're not tribal because he's Christian, she's this, and he's that. We're still getting along like a big family. You know, that doesn't make us tribal. So we're different in many ways because we're free to be different in many ways. Like, we like to explore different things. And so there's nothing wrong with somebody coming up with their own language, or they want to speak Pig Latin. Some FBA speak Spanish, like fluent Spanish. So, and you got one brother speaking like Chinese going around the world. What's his name? Something Light. So I don't know what he is. But he might be whatever he is. But we got people that got different ideas, bro. Some of us celebrate American holidays. Some of us don't. Some of us do, Pan-Africanism. They do Kwanzaa and that bullshit. Some of us hate that. Some of us have babies that got African names, Muslim names, Christian names, and some people got names like Hennessy. You did. Hey, Hennessy, come over here. Yeah, man, like that's just what it is.
No, I get it.
Yo, Irv Palmer is funny, yo. He said, "Who bought that knockoff FBA flag with the white fist?"
It's a couple flags I've seen. I've seen a red flag. I've seen the white flag.
Yeah, but okay. So I mean, well, what's your point with that? Like, what does that mean? A red flag, this flag. What does that mean?
I was just asking, like, are you on that type? Are you on that part of the FBA, or like, what side do you like to separate?
Hey, bro, listen. Do the Nation of Islam have a flag?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the FBA Moors? Do they got their own flag?
The Moors, yeah.
Right. So people making their own flags, bro. That's their American right. They do that. That's not foreign. That's not uncommon. Like that got nothing to do with me. If you want a flag and if you're gonna fly that flag, good luck. You dig? Do what you want to do. So I don't have a say so on people right to you got FBA Muslims that wear these long garments that look like dresses, right? Would I wear that? No. But I don't have say so on whether they should wear them or not. So it's like, yo, they have a right to come up with their own flag. They have a right to wear Middle Eastern garments. They have a right to do all those things, bro. Okay. I don't infringe on their constitutional rights.
So why are you infringing on the ones that want to identify as African American?
I don't. Okay, dude. Okay, now you just lying, dude. All right, stop. There's a lot of FBA, bro. Matter of fact, Ngozi says he's foundational African American, bro. He says he's FAA. All right, now that's my boy, Ngozi. Did I make a video? Oh, Ngozi crazy, he's wrong. I never said one thing about that. I never made a clip. I never responded, no reaction, nothing. So, bro, you're lying again. If an FBA person want to call themselves an African booty scratcher, I'm going to allow them to do it. Okay? I'm not going to say one thing. I'm gonna disagree in silence. I'm going to think they're tripping, but I'm like, all right, whatever. If they want to call themselves a Moor, bro, or, all these other terms I don't agree with, they got that right. I don't. I just argue.
Like the ones that have the right to be Pan-African, right?
Yeah.
The FBA that want to be Pan-African, they got a right, right?
Yeah, because James Small said he's both. Professor James Small, he said when he was pressured and G-checked by Tariq Nasheed, he caved in and said, yo, I'm FBA and a Pan-Africanist. But prior to that, he was acting like he's not FBA. But when Tariq put that OG pressure on him, he said, Tariq, I'm FBA and Pan-Africanist. He said, oh, okay. I thought so. And, the conversation went great. He started glazing Tariq and all type of shit. But yeah, FBAs are
no, because James Moore has Native American ancestors, so of course he goes say that.
He gonna say what? Of course, he gonna say what?
He gonna say he got Native American ancestry.
Okay, what does that mean? So of course he's gonna say what?
James Moore like a Paul Cuffey. Like you see how Paul Cuffey, he's an African mixed with Native American. He's like one of those.
Yeah, but does he call himself FBA? Does he refer himself as FBA? Baba James Smalls.
I never heard James Moore refer to himself as an FBA before.
All right, so let me educate you right to that tonight. Before I get to the other tethers disrespecting FBAs, let me give you that first because that's a little easier. Let me find that one right now for ya. Professor James Smalls bowing down, okay, to what he really is. All right. So now, remember this.
So he can't be both. He can't be a African American and a Pan-African. I mean, a FBA and a Pan-African.
Hey, chat. How do you rate this brother listening skills? Like seriously, I just said you can be a Pan-Africanist, brother. Is an idea. It's not a nationality, man. It's an idea. It's like Christian. It's Christianity. It's an idea, man. It's not a nationality. Here, so he's a Pan-Africanist. That's what society.
Some believe it's an identity.
All right, listen, bro. I'm gonna press play. Then you answered your own question. You just said, can he be both? Then I'm like, sure. Then you say it's an identity. Then you can't be both. You can't have two identities, bro. That's called identity fraud. Look, listen to this. Because you said you never heard it before.
Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Explaining what foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Foundation of Black American, that we have a right to identify ourselves.
Foundational Black American, we have a right to identify. He said, I'm both Pan-Africanist and Foundational American. He said, we have a right to identify ourselves. Listen.
Don't label me with.
Okay. Let's get to it. This is called confession. This is an usher confession.
Explaining what foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Explaining what foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Foundation of Black American, that we have a right to identify ourselves in the same way any other ethnic group. And I think I used the Jamaican community. They don't call themselves African, they call themselves Jamaicans. People from Haiti don't say I'm African, they say I'm Haitian. And we find no contradiction with that. We're the only group in North America that use the term African to describe ourselves.
What they'll say is, well,
oh, okay. So he's borrowed all of our talking points. All right. How'd that make you feel?
That's James Small's opinion. That's Professor James Small.
Hey, and this is why I try to tell you, listen, I try to tell you, Tethers, this. Tethers, listen. Tethers, listen. The same way the early Pan-Africanists had those Pan-African ideas and they dropped them so fast and became FBA once a better opportunity was presented, brother, all of these FBA Pan-Africanists who's acting like they're with you with this Pan-African bullshit, bro, they're gonna drop it and come right back like the early ones did.
You do know James Small live in Africa, right? You do know he has a hotel in Africa, right?
Brother, where's his permanent residence?
I don't know. I know he lives in Africa. He has a business in Africa. He has a hotel in Africa.
Brother, not a lot, but brother, some FBAs got residence in Ghana. Like they make videos. They make videos about their Black American experience in Ghana or somewhere else. Okay, what does that mean? Like you just say random.
He live in Africa and he live in America. He's a dual citizen.
Brother, there's a guy that I debate with named Demetrius. He lives in Japan right now. What's your point? Like you're just saying.
We not talking about Japan. We talking about you see what?
No, you're talking. Hey, brother, you're talking.
But when you make example,
no,
you're on topic, right?
No.
You talk about Africa, you bring up a guy in Japan. That got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Only one of us is coherent. I brought up Japan because you're saying people got this in Africa and you're not making a point. It's like you're just saying stuff. You're just stating facts.
We're talking about Africa because we're talking about Pan-Africa. We're not talking about Pan-Asians or people from Asia.
No, actually,
we're talking about
Africa. Listen, guy. Brother, everything's on the table, man. We're talking about relocation. We're not talking about just Africa relocation. Because, by the way, Delaney, and another guy, when they weren't looking at Africa like that, they were looking at I think Central America. And I'm gonna pull that up for you. I'm gonna pull up what location every Pan-Africanist was looking at. Everyone was not looking at Africa. Okay, so. Once I get this cartoon so you can start running around, I'm going to get that for you. Those same
we talking about Pan-African and we talking about Africa and you bring up somebody relocating to Asia. Like that got nothing to do with the topic. We talking about James Small, him having a business in Africa, him living in Africa, and him being a Pan-African.
I said nothing about James Small living in Africa. I said James Smalls. I asked you a question, brother. The question was, did you know that James Smalls identified himself as FBA? Your answer was, I've never heard him say that. So I said, okay, I got you. I played it for you. So it was nothing about Africa at all. it was all about FBA. Did he identify
Yeah,
us
because
with FBA?
you said a lot
So
of these people that have Pan-African ideology, they end up
what?
I guess coming to their senses and being FBAs or something.
Right.
Something of
Are
that.
you, okay, so you
Something
see,
like that.
see.
And I
Wait,
just
stop,
brought up
stop.
that
Okay,
Big
wait.
Boy
Hold
lives in
on.
Africa and he has
No.
a business.
But we're not. Okay, listen. You just said it. I said Pan-Africanism. Okay, now we just agree that Pan-Africanism is just an idea. That's it. So, but it could be an FBA person. So we're not talking about Africa. We're talking about an idea. So I said these Pan-Africanists. It's funny how they end up back in America, and that's anywhere they are, bro. I never limited their stay in Africa. They could be in Japan. Wherever they are, they ended up back in America. So I'm not going to limit our conversation to one location. I'm going to talk about the ones that go to South America, the ones that go to China. These Pan-Africanists, they end up back in America.
Can you reside in multiple locations?
Can you explain how you can do that?
Or you restricted to reside in one location?
Brother, I have no idea what you're talking about. I have zero comprehension to that. Okay. You just said a dude can live in many places at one time, bro. I don't know what cartoon guy you're talking about. Maybe Flash. Yeah, Flash can do that. Flash can live at all these places at one time. Don't turn it down. Yeah, Flash can definitely do that because he's fast enough to run to Jamaica and then run to Britain and then run to America all in one day.
Now look at your screen. Everything on that screen is dedicated to bashing diasporas. Everything right there that is literally against diaspora.
Yeah, this is called
multiple videos Nigerians, Jamaicans, Haitians bashing African Americans. All the videos. If you just type in FBA, it's gonna be multiple videos bashing immigrants.
Okay,
type in Nigeria, type in Jamaica, and let's see what pop up, and then let's type in FBA. Let's see.
Wait, first, let me talk about what you're seeing. Okay, let me know what you see now. Hold on. Because you said all of those are bashing. All right. So I'm going to share my screen again. And these are the tippy tops, right? These are the last uploads. Okay, so these are the last uploads, right? Okay, what's bashing Africa right now? Okay, so these are the last uploads that I did 9 days ago. Which ones are bashing Africa? Which one? Oh, exactly. These are my last uploads. Which one is bashing? This is me. Okay, this is 8 days ago. It gave you the date. It gave you the look, 9 days. Which one are bashing Africa? Which one? 1 month, 2 months. Which one bashing Africa? Tethers, all they do is lie.
I said if you type in SBA, you see Yankees.
You refer. Wait, no, wait. See,
all y'all do. See, I understand.
Hey, yo, Chad, these tethers are crazy. He looked at my look. He trying to change the goalpost.
I got the white man. I got the white man.
Hey, bro, you just refer. Okay, I got you. You just refer my videos, my uploads. You said, see, I'm looking at your screen. All of those videos are bashing Africa. You indicted me.
What did I say after? I said if you type in FBA.
Hey, chat. How do we do that? How do we indict me and then say, hey, let's go somewhere else, bro? We got to first establish that. Like, do I have what you said I had? And it's no. You were lying. You were wrong, right?
Brother, it was a running thing. I said,
I don't
look,
I don't know
look
what
at the
that
screen.
means.
Then I said, if you type in FBA, you will see that. Then I
No,
said,
no,
if you type in Jamaica or if you type in Nigeria, you won't find anybody bashing or.
So chat. So we didn't hear what he just said. Like he's just gonna make some shit up. We just gonna act like he didn't say. I'm looking at your screen, and my screen was showing my videos. And you said, look at your videos. They're all bashing Africa. And I said, really?
I said,
So
look
now I went
at the
to
screen. I didn't say your video.
bro. The screen was sharing my videos.
Yeah, so you got videos bashing immigrants. Then I said, if
Which
you
one?
type in FBA.
No. Okay, all right. Yo, these guys, man. Yeah, yo, goddamn. Hey, bro, you just seen my latest videos. Ain't nan one of them was bashing Africa.
Yeah, you're right. You're
Okay?
right. You're right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, because what I do, brother. Matter of fact, you should know. Like you knew I was researching Pan-Africanists, the early ones in America. That ain't bashing Africa. That ain't bashing Africa. I'm researching the early Pan-Africans. That's like my latest. That's why.
I'm familiar. I'm familiar with you. I used to see you on Garfield channel and Arkham channel. So I'm familiar. I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with.
Okay, did I ever bash Africa then?
Nah, I think you always been like a Pan-African basher.
But wait, brother.
Well, I wouldn't say Pan-African basher. More like the Kemetic people. So I'm not gonna say they're the majority of Pan-Africans.
Nah, brother. I'm gonna tell you what I was. I was unbiased. That's what I was. I didn't have a problem with any train of thought. So whether it was Egyptian, because you know that from those channels we talked a lot about Egypt, right? Egypt. We talked a lot about just on Garfield. They talk about random stuff, bro. Science. We talked a lot about science. And I was unbiased in all talking points. Like I was never like a hater or any of those talking points. I was unbiased. Like I was anti.
But if I'm not mistaken, like you lean more to like the Ngozi side. Like the Egyptian was like Neolithic, Anatolian farmers and people from like the Levant and West Asia area.
Yeah, if you're gonna give me a side, I was definitely more Team Osiris. Yeah. So I favored Team Osiris talking points when they debated. Yeah. But shit, so did Garfield.
Yeah. So, do you think the Bible is for FBAs, or you think or you think I don't know if your thoughts on like religion.
Rather, the Bible's a good book. It's a good book to read.
What about Ifa?
What about who?
Ifa.
I'm not sure what Ifa is. What's Ifa?
That's right. Basically voodoo, basically.
Oh, yeah, I don't have a problem with voodoo.
Okay. Cause that's like a growing religion right now, and like especially like Atlanta, DC area, like that's a growing religion.
To me, voodoo is it's a spirituality, and I believe human beings have the right to what spiritual system they want to belong to. It could be Christianity, it could be Islam, it could be the Hotep stuff, it could be Pan-Africanism, it could be voodoo, right? It could be all that stuff.
It could be FBA.
FBA is not a religion, so it's not like a feel good thing. It's actually who you are as a human being. Yeah, so I don't. So anybody want to believe in a spiritual system? Again, I don't. I do not infringe on those rights.
Okay.
Now, I'll debate you if you want to have a friendly family debate, but I'm not going around like a damn Catholic running around talking about, or Mormon knocking on your door talking about you wrong.
Not evangelizing.
Nah, if I do it, it's just for fun. It ain't some serious, you're going to hell type stuff. Yeah, so now what we want, okay, so this is what we want. Some of our wants and goals. All right. We want you guys to step out of our damn way. When we start talking about white supremacy and we start talking about reparations and delineation, get out the way. You get out the way.
So essentially, when it's police brutality, reparation talk, or anything like that, we should even tell the black politician that's from the Caribbean, yo, we not fighting. So why do people got a problem with immigrants fighting for immigration rights versus black rights, like you said?
Brother, we don't have
if that's what you want,
yeah,
you shouldn't have a problem with the Jamaican ladies.
Yeah, he asked. Wow, hey, bro, listen, man, I don't know your level of education, man. I know it can't be high.
Yeah, go ahead,
because
I did ask
bro, you just he asked the question, he answered it, and then debated it. Brother, we don't have a problem with legal immigrants arguing, fighting for legal immigration rights.
You just don't want us.
He's telling me again. Just ask me. Ask. You can ask a question. You ain't got to be insecure. Ask me the question. Go ahead. Say, do you want, or just ask. Just ask the question. Don't phrase it like you're giving me an answer.
Oh, so we should mind our business when it's police brutality and those type of things. Like, we should step out the way and say, you know what, we're not FBAs. We're
brother, I said nothing about police brutality. That's what you said. I said reparations.
White supremacy. When you say police brutality is white supremacy?
No, okay, but I clarified what I was talking about. I said step out of the way when we're talking about white supremacy. I said reparations and delineation. I said those two main things. Get out of our way. I don't gotta say white supremacy, because you guys don't fight for that anyway. Like you said, you're busy fighting for immigration, like the lady said earlier. So we don't expect you guys to fight for civil rights. We expect you guys to fight for immigration rights. That's why we don't mind that you do that. We're no longer confused. Like she said, you guys don't see yourselves as black at all. You see yourselves as immigrant, Jamaican, and then your career and everything else is play. So I'm like, okay, cool. It's up and it's stuck. All right. We got you. We see you. And then she said, your issue is that we don't see ourselves as one of you. And she made that clear. Like, your issue is that you keep thinking we're black like you, basically. And we're not. Okay. We're trying to man our business in our own enclaves and do our own thing. All right. Stop including us in y'all shit. That's basically what she said. Stop including us in y'all shit.
So that one lady represent, does her talking point outweigh Marcus Garvey talking point?
That was his talking points too. His talking points was worse. He was trying to line himself with white supremacists that he thought had ACS pull, and he was trying to get us out the country like the earlier white supremacists. So his talking points are more dangerous. He wasn't talking, he was active, and he actually got some members over there in Liberia.
So are you telling me Marcus Garvey didn't improve the black community in in New York. He didn't establish businesses and jobs and opportunities for Black Americans in New York.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Okay, let's talk about that. Since you said that, I don't know why you want to. I don't know why you want to go here, brother. The jobs that he established, right? Was it from his own money, or was it from the donations he got from lying about the stocks that the ships he owned, brother? Let me answer it for you. No, you can answer it. Okay, the money he used.
I'm not sure. I don't know
Okay.
Marcus Garvey's economic portfolio
Okay,
in the
I got you.
1920s or 1910s.
I got you, brother. Every business he owned, he bought it from the stock sales that he said was going towards the ships. So his investors, his FBA investors, think when they gave him money, it was going to one of those ships, and it went to these businesses. Okay, and that's what W. Du Bois and A. Philip Randolph and other folks are mad at. It's like, yo, he is suckering y'all. Okay, he's out here enriching, and this is exactly what their allegation. They said he is enriching himself while he's giving y'all a Wakanda picture, just like the ACS. He's telling you how beautiful Liberia is, like the ACS, and it ain't that. It ain't that at all. All right.
Does that negate the fact that he opened up businesses and gave Black people opportunity? I mean, Black people got scammed by their own government, and you still believe in American you still American citizen, even though you said that the own government violated Black people rights. Segregated Black people.
Yeah, but
So they went against their own constitution.
Yeah, they did.
Even after slavery,
look what we did.
After slavery, and they was free. They had no economic opportunity.
Who?
Nothing. And basically given an option. Basically, it was a catch-22. They bought their way out of slavery. They went to the north, and it was either go back to slavery or go to Africa. So you should be more mad at the government that you pledge to and that you honor than Marcus Garvey, because Marcus Garvey didn't scam Black Americans on the level that their own government scammed them on. They fought in the Civil War, and they still
wait,
full citizenship.
Back up. How many FBAs fought in the Civil War?
I'm not 100% sure.
Google it.
I'm not sure.
Google it.
How many got scammed?
Yeah,
go back to the South.
No.
Let me Google this first.
Yeah. Come on, brother. One at a time. Yeah, this guy. This guy right here be switching that goalpost, man. All right.
180,000 from what I see on Google.
Got it. And how many
Roughly
Black Americans?
10%.
And how many Black Americans did Garvey scam? Okay, so now do this. Google how many UNI members Garvey, like what was the most membership he had in America? Google that. What's the number?
Yeah, he's a funny nigga.
What's the number, bro? Come on. What's the number, man? Come on, I'm waiting.
6 million.
Okay, so who scammed more FBAs, the government or Marcus Garvey? That's why I hate him more. Now you get it.
Well, they say.
How you can-
Well, hold on. They say 6 million across 40 countries. Let me see the membership in America.
Okay. It's still more than American government, bro. Oh my God.
So you're comparing the black people that fought in that's like
You were
the
no,
in the U.S. Army versus
no.
the people
Hey,
in the
bro,
the
stop.
consensus. Come
Hey, bro,
on,
stop.
bro.
You made it. See,
The
chat,
people
hey,
that
chat,
fight in the war don't represent the total population of a country,
and
bro.
chat, he's still going, brother. I didn't make the comparison. You did. You sat there and said, okay, why are you so mad at Marcus Garvey? You should be mad at your government because your government scammed this many. Bro, you made the comparison. I just knew it was wrong.
Yeah,
right. So
I
I didn't
made
make the comparison. You
to
did.
the whole population of black people in America. Not
you talked
just
about
the people that fought in the Civil War.
brother. All right. Hey, yeah, listen. That's why you came back laughing. Hey, chat. This guy has no issue with lying. That's a shame.
Yo.
Hey, yo, this guy has no issue with lying. Hey, chat, do me a favor and like the video, which you are doing. But for new people like Flower, just subscribe. You dig? Subscribe so you get the, you know what I mean, notification when we have these conversations. Damn, bruh. Damn. Okay, so you said that one black woman, does she represent all of Jamaica or all of the Caribbean by her opinion? Okay. But brother, you know what's bad? I'm hearing you talk. And you're just lying and being dishonest the whole conversation. You're guessing and you cherry pick what you want to Google. And it's like, bro, and then American Dream, he sat there and said, some vile, ill stuff against FBAs when he chimed in. And it's like, dude, it's like, bro, it's more than one. It's like a lot. And look, you know, it's funny because you mentioned me back in the days on Unc and Garfield channel. At that time, I didn't even know y'all felt like this. Okay, I did not know y'all felt like this. Okay, so I was surprised. So when I heard Tariq going like arguing with folks from the diaspora and the continent, I thought only a few people from those places felt like that. Okay, so I really wasn't even in tune with those conversations, right? And that's why over here, I had like a bunch of Jamaicans over here. By the way, I don't know if you know that or not. Are you familiar with whatever his name is, Haskell?
Yeah.
2 P's.
Yeah.
Google Scholar.
I'm not familiar with Google Scholar.
What about Cedric?
Yeah, Cedric.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, bro, like about 10. About 10. We had a lot of from the UK as well. We had about 10, 12 people who would come over. I forgot the dude name, but we had like a 10, 12 Jamaicans, if not more, that would come over here, and we probably had some Africans as well, but they'll come over here. And so now this is what I'm saying.
Saying they harbor those? Are you saying they harbor those?
Hey, bro, you gotta let me finish the point, man. Listen, let me finish the point,
go ahead.
because the point is going to answer your question. Okay, so I was going to say they were on the channel. We were contributing to different content during the time Tariq Nasheed was arguing with black folk. Well, I can't say black, but from people arguing with people from the diaspora and the continent. So I didn't pay it no mind, is what I'm telling you. So we would still have our regular conversations. About a year later, year or two, like I really was not in tune with the whole diaspora war at all. Like I kind of like thought it was just a few that was like, you know, on it like that against FBAs. Okay, and then like even like Stu might bring it up. I'm like, nah, I say Stu, I don't want to talk about that. And we'll keep talking about what we talk about, our daily topics, right? So it wasn't until I'm trying to think, what was the final straw? I think I started to like tune in to like Tariq arguments because I would see, I'm like, dang, he's still arguing with folks in the diaspora 3 years later. I'm like, dang, that's a lot of goddamn people. You know what I mean? So I started to like tune in No. I think it was Myron Gaines. I think it was Myron Gaines that made me like, wait a minute. It was DJ. I'll tell you, it was DJ Academics. It was Myron Gaines. It's like a couple folks. It was DJ Academics. It was Myron Gaines. That made me like really listen, because these guys had. I think Kai Sent said some crazy shit. So it was like these large. It was the large platforms. Because I didn't care about Tariq
I
arguing
knew
with like
Myron Gaines don't represent no Pan-African or nothing like that.
brother. You got to just ask me what do I mean. Like stop just saying random stuff. So what I was saying was we got non-FBAs, which large platforms that have large platforms who use their platforms to misrepresent us in an ugly, undesirable way. So when I started to peep that, and then I said, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? And then I went back, started catching up on Tariq old talking points. So I'm like, oh shit, there's a whole, like, you know what I mean? There's a whole lane for this. Like, damn, like, oh, okay, like this shit bigger than what I thought it was. And that's how I end up, like, that's why everybody was confused. Like, people were confused when I hopped on it. Because it came out of nowhere. I was talking about one thing one day, and the next thing I'm talking about this. Because it's like a dose of reality. It's like a huge dose of reality. Like, oh, this shit is really real. There's really a war. And it's declared on us. I'm like, oh shit, all right. But more so, I realized that Tariq early debates with immigrants were usually when he talked about reparations, nothing else. When he brought up reparations, he'll have people call in and they'll be against reparations for FBAs. At that time, obviously, we were not called FBAs. Matter of fact, we had no name. Like there was no Adolf, nothing. And people will say, black people will people who we thought were black would say they opposed it. And he was confused. So he would ask them like, hey, were you, or he would notice, because, you know, I guess they are on some social media platform, but he would notice that a lot of them had foreign flags. So one day he made a live talking about.
Pardon me. Can you send me the videos of people from the Caribbean or Africa against people getting reparations? I never seen those. I wasn't aware of that.
Just like you were not aware of the woman who said Jamaicans don't see themselves as black. So these videos are there. I mean, I can't tell you. Okay, how about Queen Flips? Right, like Queen Flips is a black immigrant. Now he invited Yvette Carnell to his show. It's actually a good debate. I mean, not debate. It's a good interview. You should watch it. So he made it very clear. That's why she was even invited, because he was arguing with other people on social media, and I guess she stepped in, and he was like, "Hey man, why don't you just come to my show and let's just have a interview about all these things." It was actually one of Yvette Carnell's best interviews, right? So whoever don't like her, you're gonna like her a little bit more if you watch that Queen Flips and Yvette Carnell conversation surrounded by reparation. And the whole conversation, my boy, was surrounded about reparation. Okay, so because he opposed it, and he's a black immigrant.
You said Queen's Flip?
Yeah, Queen's Flip. So look, I'm gonna play a clip. Can I play a clip?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna play a clip of some things they were talking about. So chat, you guys should really, really watch this interview, because about reparations and a lot of questions were asked, and Yvette did a great job answering. They're giving good answers. So I'm gonna share some things with you guys right now. Okay. Okay.
Do you think Yvette Carnell and Ada put together a good argument for reparations?
Yes, of course. All right, so let me find. Okay, so he even mentioned tethers.
Only
too.
thing, the timeline I know, Tariq, he was Pan-African like. He was making Hidden Colors, 1804. Then he started talking about reparations. Then he developed this FBA stuff, and then it went from reparations to now it just full length immigrant bashing.
So Tether is like this boy right here on the phone. It just can't stop lying. Hey, bro, Dr. Claude Anderson. You heard that name before?
Of course, I know who Claude Anderson is.
Okay. Was he talking about reparations before Tariq Nasheed?
I'm talking about Tariq Nasheed.
No. Okay, just hey, bro, listen, hey, fool, I'm going somewhere. I'm asking questions. I'm saying Dr. Claude Anderson, was he talking about reparations before Tariq Nasheed, right?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. In his video, Powernomics, do you know how long that was ago? Powernomics. Do you know what year he introduced it to America?
Nah,
yes, no. Okay. 2001. Was Dr. Claude Anderson on Hidden Colors?
You said what?
Was Dr. Claude Anderson a feature on Hidden Colors?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Tariq borrow Native Black Americans from Dr. Claude Anderson? Yes.
Okay.
So Dr. Claude Anderson was talking about reparations back in 2001. Okay, all of us Black Americans, right, that claim we're woke, we knew about Dr. Claude Anderson and Dr. Umar Johnson way before Hidden Colors. We knew about mostly all the guys on his shows, you know, his Hidden Color series way before they came on the show. Okay, so this was something for like the masses, the majority masses came across these folks for the first time. All of us was aware of reparations, bro. This talking point has always been around. Tariq always talked about reparations, bro. That was not something new. That's why I brought you back to 2001. Okay, so we watched Powernomics. We watched a lot of his lectures, and I also played Dr. Raymond Wimbush on my show. He did a reparations interview, and that's back in like 2014. So, bro, reparation has always been on our tongues, always. Okay, so we always talked about it. So it was never a timeline. You can establish where we weren't talking about it. So your timeline is false. He even talked about this stuff probably longer than I know, but I could date it back in the early 2000s. We were talking. He was talking about reparations, right? Okay, and Dr. Claude even came on his show for the reparations talk. That's why I got him on the show eventually. But yes, but this was always a talking point. Okay, so he even talked about reparations for Haiti, right? A lot of Black Americans championed reparations for Haiti. We all felt like Haiti should not be paying reparations themselves. Black Americans, again, in these spaces, in these informational spaces where we believe we're quote unquote woke, we felt like Haiti, like we championed the Haitian Revolution. We didn't say, those filthy Haitians. We actually championed Haitian Revolution. And just go off topic a little bit, some of us, like myself, was even rooting for Hussein Bolt because I seen him as Black. I seen him as representing Black people collectively. But I found out later that's not how Jamaicans seen them. They seen them as Jamaican first, like she said, Jamaican first, no, immigrant first, Jamaican, track runner, and whatever else comes next. So that was like discouraging. We're like, wow, we seen them as like representing one for Black people collectively in the country he's from, seen him as just one of theirs exclusively. So no Black folks, no. You got to pick your losers. Don't try to pick Usain Bolt. Like that's the type of time we were getting. Like, oh, word, okay, all right, yeah, got that. And now we got Noah Lyles kicking everybody ass in Jamaica. But and we got Richardson. What's her name? Shakira Richardson. Kicking everybody ass in Jamaica. All right. But anyway, like I was a Hussein Bolt fan.
They both lost to Jamaicans.
I'm talking about, back in the day. Well, not now. Look, Noah Lyles kicked all their ass. He got first place in the Olympics, bro. What are you talking about? He smoke shot fast as Jamaican. He smoked.
Got bronze. I say he got gold in some competition. He got bronze in some competition.
Hey, bro, the race that mattered the most was that 100. It was the fastest man. Like the fastest man. When you're running track, the fastest man race is the most important. Okay, that's where all the endorsements and the commercials when you're the fastest man. And that's why Usain Bolt was. Yeah, just be honest. Whoever wins the fastest man, normally they are like the most popular in the sport. You could go to Usain Bolt, to Carl Lewis. You could just go all of the fastest men.
It differs between 100 meter to 300 meter.
There's no 300 meter. You mean 200 and 400. So
the 100 and 2.
Yes. So sometimes 200 be up there too. So it's 100 and sometimes it could be 200. Because Usain Bolt, like, he dominated.
If you remember, like, Michael Johnson and the dude from Canada,
he was 400. There's 200 and 400. Michael Johnson 200.
And they raced 150 meters to determine who the fastest man title was.
Well, Michael Johnson was never a 100-meter runner, right? So what he did was he just challenged himself, but believe me, bro, anybody who followed track did not favor Michael Johnson to win a 100-meter race, right? Because we, when you follow track, you know that you just can't enter in something that you didn't really do before, and that's why like Noah Lyles was like surprised he won. I think he did the 200. He got like first place in one of those races. He was like surprised and we were surprised. Fans were surprised. That's not something you just can do. You just can't be 100-yard runner only and then join the 200 or 400 and be, it takes a long while to get adjusted, because you got to breathe differently, you got to pace differently. It's a whole adjustment. It's like really hard to just go from, that's like being a quarterback or just like being a wide receiver and just be a quarterback or a kicker. That's like, it's not really possible. So to only do the 200, 400 your entire career, at the end of your career, you try to do 100, nobody really believes.
If Noah Lyles have kids, would they be considered tethers?
So again, I do not know your definition of a tether. What is your definition of a tether before I answer that question?
An immigrant. You said an immigrant, right? No, you said an immigrant that opposed to FBA. Something okay. So it's kind of like a rolling definition.
No. Well, I mean, listen, I can't control how you comprehend it, because you've been struggling to comprehend a lot of things I made plain. I made it plain like Malcolm X, and you struggled. So, brother, I'll just make it simple. Tether is another way to say coon for certain people, and you could also say it's another way to say white supremacist for certain people. So we wouldn't call an FBA person who borrowed the talking points of a white supremacist. We wouldn't call them a white supremacist. We'll call them a coon. Okay. any immigrant, not just black, white, or really Hispanic and like black. Because if a white immigrant did it, we just call them a racist, white supremacist. But if a Hispanic or black immigrant, and I hate to say black because some of y'all don't want to be called black, so a West Indian or immigrant, right? Or African immigrant. So if an African West Indian or Hispanic immigrant borrowed the talking points of a white supremacist, we'll call them a tether. So there you go. So it's about borrowing talking points of white supremacists and actions, and based upon your ethnic identifier, you can be a white supremacist, coon, or a tether. You got it?
I'm struggling to understand your
know.
defined definition, but
I know.
I kind of get it.
Okay. So a white supremacist, are you familiar with them?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the term white supremacist.
Okay. So most black people in the world had experienced white supremacy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but their experiences can be different depending upon what country they're from, right?
Most definitely.
Okay. So a white supremacist in Jamaica might have different talking points about Jamaicans than a white supremacist in Nigeria speaking badly about Nigerians, right? So they can have different talking points of how they speak bad about Jamaicans from Nigerians. So
right.
Okay. And over here in America,
would you say the same about FBAs?
What the same about what? Yeah, I was saying in America, a white supremacist, when they talk about us, they're going to say certain things about us, right? So, and they're going to be different from a white supremacist speaking bad about Nigerians, and a different talking point of how they speak about Jamaicans or West Indians. Okay. So all of them is probably going to be different, all hatred, but different talking points. So we don't know what you call white supremacists over in your country, right? But over here, if anybody is talking or borrowing, so this makes sense now. If anybody non-white that borrow the talking points, the hatred of white supremacists, we call them unique names like coon and tether.
Right. It's crazy because I feel like that's kind of like the term Yankee or like Akata is like the same type of way.
Okay.
Because like a Yankee is like a Yankee like it was like synonymous with like being like American, like a patriotic American. Like it's like a synonymous with being like a patriot, like a white patriot.
What about
like
Akata?
A slaveholder.
All right. So what about Akata? What does that mean?
Like cotton picker.
Okay. So when somebody so 97% of black folks pick cotton. So when we say, watch this. When we say tether,
right.
that is a small group of immigrants who borrow talking points of white supremacists, right? Small group. So that does not reflect the entire country or anywhere near the total population. Okay, when you say Yankee and you say patriot, right? That is damn near almost every almost every black American, right? Now, watch this. When somebody say
you're not a patriot?
But you're not listening. So I'm gonna move forward. So when somebody say a kata and they say cotton picker, bro, that's over 90% of black Americans. So you are basically saying all of us. All right, for no reason. Don't forget, when we believe you're being a white supremacist, we'll say, borrowing the talking points, we'll say tether. So that means that we're applying it to the person we belong. It fits. We're not calling the whole country based on one person a tether. We're calling that individual tether. So for example, when I'm mad at you for borrowing talking points from white supremacists, I'm gonna say, Kwame, you are a tether. I'm not gonna say, Kwame, I'm mad at you, your whole country are tethers. That is the difference. So we call out, and even what white supremacists, right? We don't say every last white person is white supremacist. We call the ones out who are practicing it that, currently. Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait. So let me wrap. Wait. Hold on. Let me just wrap it up. So, cause you just ran and your chat. You see, like this guy, he never responds. He just changes and goes. All right, bro. I'm gonna have to. So, give me a few more questions to wrap it up because the conversation is like kind of dry because I'm talking and it's going over your head. Like you're not even like trying to converse. All right. So, give me the question about FBA. Give me the question. FBA what?
You guys said the other day you guys gave like specific bulletin point to be an FBA. Like one of them was you had to go through chattel slavery. So chattel slavery include paying cotton. So I don't think that's a part of being a foundational Black American. Your ancestors had to pick cotton. So I don't think what's the problem with the term.
So why would somebody just say, okay, I got it. So is that our, okay, watch this. Is that our identifier? Is our identifier in America cotton picker? So
no.
So okay, cool. So why would somebody call us something, the whole race? Because that's what they did. They just called us, they just gave us an identifier. All right. So what's crazy is people get mad at us saying we're FBA, but don't get mad at somebody saying Akata. Now that's their identifier for us. Okay. And the identifier is associated with picking cotton. And that was something that was done in the 1800s. That was pretty much done after the Civil War. So we have so many hundred years. So basically in 2025, we have more years not picking cotton than we had years picking cotton. So somehow we are called cotton pickers by Black people, right? Or somebody who called us so Black. And for no reason, they're just cotton pickers. They don't call us Black Americans. They don't call us African, the things you like to call us. What happened to African? I thought we were African. They don't call us African. They chose to say, hey, Akata, which is cotton picker. Okay. Which is now cotton picking was forced on us. It wasn't a trade, a natural skill. It was actually what's the right word? It was actually inhumane, right? Cotton picking is a hard task to do. Okay, so when somebody that's like
so people don't identify descendant of slaves or freemen.
He just right. Dude. What does freedman got to do with cotton picking?
Now, continue with your point. I cut you off.
Hey, so chat. Listen, if this isn't enough to convince you guys, nothing is. Okay, he's trying to justify derogatory terms, and I just said, hey man, when did we call ourselves cotton pickers? And if white folks did it, it was to shame us. So that's like they might as well call us the NIGGE or our word. Okay. So now we don't trip. We don't trip. You call us Yankee, you call us Akata. We like, okay, all right, we'll just stay over there. Because what they don't do is tell an FBA person that in their face. That's what they don't do. Okay. So one thing about brother, listen what I'm saying. One thing about you're not gonna go to a random FBA person and say, hey Yankee, hey, you got a light? You're not doing that.
Well, people do it. People do that in New York all the time, bro.
Brother, you're saying New York. I'm in South Carolina. Okay. You just said there's more tethers in New York than us. So now watch this.
But it's not. What I'm saying is not a derogatory term. It's not like.
Hey, listen to what I'm saying.
Like I'm not taking
here,
tether as a derogatory. I don't take tether as a derogatory term.
I got it. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, you got to listen now. I'm not in New Jersey. I'm in South Carolina. What I'm saying out here, because you see how in New Jersey, everybody say the word nigga, Spanish, Indian, Chinese, and it's all like all good. Out here in other black places, other states where we populate, that's not tolerated. Like the Hispanics don't say nigga. The
What
Chinese
about
don't say
California
nigga.
and Texas?
No, they don't. Okay, so now we got Californians who were in Texas. We got Californians that would tell you that they say nigga amongst themselves, but they don't say it to black folks. And they said when they slip up and do it, they say my bad. Okay, so what I'm saying in Jersey, they don't say my bad. They just say it, and it's all good in that culture. Okay. So what I'm trying to get you to see that you can't see because you're just dumb, like you can't follow what I'm saying, you just respond. So I'm saying, brother, and what I didn't know, come from Jersey, I didn't know how other black people felt around the country because I'm tied to the Jersey culture. I didn't even know it was that many immigrants in New Jersey, like Jamaican and the Caribbean. I didn't even realize that until I left Jersey. Okay, because I'm thinking again, chat. Listen, I pretty much only lived in other states, but for most of my life I lived in New Jersey. So I'm thinking, wait, okay, dude, yeah, I do. It doesn't matter. Let me just finish. You ask me later. You keep cutting in. Okay. Anyway, chat. I'm thinking as a black FBA, I'm thinking what I'm experiencing is normal across the country. So I'm thinking that you guys see as many Indians as I do. I'm thinking you guys see as many Chinese people I do, as many Russians, as many Jamaicans and Nigerians. I'm thinking you guys and Haitians. I'm thinking you guys see exactly as many I do. I had no idea that most of Black America don't see these many Black people and Hispanics. I did not know that. Okay. In Jersey, so I live towards like near Newark. So in Jersey, there's Dominicans, there's Puerto Ricans, there's other South Americans. Like you're gonna see, there's a whole bunch of different Spanish folks. You don't get that variety in other black populated states. I did not know that. I thought all of y'all experienced Dominicans and Puerto Ricans and Haitians and Nigeria. I thought all of y'all did. I did not know until I left the country how rare. And matter of fact, also the Fat Joe thing. The Fat Joe is, I said the country, left the state. So the Fat Joe thing opened my eyes up because when I got the feedback from like FBAs all over the country, that's what my first wake up call. Like, oh shit, like y'all don't do that where y'all live at. I didn't know that. I thought it was normal. Anyway, my point is, bro, with that revelation, because most likely you're probably in that area. So I'm just letting you know, brother, the majority of black people aren't around Jamaicans and Hispanics like that, okay? Or the Caribbean or Nigerians like that. So when you say the word, when you call them even a nigga, Nigga, okay, that's at your own risk. You call them Yankee, and when they clearly see you're not one of them, when they clearly see and could tell you're like from a different country, it don't matter if you're black. If you call them a Yankee or a nigger, and they could clearly see you're not one of them, good luck.
So even though we was called niggas, we can't say the word nigga.
All right. So, brother, at this point, you're just being goofy. You're not trying to have a serious conversation. So I'm going to remove you, and you can listen from the chat. Okay, so I removed him. All right, I ain't gonna keep wasting time with the guy. I'm trying to have a serious conversation, and he keeps playing around. So let me get rid of all these Yvette tabs I have for him to listen to. Because at this point, he's just trolling. I mean, he always was trolling, but it was kind of funny. But it's getting kind of dry and corny. It's getting late. It's getting wild. Right. My son even fell asleep listening to that bullshit. So anyway, black people will assault, FBAs will assault other FBAs for calling them nigga. The fuck he talking about? Oh, so we can't say nigga, so we were called nigga too. That you missed the whole point, man. The whole point is every black person don't play this. That's what I was trying to say. Every black person don't play it. So I was saying in New York, New Jersey, we are more tolerable. We're more tolerable to the N word being used by everybody, including us, and even like towards us. What's that noise? I learned that most. What's that beeping noise? That's coming from a cartoon. That's from a cartoon he was watching. Okay, so I learned that black people from across the country that lives amongst themselves, like just FBAs, they don't play that. You know, some maybe, but again, you're playing with a fight. Like you're not like especially the older ones. Like you was not talking to my uncle, to my what's up, my nigga, to my uncle. My uncles, my uncles did not say my nigga. They ain't the N word at all. And if they did, if they did use it, it was to fight. Hey man, f you nigga. It was never for endearment, right? To embrace each other. My uncles did not use it for that. If they called you nigga, it was squabble up. It was to disrespect you. Okay, it was not to like dap up and go drink a beer or some shit. But I did feel like he was just wasting, it just babbling, like Khalid said, just babbling. Because all day I had to keep repeating myself. He's not listening. He's asking questions, then he answers, then he debates his own answer. It's like, dude, come on, bro. Like how? Like we've been talking for like how long? Like, goddamn, like 6 hours. Like, dude, and you still being a babbling tether. And like he's in somewhere in New York, New Jersey. Hey, bro, just call random FBA's nigga, see what happens. Like we don't care how dark you are. You know, if you think I'm lying, just go to a store like Walmart or Wawa up north and see a FBA or you think he is, and say nigga move or nigga excuse me. Say that see what happened. Now again, some people might see there's nothing wrong with it. My thing was you're playing Russian roulette. Not every FBA tolerates that word coming from anybody, black, white, or Hispanic. Some FBAs will go in your grill, even though you're FBA, for calling them the N-word. So that's why we don't do that randomly. Like we try to get to know you a little bit, get a feel for it. It's what FBAs do. We'll get a feel for you, smart ones, because you got dumb ones who don't do that. But smart ones would get a feel for you, and we'll be observant before we start saying my nigga. You know what I mean? We'll even with whoever, like we'll be more observant, the smart one of us. But you got dumb ones like the Fat Joes and the Math Havas who just say it regardless and just get into fights wherever they go. Unnecessary fights, avoidable fights. The Fat Joes and Math Hava, my nigga. But and it's funny because now, like looking back, you wonder if those excessive black people, quote unquote, that was saying my nigga, you wonder if they were actually FBA. See, this whole diaspora war, it makes you go back and question, like, yo, like just certain things, like certain people you knew that was like kind of like off. You think back, like, I wonder if that motherfucker was FBA, yo, because you really didn't know. You just knew he was off code. I'm saying off code. He was off code, and you'd be like, now you looking back, like, I wonder if Jason was FBA, man. You really want to know. Like, what, I ain't seen that nigga in 20 years, but man, I'm about to find him on social media. Like, yo, where you from? Because what you did 20 years ago was some bullshit. I need to know what the hell were you? At Lower Mall. I actually got Goofy from Chicago because I heard, I was following, I was catching up on the whole old block stuff. So I heard like King Von say Goofy a lot. Goofy, Goofy, Goofy. So if you see it in my title, I literally got it from this old block folks, the word Goofy. Because Lord Mall, because I knew we didn't use it. So I said, let me say this new term because I'm trying to replace saying tether. You dig? I'm trying to replace saying the N word. So I just say goofy because I just say goofy. So I was trying to replace saying things that people would be highly offended over. Even though goofy is not good either, but just trying to replace certain things, say things differently. What is Flower talking about? Oh, Flower, what was the question? Oh, Flower, was the question for me or somebody else? I'm trying to catch up. So I'm trying to catch up to the question. Hey guys, how long do you usually go here? Every time I go live, Flower. So okay, Flower, let me answer your question. We're here normally. You dig? Like this is the spot. We're Liddy here. So I go live almost every day, Flower. So people, if they're busy, they're gonna be busy, right? Or they might watch something else that's more entertaining or whatever. But for the most part, Flower people show up and they represent. They show up and represent. Yeah, exactly. Sounds the older generation. But you got younger ones too. I'm telling you, you guys, hey man, like for example, you got groups like the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam don't play that, and you got like serious like Israelites, and you got the older Israelite camps like the IUIC. Like you're not calling them the N word, and that's cool. Now the younger camps ain't gonna mind, but the older ones gonna be like, yo, what you say? So you got like the Nation of Islam, and you got like Moors. The Moors ain't gonna respect that. You walk up to a guy with a fez, like, yo, what up, my nigga? They're gonna look at you like, yo, dude, if you don't like step to the side, man, hey man. Can you imagine like walking up to like a pastor or somebody like really deep in the church? Yeah, what up, my nigga? Man, they're gonna be offended. That's why I say like you're playing Russian roulette because you'll start fighting and some of these fights turn into something worse, especially if they are losing. So let's say you're the disrespectful one. Yeah, you what up, my nigga? And they hit you and you could fight better than them. You start winning. Well, now that N word turned into his ego getting checked. So he looking like, nah, this dude beat me up bad. I can't live with that. He kill you, and now you're deleted over you recklessly calling somebody the N word and not understanding, the climate. That'd be a goofy way to go out. So this is oh, Flower, you trolling now. Okay, you're acting like I'm supposed to know. Let me have Flower call. Flower, you want to call in? Let me get Flower the phone number. Flower says she's a white woman. I don't know if you just trolling or if you're actually white. So Flower, how about just call in so we can't ignore you anymore? You'll be able to ask questions directly. I'm sure the chat would love to hear from you. Okay, there you go. Okay, so Flower, here's the phone number, and here's the meeting code. I am interested in your take on these things, on these talking points. Okay, so Flower calling. Saying that, yeah, he puts FBAs in all, yeah, hey, man, same day. It eventually, I mean, he can't do it for how many years, right? So eventually he's going to have to be creative and entertain his audience without saying FBAs. Eventually, if not, his channel going to fall off hard. He's going to fall off hard. If he can't adapt and just be, you know, a content creator, just he could bring up stuff without FBA stuff, because eventually people will get tired of the FBA stuff. You know, I'm talking about Tethers. Tethers gonna get tired of hearing it because like he caters to Tethers and white supremacists. So eventually they're gonna move on to something different. Okay. And you're gonna see you're gonna struggle keeping a live audience. Yeah, so hey, Flower, if you're a real white woman and you're trying to fill us out, call in. Otherwise, we're gonna think you're a black person trolling. Okay. And we don't tolerate trolls here. Because if you're really black, like, what was the point of lying saying you're a white woman? That just like what are you like? That would just it made no sense. So I'm gonna take Flower wrench until Flower calls in. So Flower, because I think you're trolling, I'm going to take your wrench, but you can get your wrench back if you call in. And I think I want to. I don't think I want coffee. I'm gonna pass on coffee. I'm gonna make something light. Yeah, so I'm going to say it's safe to say that Flower was trolling. Flower is not a white woman. Because think about it, chat. Why would a white person say, "Hey, I'm white"? Like, for what reason? You know, what I mean, that's like nobody goes to a chat and be like, "Hey, everybody, I'm white," and just put a target on their back. Like, so I don't believe Flower is a white woman. I believe Flower is a cosplayer as a white woman. Come on, yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Edition. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm playing with the dog, so forgive me. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Yeah, so Flower is definitely a troll. Okay. Flower is not a white woman. Flower is a troll. Trolling us. 'Cause that's what they do. but you're not gonna get the response you're looking for. Yo, I'm so glad I had that long, drawn out conversation with Kwame. I just wanted to fully expose him, okay? Which I didn't get a chance to do when I talked to him before because whatever the reason was. But I knew today I had an agenda. My agenda was to get him on here and let's talk about everything we talked about. So we exhausted the Haitian Revolution. We exhausted Pan-Africanism. Okay. So I got him to agree that Marcus Garvey was a scammer. Okay. So I got him to agree that Pan-Africanist, its origins, we can say came from white supremacists. So Pan-Africanism was an ideology that was forced on FBAs. They literally had no choice. It was either go to Liberia or go back into slavery. So they left a lot of these FBAs no choice. Now, chat, keep in mind that the FBAs who were sent back to Liberia, most of them were freed Black people. Okay, don't confuse that with freedmen. All right. The difference, chat, between a free Black person and a freedman, real simple. A free Black person can be born a free person, can be born a free man, free woman. They can buy themselves out of slavery, enslavement. They could be purchased by somebody else out of enslavement, or they could be manumitted. Okay. However, freedmen are out of slavery because it was mandated by law. The 13th Amendment. Okay. That's the difference. Freedmen were no longer out of slavery because enslavement became against the law. Okay. It was lawful for enslavement when the free Black persons got out of enslavement, however they did. It was lawful for slavery, enslavement. However, in terms of freedmen, they were no longer enslaved because enslavement was illegal. It was ruled unconstitutional. You know why? Because you had citizenship now. So even though freed Black people were free from enslavement, they did not have citizenship. So they had no rights that a white man was bound to respect. You get it? Now that we got citizenship, that changes. We got rights that they are supposedly bound to respect, but they can never say the Dred Scott thing now. Because Dred Scott, that was said because he was not a citizen. Okay, and that's why so Pan-Africanists, don't forget, Pan-Africanism was something enforced on FBAs. Most of us did not want to go to Liberia. Okay, so Pan-Africanism was forced on us. That is a white supremacist ideology. So when Marcus Garvey came, he was talking that back to Liberia. Watch this. Watch this. The ACS, the American Colonization Society, they purchased land over in Africa and they renamed that land Liberia. So this was a colony ran by white supremacists. Okay, so white supremacists and slave owners, white supremacists, they were all in cahoots to send freed FBAs back to Liberia. Why? because they seen freed FBA or free blacks, right? They seen them as threat to two things: to the white labor force, because we were heavily skilled, right? We had to do force manual labor, so we were heavily skilled for the work at the time, right, in the South. And secondly, they did not want these free black people to encourage a rebellion from the enslaved. So white supremacists in, I think, 1821 came up with the ACS, the American Colonization Society, where they relocated FBAs to Liberia. Again, they had no choice. Or like there was a choice, but it was really no choice, because look at the options: be free or be enslaved. So FBAs, they chose freedom, so they sent their butt right over to Liberia. All right. So how many went over there? In between 12,000 to 15,000 FBAs, and other enslaved ships that were carrying black people for slavery purposes, that was doing it when slavery was abolished. Those ships got intercepted, and those Africans were sent to live in Liberia as well, even though they had nothing to do with FBAs. They also relocated that to Liberia. And then you have some West Indians who end up going to Liberia around the same time. So, they were the West Indians. From what I know, they were also called Americo Liberians along with us. So that's the history. All right. So the intellectual Pan-Africanists, when they went to Liberia forcibly, right, they came right back. Especially when they heard citizenship was on the line. So half of largely the reason why we wanted to go to Liberia. Well, I'm sorry, largely the reason why we came back to the United States was because citizenship was on the line. All right. So that's why we rejected the term African, because we didn't want any terms that justify not giving us citizenship, because at that time Africans had no business getting citizenship, American citizenship. So a lot of our smart leaders knew that we cannot call ourselves African. So we stuck with Negro and color. Yo, Jay Quan is funny there. Exactly, Jay. We know. See, this is the FBA thing. We know white people, especially white women, they look for attention because they want to be the savior of the world. They want to be Michelle Pfeiffer. So we knew she would have called in and had all the answers to our problems. And she'd have told us how many black friends she got. Her ex-husband was black. We'd have heard all that shit. So I'm not a racist. My ex-husband was black. Yeah, so I agree too. Yeah, 'cause we know white women are very boisterous. So that was a bad try. Mm, mm. I'm getting tired. So chat, so the video I played earlier, I tried to play this video Like this is like the third time. Okay. And I didn't even get through it because we had a call in. So I'm gonna be forced to play this video on another channel of my backup channel of mine, so I can have the whole thing. I'm trying to have the whole video, but I keep interrupting it with call-ins. So I'm gonna play it from I'm gonna just play it from a backup channel that I have that you guys should have been subscribed to. Okay. Maybe tomorrow I'll put the link. I put it in the chat. So today was Kwame. I wish I had KD number, man. Damn. So it was other folks that called in. I didn't think to take down their numbers. So got Kwame, but like someone like Jay. Jay is too. I don't think I'm gonna let him come back on. He was too tetherish. He was worse than Kwame for honest discussion. So do you guys have culture? Right, cat. Hey, catnap man. Yo, our early ancestors were not using that term African at all, man. 4%, like 5% of the black populace call themselves African. They use Negro and colored primarily. And this is why the NAACP is the National Association or Advancement Association for Colored People, colored. Even Marcus Garvey, the Universal Negro, not the Universal African. Okay, so we got a Jamaican coming over here saying Negro and not African because it was understood like what terminologies were accepted. Yeah, so but I hope you guys learn. No, I can't say learn, but I hope you guys got something from this conversation. When we talked about the Pan-Africanism movement, and so maybe I do a presentation like a little low budget one, like a low budget presentation on the origins of the Pan-African movement. I probably gotta wake up like 4 a.m. one morning to do that. I'm about to eat these French toast sticks and call it a night. I love French toast sticks. But the way I reheat my French toast sticks, I put like a little oil in the pan, and I reheat them in a pan. I love because it's like pancakes with the oil. It gives it that crisp taste. I love it. Yeah. So, but I still did. So I gave away like a lot of information today, but I didn't cover. I skipped one section. It was about the early Pan-Africanists, like how they differentiated with their ideology. But listen, don't let somebody lie to you. Pan-Africanism was a white supremacist idea. Okay, and I'm going to cook these guys. 'Cause I know you don't. Some of them probably know it, but in denial, but other or just ignored it because they want to hope that we don't know it. And I believe some other staunch Pan-Africans don't know. So I'm gonna catch them off guard with it. The ACS. Thanks, Catnap. Yeah, I can't wait to get the Pan Africans on here now. And you know, it's crazy. I didn't even. I'm debating these tethers. I didn't even practice my rebuttals for Myron. So I'm definitely not calling him this week because I really didn't do no practice on my rebuttals to his talking points. So probably next week because I've been like Google. I've been like researching Pan-Africanism, you know, stuff we talked about tonight. Yeah, I don't know. Yo, these gnats out here, they bite, yo. I was at one park, man, playing basketball, trying to play basketball. Yo, I don't know how they play over there, man. All these gnats just ate me up, man. Not even mosquito, like gnats. And like, cause mosquito bite me, I won't scratch it because it's not that itchy. You know, these gnat, whatever these things that bit me, man, these things itch. I gotta scratch them. Oh my god, scratch 'em. That rubbing stuff ain't gonna work. Who is the passport traveler? Put a link in the chat. So you guys are gonna help me really get people over here because when you guys come in those large numbers, like 50 live viewers is good because 50 live viewers should have put me over 1,000, you know, total when I end the live, which is good because people want to when people come to different platforms, they want to make sure that they're seen, right? People like to be seen, so they're not going to come to platforms where there's nobody like looking because people love attention. When you guys show up 50 live and more, that's what draw them over here. And they don't care if they get embarrassed. Like they just want to be seen. So yesterday and today, people showed up in good numbers. So if y'all keep that up, we're gonna get some folks over here. I'm telling you. Mm. And every time I debate a tether, I just become more researched. I just become more dangerous, more researched than I was prior. Because you don't know what angle they're gonna take. So you just gotta be ready for it. Yeah. They were definitely time wasting. And that's why I didn't allow American Dream work. I feel like he'll just waste my time tonight. Like they're not witty, they're not funny. You know, sometimes they just be just straight up disrespectful. Like dude today wasn't even trying to have a conversation, man. He'll ask me a question or he'll say something that's not true. I will point it out, and then he'll immediately start deflecting and change the topic and don't even like deal with what I said. They'll ask me, "Hey, what you say?" He's clearly back there smoking. Like the dude was like just rolling blunts back to back to back to back. God damn, my boy. Like I know you don't pay bills smoking like that. That dude was wild. Yeah. Man, he was. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let me bring Tiffany back on here. Oh, I'm like, hey, MC Fact. I'm gonna kill her what I know now, bro. I'm gonna kill her what I know now. I'm gonna, oh my God, bro. Oh my God. It's gonna be a body. If she agrees to talk to me again, man. Yo, but here's the thing. She like donations. So I gotta like send her some shmoney. That's all she talk about. Donations. But if I get her on here, she gonna put her cash up right there. Just send her like $2, $3. You know what I mean? Give her about $20 total, and she'll stay for an hour. But she definitely ain't coming out on that money. She's like Umar Johnson daughter. You gonna pay me $3,000 to $10,000? Your Umar daughter said, "You paying my dad that? I want the same thing." Yo, she said, "Yo, his daughter said she wants the same money that her dad gets." She just disrespected like the work he put in and the name he made for himself. I want what he gets. That was some title shit right there, bro. She said 3 to 10 grand. Which would make no sense at all because she already gave up all the information. It's like, yo, for free. It's like, so what am I gonna get from you that's so exclusive that's gonna be worth 10 grand or 3 grand? Like, man, I got $20 for you, okay? $20 for you. That's it. I do not have no damn free. If I did, I don't think you're worth that type of, like Charleston White, like, yeah, like if somebody invests that much money, that means they try and get that much money back. Right. So if somebody invests in three to 10 grand for somebody to come on their show, they feel like their presence and their contribution to the show is going to even out, in the future. Like they'll get their money back with probably more subscribers, maybe viewership go crazy and you get advertisements. But yes, when you invest that much money, you think you're going to get it back. People don't just give away 3, 10 grand, 3,000, $10,000 just and don't expect to get it back one way or another. Yeah, so she was definitely on some 22-year-old shit with that. And and Umar, that deadbeat, he called his daughter Baby Smurf and Mama Smurf. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Like, who talks like that about their own, about their family? That's y'all having a family crisis. You talking about Mama Smurf and Papa Smurf? That was enough to let me know he's lying about what's going on. Maybe Baby Umar is telling the truth. Dude, when he started talking that Baby Smurf, Mama Smurf, I'm like, you know what? Maybe Baby Umar is telling the truth. I would love to see his other kid, like, get on the camera and say something. I don't know why their mother ain't let him, you know. The internet is ready to hear from the younger one. But she gonna talk when Umar already, done. At some point, this school thing is gonna end Umar's career. At some point, I mean, he can't be 30 years in, right? At some point, his supporters gonna give up. But we have to just imagine that. We gotta imagine that. Supporters ain't gonna let this guy talk about school for 30 years. So that's why I say Umar, Garvey, and the ACS, they all gave Black people this Wakanda picture in order to scam us or deceive us, if that word is better. And in a more honest discussion, white supremacists had carefully provided the environment to set up a Liberia or nothing. Because don't forget, the free Black folks, when they freed themselves from enslavement, they had no citizenship, so they had no rights. There was no work like that, right? Because the white supremacists didn't like them. They called taking jobs from good white folks. So they felt like, listen, let's purposely not employ them. Let's purposely, do these things where they're forced to be desperate enough to either go back to a plantation for shelter and food or Liberia. So, man, I'm telling you, that white man, that white man is something different. That is a different. You want to talk about being different? That white man is different. That white man is different, man. That white man is on another level, bro. That white man do stuff that's like unimaginable. Inhumane like a mug. 100% unimaginable. That white man is on another, but he is wickedly wise. You should know better not to underestimate him. He's ruling the world, right? Because people underestimate him, right, for a long time. So we should know better not to undermine the white man. Take him serious and study. Oh, I can't wait to go into Japan. I can't, there's so much stuff to go into. So this is what I need. I got so much information that's not related to the Kwame's. I got so much good information that's off topic, but still valuable to us FBAs. It's good history, but I don't know. I don't have sometimes, the support is different. It varies. I might get 25 here, 50 here, 15 here. So, I want to make sure I get a nice size audience. And I got some stuff, man. I got some deep stuff. I got some deep stuff. All right. Somebody called me. I'm trying to go to bed. All right. Let's see. Hello. How can I help you?
Yes. Let me just turn off my YouTube for a second because I'm listening on YouTube to you. Give me a moment.
Somebody called me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm a white man from West Virginia, and I came across your channel, and you guys are some new group called FBA, Foundation of Black Americans. Am I correct?
not a new group. We're the same group that been here since
Okay.
we were brought over here. Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying you're from Africa? You said you were brought over here, which I believe you come from African slaves. Do you believe, as I believe, sir?
African slaves?
Yes, that transatlantic slave trade started in 1600s. Do you believe that, or do you believe something else before we get started?
Well, why is that important to believe before we get started?
Because I just want to get a foundation of where you come from so we don't speak across each other.
No, we can start without acknowledging some of the stuff. I just see
sir,
yeah.
Are you African slaves brought here from Africa?
No, I'm actually from the land of risk. What's that? The land Malachi York's claim. I'm from planet Risk. That's where I'm from.
Okay, so you're not going to have an honest dialogue with me, because I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. I really want to talk to you about.
Yeah, but guess what? Whatever you want to talk about, you can just go ahead. You don't need confirmation from me. I believe you're a smart tether, and you know the history of whites and blacks in this country. So just go ahead and what you want to talk about while I eat my French toast
Sir,
sticks.
I am a white man from Virginia. My
Sure you are.
My bloodline comes from the Confederacy, sir.
No. Let me tell you where you're from.
Okay, you tell me, sir.
You are from the Caribbean, and what you did was you applied that cake soap. So
Sir,
in your
what is
homeland,
sir, what is cake soap?
So
Can you
cake soap.
explain that?
Yeah, in your homeland, with so much cake soap, only your people think you're white because you're lighter than them.
Sir, I live in Virginia, and I don't know what you're talking about. I thought we were going to have a conversation. I didn't think I was talking to a comedian. Like, are you ashamed of your history here in America? It seems like you're very ashamed because you're making jokes and saying things I have no idea what you're talking about. So if you're just going to be a comedian, I'll just hang up.
Sir, you called me at 12 a.m. basically.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah. But anyway, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about something. I'll entertain you.
Sir.
Okay, I'll entertain you. Okay, bring something up and let's talk about it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to assume you're African and you're ashamed of it. So let's move past that.
Okay.
You being you guys, foundational Black Americans, like you guys think you're special, but you guys, we white people, we white people gave you your names, we gave you the language, we gave you your clothes, we gave you our even blood, slave master blood. You guys, we made you guys before we enslaved you. You guys were just living in Africa in the wild. So we, you so-called FBA used to be giving us credit, the white man, for virtually creating you. Said you guys spoke African jungle languages, and we gave you English, and gave you fashion, we gave you clothes, we gave you. Yes, it was wrong to enslave you. I agree. And I do agree that those slaves deserve reparations, not you guys today because you haven't been enslaved, but, there might be an argument for Jim Crow. But anyway, you guys should be praising the white man for making you. So I don't know about this FBA stuff. Okay. When you're so white, you guys are whitewashed because of us, the white man and the white woman.
So when you say white man, be specific, because we know that America was invaded by a bunch of immigrants from Europe. So
yes,
which white man?
Yep.
All right. So which white man are we thinking?
My answers, my lineage goes back to
No.
Jamestown County here in Virginia.
Hold on. Listen, understand the question. Okay. White is a social construct. No such thing as that. So Europeans, they came over here from specific countries as settlers.
Yeah, England. England.
Okay.
Britain.
Cool.
Yeah, correct,
Okay.
sir.
So what happened when you guys came here in the 1600s? Or the late 1500s and the early 1600s, when you guys tried to establish colonies in America, what happened to the English people? Why did they fail?
Well, they didn't do very well because they were sending the lowlifes over here. See, the smart ones remained in England and the UK. It's called the British Empire back in the day. So they only sent the dummies over here, most of the dummies.
Okay.
And so, yeah, they couldn't make it.
So, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. So why did the Spanish ones fail? Why did the white Spanish ones fail as well?
I don't know about the Spanish, sir. I'm Confederate-born white boy, white man to be specific. So I don't know anything about Spanish.
Wait a minute. They're white. Okay. Don't forget. They colonized the natives and they made them speak the Spanish language. But all these folks are from Europe, bro. Okay. So why did the French?
I never denied that, sir. Never denied that, sir.
No, but they're all classified as white today. All right.
I never denied that, sir.
Okay. So why did they fail? So why did they come over here and couldn't get nothing popping?
Who are you talking about? The Virginians from England and the British Empire, or are you talking about the Spaniards? Which one, sir?
Spaniards.
The Spaniards. Okay, what about the Spaniards?
Why did they fail miserably?
I told you, sir, I don't know anything about the Spaniards and the Spaniards history. I don't know, so I don't know.
French. Okay, why did the French? I got you. Why did the French fail miserably?
Sir, I told you from the beginning, I descend from.
So why would we think a bunch of? Okay, I got you. Okay, hush up. Why would we think a bunch of failures?
Sir, go ahead. I can't hear you. Sir, are you there?
Why would we think a bunch of failures?
Because we made you. We designed this country. Yeah, we usually have slaves farm tools, but we designed the federal government and the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. We, the white man, did all that. You look at all the high rises in every city today, all created, built by the white man. You know, on the West Coast, we use Mexicans now, but when Elizondo was running strong, they built all of New York City. You know, go to any city. Black people did not build the high rises of any city.
Okay.
They were slaves, yes, but the white man built all the high rises in every city.
Stop. Let me entertain you. If I hire contractors to build me a home from scratch, did I build it even though I had a design in mind and I orchestrated it? Who built it? The contractors or myself?
The person who designed it. And the people who worked and the labor built it. That's how that goes, sir.
Wait, slow down. Remember, you said honest conversation. So when I'm not getting one, I kind of end the conversation. Okay. So again, here's
sir,
the question.
That's how you feel, sir.
So one more time. Here's the question. I hire contractors to do what I cannot do. I'm not a builder. Okay. I want a house being built for myself. These guys got the technology and the innovations, right? They're called dream builders. Like they build fancy homes. Okay. And they show me what they're going to build me. I'm not an engineer. I can't write up a blueprint. They gave me a list of ideas how they can make the house. I pointed to one. Yeah, that right there. I like that one. Okay. They said, okay, cool. We worked out contracts. The money's good. The material list is good. I got my copy of my material list. You dig? I gave them a portion of the upfront money, okay? And they built a home to my satisfaction. Who built the home? Myself or them?
Yeah, if you're going to put it like that, you're saying some person that didn't have any intelligence and didn't do any designing just passed it off. Well, if you're going to pass it off, then obviously the credit goes to the person that designed it and all the infrastructure and built it. Yes, but that's not what slavery was about. So there's no connection, sir.
So is there a difference between designing and building?
Yes, sir. There's a big difference. One takes brain and the other is labor.
One does what?
That's why Mexicans build homes, labor. You guys are labor.
All right. Yeah, the tether can't even, the tether accent was terrible. And it just was corny. It was dry. It was dry. That was dry. And they didn't know much about, history. Like the stuff they wanted to talk about, they didn't know much about. That's why I had him to litmus test. He's bringing up this black tether is bringing up the colonizers. Okay, then you should know about colonizers. I had him with a Tariq Nasheed. Like, why did they all fail? And for him not to know that, and he act like the Spanish we're not white, we're not European. That was wild. I was okay. He's not even like funny because he don't know a lot. So I'm not gonna soy tu padre. I am your dad, 909. Okay, so the freak's coming out. So that was most likely him. Dang, y'all still in here deep. I thought y'all was winding down. God damn. Yeah, it was wrong with his voice that he was so two things. He was either a tether or he was like a Latino cosplaying as like a Southern white person. And what they don't understand is that you don't like I'm in the South. Not every white person got an accent. Some do and some don't. Not every black guy got an accent. When I was playing basketball, I didn't recognize any accents. Well, voice enhancer. I need one of those. I need me a voice enhancer. All right. So tomorrow, matter of fact, let me contact Tiffany now. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Let me contact Tiffany. So we about to get deported. Yo, what is her name again on the oh my God, I'm not gonna oh my God, what was her name? I'm not gonna find her. Damn. Yvette went live earlier. Yeah, I'd be wishing Yvette and Tone lives be a little shorter. Like they should really, or at least chop it up afterwards and make it like, you know what I mean? It'd be too long, bro. That 2 hour stuff. Cause I got too many other videos to watch. Tariq videos be 30 minutes. You dig? But I don't know. Oh, you know what? I'm on the wrong channel. This guy right here, yeah, this guy right here is funny. He said, yeah, he's worse than Chaotic Truth as far as Tariq's name. Yeah, he makes sure every live he got Tariq's in there. Okay. I gotta see this one right here. Frat girl beats her mom, dad, and brother. Okay. All right, let me see if her name pops up right here. Let me search. Hell no. I don't know her. I got her phone number somewhere. What you know I'm gonna do? I'm a cash app her like $3. Be like, hey, the folks want to hear from you. But I'm gonna say, but listen, you gotta be civil. Like I'm not doing that out of control, bon cliche stuff with her. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that out of control, bon cliche stuff with her. Brother, not brother, but soy. Your people have been nowhere for millennia. You dig? Okay. Let me burst your bubble. You are a foreigner. You're illegal, and we need to get you out the damn country. You're a threat to national security. Yeah, so Lord Maul, this is what I think. I think Tariq shows are 2 hours long, and I think he's taking calls from one video on like a Clubhouse. So I believe he's making videos out of like people that he bring on to talk to. He get about 20, 30 minutes of them, and then he dismiss them. Then another person calls in that same show, and he's making all of those unique calls, different videos, which is smart. This is why, this dude got content forever. But he just got videos and videos, like all new. Nothing is replayed. Videos and videos. I'm like, God damn, dude. Yeah, so he's set. He's set like that is a smart businessman on every level. That dude is innovative with different ways to be litty. If y'all watch his stuff, y'all would know that he got a premiere like every like I can't even eat. I can't like eat because you know people watch me watch they watch him more, so they didn't watch his stuff. Like so I be trying to go live when he's just got off. So let's say if it's 12:11, he's live right now. Let's say if his live ended at 12:15. I try to go live right then and there. So I got at least 2 hours before his next premiere shows. Mm. Yeah, that's to Harker Bay. I don't remember Tiffany. Damn. I don't remember. I'll find it though. I for sure will find it. Yeah, listen, chat. I was gonna hang up 40 minutes ago, but you guys are still here strong. So look, I'm gonna do this. I'm getting off, but when I wake up, I'm going to finish playing the video I started today. Okay? So don't get mad at me, but I gotta play the whole video. I can't. I gotta document it before I go to the next video. So I'm gonna play the whole video that I was playing earlier to get y'all in here. I'm gonna start all over. I'm gonna start from the beginning too. I ain't even gonna start off where I left off. I'm gonna play from the beginning, and I'm gonna play over. Because I got to document it. So I could document it, it's over, and then I could make clips from it, or I can do shorts. Because I heard a mistake over there. Like I was over talking. It's just some over talking. So I collided two audio somehow. So I got to fix that anyway. No, I don't think I did. I think, no. It's not what happened. No, it was good. Anyway, chat. I'm out of here. Peace. I catch y'all.